life and the stuff we all share. From kids to chaos and the mess we make, we bonded over laughs and every mistake. From bad hair days to a joke or two, no topic was off limits, nothing taboo. We laughed till we cried, had each other's backs. A sisterhood formed in the middle of tracks. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From late night texts to early morning calls, we've been through it all, big and small. From talking fashion to the crazy stuff, we've got each other's backs when life gets tough. We send memes and pics of the day gone wrong and the occasional "can you believe this song?" We share everything, no secrets to keep, like a wild dream that we never want to sleep. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. From Tennessee, where the music plays, to sweet tea nights and lazy days. From England's hills to the country roads, our sisterhood's a bond that forever grows. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. Through the highs and the lows, we've been there. When the world feels heavy, we just don't care. We're loud, we're bold, we're a little bit wild, but always there for each other, with hearts so mild. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. So here's to the sisters who make life so sweet. We've got each other, no defeat. From the chat to the heart, it's all the same. We're a sisterhood forever in the friendship game. According to Leanie, the eclipse is to blame, but truly the Lord brought us together, and we'll never be the same. So here's to the sisters who make life so sweet. We've got each other, no defeat. From the chat to the heart, it's all the same. We're a sisterhood forever in the friendship game. According to Leanie, the eclipse is to blame, but truly the Lord brought us together, and we'll never be the same. From the highs and the lows, we've been there. When the world feels heavy, we just don't care. We're loud, we're bold, we're a little bit wild, but we're always there for each other, with hearts so mild. Sisterhood of the chat, we're strong and we're loud. From West Virginia, Liverpool, we're proud. From Texas to Australia, we've got the best. Lifting each other up, we pass every test. From the East Coast to the West, we cheer. From Indiana to New York, we're always here. So here's to the sisters who make life so sweet. We've got each other, no defeat. From the chat to the heart, it's all the same. We're a sisterhood forever in the friendship game. According to Leanie, the eclipse is to blame, but truly the Lord brought us together, and never be the same. According to Leanie, coffee's king. Cigs in hand, she does her thing. Maggie's got the jokes we know. Together we are clear. Subscriptions climbing, views so high. Lily's truth, it makes us cry. Maggie's got that wit so quick. We tune in daily for our fix. Community that stands so strong. Laughing, chatting all day long. From sunrise to the longest nights. Leanie's tales put out our lights. On a coins of Leanie, life's no joke. Spark that cig and take a toke. With Maggie by her side, it's clear. The best damn show around is here. Subscriptions climbing, views so high. Leanie's truth, it makes us cry. With Maggie by her side, it's clear. The best damn show is always near. On a chorus of Leanie, life's no loud. Maggie's clips just drive me wild. Leanie's love for Java steams. We're living out our crazy dreams. On a chorus of Leanie, life's no lie. Sip that coffee, watch time fly. With Maggie by her side, it's clear. The best. In the studio we laugh all day. She's got that sass in every way. Talking fast, not a pause in sight. Leanie's got my head in a spin tonight. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair. Just give me a breath, let me share. Podcast queen with a wicked smile. Running jokes, mile after mile. Try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Queen with a wicked smile, running jokes mile after mile. I try to speak, but in she slides. Leanie makes it a wild ride. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair. Just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong. Can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me in. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair. Just give me a breath, let me share. Let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong. Can't imagine life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me. This ain't just your show to win. Oh, shut up, Leanie, can't you see? You talk so much, it's drowning me. With your white hair and sassy flair. Just give me a breath, let me share. Oh, Leanie, don't get me wrong. Can't imagine your life without your song. But girl, you've gotta let me in. This ain't just your show to win. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day. So here I stand with my mic in hand, trying to keep this show as planned. Leanie laughs, guess it's gonna stay a little secret every day.
Hello, Leanie. Hello, gang. I said that before in a post, and it said if I later said I couldn't use it because I said gang. God, don't they know? Gang can mean all kinds. What's wrong with them?
I'm in a gang. I'm the leader of the gang. I'm excited. Hi, Maggie.
Hello, darling. How are you?
I am good. How are you? How did you sleep?
I never sleep good, Leanie. So I'm going to say shit. It's just a part of me now. It's just a part of me now, Gail.
I'm sorry, Maggie.
I go out like a light and then I wake up and it happens all through the night ongoing. Are you tired?
No, I slept. I was supposed to do a what night show last night, y'all. I was like, I looked at that stuff. I was like, Lena, you know you need to be going to bed. And I went to bed. I was a good girl. Good girl, good girl. Patting myself on the back. Ding, 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 ding. Giving myself some, tooting my own horn. Toot, toot.
You must have needed the sleep, Gail. It's a
I
good
did.
job you got it. If I was like that, I would just get sleep as much as I could when I could.
You know, the last, well, I don't even know what day we're in. Are we in?
Wednesday.
We're in Wednesday. Okay,
I didn't
so.
even know we'd been doing this for 3 weeks.
Oh, for the love of God, Maggie, I feel like my hair's gotten whiter.
Oh, my fucking hair's going thinner and thinner. I've got a bucket load of hair upstairs.
I'm telling you right now, this has aged us. It's aged us. So when you walk past the mirror, when you go to the bathroom in the morning and that freaking mirror just has to be in that place that you have to see that person. Listen, that's not really you. That's just what Lindsay, Clancy, and the Bow team did to you. Yes, I play skip bow. I played with my mother-in-law when she was here. Why don't we do roll call real quick, and then we'll talk a little bit about the case and what I think is going to happen. Shout out to my oldest grandbaby who's 18 today. Yes, yesterday I told her happy birthday.
Oh.
She's 18. I know. I don't look old enough to have an 18-year-old, y'all, and I'm not.
It's
But I do.
Tuesday, it's not Wednesday.
Is it Tuesday?
I thought it was Wednesday today.
I don't know. Let me look at the calendar so we could be sure what day
Oh,
it is.
it is. I've just had my
Oh,
matcha.
son of a bitch! It is Tuesday. Oh, you guys see what's happening to us? We're just living like trying to push time on quicker and quicker so that we could get out of this nightmare that we are in together. Don't you hate it when you think, oh, we got this, you guys got it all figured out? We've been total YouTube sleuths and nobody's got shit on us and we got this off, and then they go and screw up the trial.
I know.
One day we're going to get a good trial that we're all just like, yeah, we got this, like we know what's going on, like take him down, and it's going to go smoothly and perfect, and then we're going to have a party at the end. Oh, we have to invite certain YouTubers over to dance and do all kind of stuff for us. Oh man, I can't wait.
Listen, say happy birthday to Isabel.
I will.
Happy 18th birthday, Isabel. And
we should sing. We should sing. It's been a minute since we sang.
Hold on. We're going to got to do it properly. You know what I mean, like?
I know what you mean, girl. I try to be proper. Shit. As proper as the next one.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy
birthday to you.
Happy
birthday, dear Isabel.
Isabel.
Happy birthday to you. Hip hip.
Hooray! Hooray! Hooray!
Hip hip. Hooray! You've got to do 3 hip hip hoorays.
But we just did 4.
Happy birthday, Isabel. Have a great day, Gail. Have a great day.
Not that she listens to this trash, you guys. I couldn't pay, nor would I want to. I don't even want my kids listening to this. I'm like, oh, it's straight up trash. Please just don't go there. Just don't go to that channel. That's straight up trash, especially when it's leaning after dark. Nobody needs to hear that stuff. I'm scared of it myself. Let's do roll call, Mags.
Go on, Lee.
Let me scroll all the way back to the top. Thank you guys so much for being here. Will you do me a favor and hit the thumbs up or the thumbs down. We appreciate just your interaction with the channel, and so does the algorithm. Lisa is in the house. Hello, Taco Tuesday, man. You guys, hopefully in just like less than
Hello, Lisa.
tacos. Good morning, MJD. Lulu Cooey. Hello, hello, hello. Lulu has already dropped the vertical live link. There are 2 streams going, as some of you may know. The one that we're all chatting on is the one that Lulu dropped at. So if you want to become one of just the chatters, want to tell us how you feel, want to cuss me out, whatever it is, come on over to this link that Lulu dropped at the very top of your screen. Where is everyone? Good question. Maybe they just like gave deuces to the to this whole court case. I doubt it though. We are slowly powering in. Let's see who else is here. Charlotte Tweedy's here. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, Charlotte.
Melly Joe. Melly Joe.
I hope Gemma's here. She's got to count these breaks.
TLC is Mia's here. Britty's here.
TLC.
The one and only Ma Barb is here, y'all. Listen.
Miss Barbara.
Let's go. I mean, the matriarch is here. I feel like we should have some kind of like red carpet music for when Ma Barb ends up staying awake.
When she comes in, you could play. Let's see what you could play when Barbara comes in. You could play this.
That's good.
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah. And I also do that to make people. We just need some kind of royal music, like Here Comes the Queen.
Well, you know how to download that, don't you? I haven't got a clue.
I will look that up because I think she should have her own red carpet music. When y'all call her Miss Barbara, I call her Ma Barb.
The Gracious Queen if you want.
Oh, can you sing it?
I'll just sing a bit, yeah.
Okay.
God save our gracious Queen, long live our only King. God save our Queen. I was just going to say the King then, forgot. There you go.
Yeah, we love her. We love her.
And we'll have a round of applause as well.
Listen, she is our queen here. She's our mama. She takes care of us girls like we are her very own, and we are her own. We are. She was a gift to us, and everyone that really has taken the time to know her. I should say it that way. All right, back to this. Let's see. Charlotte Tweedy, Lisa's here. Melly Joe. Lori Jackson, which one should we be in? This one or the vertical? Somebody please let Lisa Jackson know which one she should be in, because Maggie and I see it all way differently than you guys do. Lou, again, put in the link to the vertical live. So you guys head on to that one if you're going to be a part of the chat, which we hope you are. Good morning to everybody. Good to see everybody. Miss Dolores is here. So good to see you, love bug.
Hi, Dolores.
Tashi, my favorite trash.
Hello, Trashy.
I mean, favorite trash of the Australian shores, you guys. There is our Tosh. Yep, she's here. She's here. Did I get everybody? If I didn't, raise your hand.
We've got our Gemma. She's in the bushes. She said.
Is our Gemma here?
Yeah, we've got Annie and Evie. She's here as well. So they're all down. If you scroll down.
Oh, I'm still scrolling. Thank you guys. You know how wonderful it is to see this much chat already going, and court hasn't even stopped. It does mine and Maggie's hearts so good. It really does help us keep going. Yeah. I don't know if our sweet Alex over from Ireland is still in here. Alex Cleary, you guys.
Hi, Alex.
He was here. I hope he sticks around a little bit or jumps in and out and says hello to us every now and then. I miss Alex. He likes to get under my skin, and I miss all that. Did I get Charlotte Tweedy? I did. Sometimes you go down these lists.
You've got Charlie. We've got
Dawn is here. Dawn's here. Yes. It's been a minute, Dawn. I hope you're well. Hope your family's well.
Evie,
Hope your boy's well. Evie's here. Katrina's here.
Evie,
Oh,
yeah,
holy
Annie,
Hannah. Are we worth all this?
Laurie, she's here. Laurie, I don't even know. Celia, she's here. We've got a full house.
You
So
guys,
listen, what time do you think this is going to start? I'm going to go for 9:30 your time. We've got Kate Frick in the house. Hello, darling.
hello. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. It's so nice to have friends here. I'm going to tell you because I recognize every one of these names.
Me
And they've
too.
been here from the beginning or pretty much from the beginning of this trial. And we just vibed. Annie, good to see you, love. We vibed. We found our as
Found
Mary
each
Jane
other.
Doe says it, our tribe. Yvette's here. It's good to see you. Thank you. Alex is here. Yay! Kate Frick, good to see you, love bug.
Alex,
I'm
we
so
got a
happy
man
y'all
in
are
the
here.
house.
It does mean a lot. Listen, Possum will be in a minute. Possum and Alex, when I was doing some late
Normally
nights,
side by side, yeah.
normally side by side, and just driving me absolutely insane. And I was loving every second of it. I still love every second of it. My first time, Celia says, was yesterday, but I had to come back today. Girlfriend, you're in the right place, sister. You are right where you need to belong. You put your feet up, get you some coffee, and tell us how you feel about it. Tell us everything that you feel about it. Maggie, I'm going to say, you asked the question, what time do we all think court is going to
Yeah.
start? I'm really going to say like 9:52.
Oh,
9:52. Mm-hmm.
oh
Yeah.
God. We've got a while then. We've got just under 10 minutes for 9:30 issues now. Or 2:30, whatever, my time. Don't even say that, Lee. I mean, what is the hold up? They're going to come on. This is what they do every time. They're going to come on. You'll see movement on the screen. It'll go to the judge. And the next thing it'll go
Mm-hmm.
back to that on the wall. Oh, I can't stand it.
Well, I'm hoping I'm wrong. I don't mind being wrong. In fact, a lot of
Me
things that
too.
I say, I really do hope I'm wrong. I'm
Oh,
becoming
Lottie's with you.
I'm
Lottie's with you.
becoming more cynical, y'all. I'm becoming cynical. See, Gemma's already taken down, all of our time. So put your time in the chat that you think this is going to start. Gemma is our secretary here, you guys. She's got numbers like you
Come
wouldn't
on.
believe.
Throw your times
Join
in the
me,
chat. What time you think this is gonna start? Come on.
Alex
I'm
says, I'm
surrounded by females. I'm happy and scared. So you should be, Alex. So you should be.
yeah, foot rug.
Menopause. We're all in menopause.
All and we're either post, prior, post. What's the one before? I think I missed that
Someone's
one.
saying, Luke's saying
Pre.
April's in. Now I can't see April.
I can't see April either.
I
Miss
had April,
Dolores
can't see you though.
Miss Dolores is saying 9:45. Hey,
Oh,
there's
silly.
April. There's April. I see
I
her
had
now.
April.
Kay Frick says 10 o'clock on the dot. April
Oh
says
no.
9:47. Yes,
Oh.
that's it, Celia. Thank you, Perry. I think I missed Perry altogether. I think I've been in menopause since the day my last child was born. Seriously. No, not for real. But probably, yeah. Oh, it was terrible. Lori Jackson says after 10. Oh, Lori, you got to narrow that down, honey, because listen, closest person wins. You're not getting shit for winning, to tell you the truth, because we're broke as a joke on Diet Coke. I'm not lying to you around
We'll
here.
sing happy birthday to
We'll
her.
sing. We'll
We'll
sing.
just
You get
pretend
a
it's your
song.
birthday. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what'll happen.
Or a song of your choice. Here we go.
Oh,
I was near it. It
what?
was.
Hold on, it
I
hasn't
told you.
started yet.
Look,
They were
it hasn't
just
started yet. But I
saying,
told you, didn't I? They'll give you the. I know that person is just going to give it a little tap and everyone will be going, oh, because I
yeah,
was
we
if it
got
was me.
excited.
Yeah.
MC says, what's the bow thing? Oh, MC.
I
First of
had
all,
MC to
welcome.
coming back. I was calling him Mac yesterday. Mac, are you a girl or a boy? A man or a woman?
Miss Charlotte says 9:35. They're still on sidebar.
Oh, God. How many sidebars are we going to have today, guys? 5. I'll say 5.
Okay, how many sidebars?
How many do you think? Come on.
I'm going God's perfect number 7.
It
What time is it? 9:26. Who was the closest?
was me.
This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone.
I
Good
want
morning,
her
counsel.
job.
Good morning,
How
Ms.
does
Clancy.
she remember all that?
All right. Well, I guess
Thank
we
you,
always seem to
Gemma.
start every morning. If I could see everybody over at the side.
Oh, Gemma, hush.
Please.
All right, of course, just like Maggie
There
called it,
we
and
go.
Minnie in the chat said, "Why are we worried? They're going to sidebar immediately."
Yeah,
They may not have said it in those words, but they said it. There it is. Yep.
There it is. I told you, I've had this for 3 weeks. I can't cope with it. It's in my brain day and night. Honestly, I don't know what I'm going to do without this symbol in my life after today if it finishes.
It's gonna haunt our dreams. In fact, I think I'm gonna make some kind of Halloween thing out of it because it has just reminded me of some very bad things on here. MC, the bow thing, you will catch on really, really quick. It's probably, listen, I pick something out of every live to make fun of. And the bow just seems to have, it wasn't just me. I'm not taking the blame for that. We're blaming the eclipse about the bow.
Matt,
Because
do you know the story of the case? If you don't, let me know because I'll put it on the screen real quick while we're in sidebar.
why don't we go ahead and do that real quick for those that are up in the bushes too? That would be great. So just in case you guys don't know what we're talking about, what we've been dealing with, Maggie's going to put that on screen. Take a really quick view of it or a screenshot of it, because as soon as this camera starts moving again, we will shut the hell up, and we will. Let me take off that banner real quick so you can read the whole thing. There you go. Take a screenshot of it, or just take a quick glance at it. That's what we're going through. The bow has become the target of all of our frustration. We have seen the bow every day, all day for 3 weeks now.
Every channel.
Sometimes it's a different color. Mostly it's black. I'm calling a blue bow today. I'm feeling blue, like a navy. That's what I'm feeling today.
Beige.
You're saying beige? Okay.
Cream, like a creamy color.
We're just all sitting around. What would possess a woman of her age to be wearing a tiny little bow like that with her hair like that? I mean,
why didn't she just put a pin on it on a collar or something?
Yeah. I think that would look better if she was wearing just a brooch or something, if she wanted to honor. Some people say she wears it to honor one of the victims, Cora, who loved to wear bows in her hair. Well, she was only 5.
Well, why hasn't she got the other children now? If it is for that.
Yeah, if it is an honor thing, yeah. Why isn't she wearing a Tonka truck in her head? I mean, not in her head, but like.
Or Paw Patrol hat, something.
Paw Patrol. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Have a little badge, a little thing.
Yeah, exactly.
And just pins it on it. Can't do one without the others. So I'm not thinking it is, or is it? I don't know.
Some people, the Wicked Witch of the Midwest is here, y'all. It's been a minute. Good to see you.
I ain't it.
The prosecution takes turns with the bow. Usually it is the main prosecutor who's wearing the bows. I think we've seen 2 times where she's loaned it out. It's a whole distraction. And
there we go.
Oh, she's not wearing a bow. That's her.
Cyber one.
There's the bow. It is a black bow. It's a black bow today again, y'all. It's a black bow. Now, we know they look like twins. We get it. But the bow tells them apart. What YouTubers do y'all see? What YouTubers? They are there, you guys. I still haven't seen Mr. Pretty Eyes. He probably gets to sit somewhere special, though, because he's the most recognizable. That's our Brian Inton. He's there for us, y'all. Shauna's in the house. Hello. It's persecution to the jury by wearing a bow in her hair. No one can prove that it's actually for Cora, but a pin would be reprimanded. Okay.
Hey, you never used to show the gallery like that.
Ron, I give your attendance and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
I love that. I wish all states did it.
Before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. All right. It's nice to see everyone. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you the questions again, make sure everybody's able to follow those instructions, then go a little bit in regards to what our schedule is today, and then we'll talk maybe about kind of where we go after today. All right, so first off, let me get to those questions. Has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case which would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? All right. Next question, is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. Now, what we're going to do today is we're going to return to the witness who was on the stand. Commonwealth is still conducting direct examination. After that, the defense will be given the opportunity to do their cross-examination. And I believe after that, the Commonwealth has one last witness. Okay? And so that's the anticipated lineup that we have today. And going beyond that, I'm not going to speculate too much because I've been wrong just about every time I gave you an estimate of the symbol of the schedule. But just so you understand, it's anticipated that these would be the last two witnesses. All right, and then I'll talk to the lawyers. We'll kind of see where we go from there, and then I will today, before you leave, I'll explain exactly what the next step is going to be. Okay, and so with that. We'll return. If we have the witness back on the stand and the Commonwealth.
Good morning. Do solemnly swear that the testimony you give in the hearing and not having between the Commonwealth and the shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Thank you, sir. You may be seated.
Step, please.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Hi, Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you need a moment?
I do.
So, Doctor, could you tell us what is peritraumatic? Sorry, let me start over. Can you tell us what peritraumatic disassociation is and whether it factored into your evaluation in this case?
Yes, that's the kind of thing that you experience when you're going through a very frightening or traumatic set of situation or circumstances or whatever. And it's the sort of thing that you can experience in the sense that you kind of feel that things are unreal or that it's not you. It's like you're watching yourself go through actions and so on. And it's the sort of thing that if you talk about it, it sounds like it could be psychotic, but it's actually more likely to be a recognized aspect of going through a traumatic situation or set of circumstances that many people going through something like that would experience.
And when you say going through something like that, are you talking about when the defendant was strangling her children?
That would be one example because that was very traumatic for her.
And did did the defendant show signs of peritraumatic disassociation in the records or in your conversation with her?
She did. She talked about feeling like it wasn't her, like she was watching herself, like she was going through what she called no thinking, no decision making, only responding to the voice and taking action.
And when she said that there was no decision making involved, did you see anything about in the records or in her detailing of what happened that was inconsistent with that claim, that there was no decision making?
Yeah, this is difficult but important to say, that there are just many ongoing decisions that have to be made to accomplish a killing like this in 18 to 20 minutes. For example, why the basement? Who among the children goes first? What do you say to the kids to keep them from panicking? There are other examples, but
Yeah, hold on.
And so what types of decisions, without getting to what she might have said or thought, what are some types of decisions that had to be made to effectuate the strangulation of the children?
Well, I tried to give some examples a minute ago, and I don't want to go too...
All right, hold on. Just answer the question, all right? Don't comment on the rulings of the court. Just answer the question, please. Okay?
If I could rephrase.
Yeah.
Doctor, the choice of where to strangle the children, does that have to be a choice of where that happens?
Yes.
The decision of how to strangle them, is that a decision that needs to be made?
Yes.
What to use to strangle the children, is that a decision that has to be made?
Sorry, I have to object.
No, overruled. I'll allow that.
What to use to strangle the children, is that a decision that has to be made?
Yes, it is.
The order in which to strangle the children, is that a decision that has to be made?
That's another example of the decision, yes. Decisions.
And the way in which to kill herself, were those decisions that had to be made?
Yes, they were.
Now, you said that this peritraumatic disassociation seems like it would be a sign of psychosis, but isn't. Why isn't it?
It's actually something that is much more commonly experienced in that kind of set of circumstances than psychotic symptoms.
And yesterday, when you went through the two options that you considered, that this was psychosis with command hallucinations or suicide with altruistic filicide, is your testimony that it's either or it's one or the other?
It's my testimony that those were the two possibilities that seemed to have some evidence. But at the end of talking to her, testing, reviewing all the information, doing the collateral interviews, everything I did as a part of this evaluation, the evidence much more strongly, in my opinion, supported the second explanation, which was the serious suicide attempt accompanied by killing the children out of love.
Now, you interviewed the defendant on 2 days, the first day and the third day, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And were there any differences in her demeanor or her way of answering questions between the first day and the third day?
Yes, I interviewed her and worked with her on testing for 3 days. And during the first and the second day, she was quite attuned to the question. Her recollection was good, even considering that we were more than 3 years away from some of the events in question. She had, I thought, a very good memory for dates and medications and dosages and times and other relevant details. And she continued to be attentive and responsive, good attention concentration, that sort of thing on the second day. On the third day, when we were talking about mental state at the time of the offense and the circumstances of what was going on with the alleged offense, she appeared to me much more cautious and guarded.
And can you give us some examples of that?
She more frequently said, I don't remember, I don't recall, that sort of thing during the third day than the second or the first. For one example, I asked her about wearing a smartwatch, which she had, carried a phone, carried a smartwatch as well. And one of the things I asked her is what wrist she wore it on. This was on the third day, and she said, I don't remember.
And did you also ask her about her statement at Brigham and Women's when she woke up and said she was horrified?
I did. Now, that statement was not a statement so much as it was a written. She woke up in having regained consciousness that evening. She was intubated, so she couldn't speak. But they asked her questions, and she wrote down the answer, and they asked her, how are you feeling or what's your mood? And what she said was, what she wrote was horrified.
And when you asked her about that on that third day of interviewing, what was her response?
She said, I don't remember writing that, and I don't remember why I would have been horrified.
And did you also ask her about the statement she made at Brigham and Women's, either verbally or on the writing it down, about how she said that one of the reasons she killed the children was because she thought they would suffer?
Where are you? Are you in my report there?
Referring to the records at Brigham and Women's where she told.
She's going to lead with the records.
No, she can refer to where she's looking to direct his attention if you reviewed those.
You reviewed the Brigham and Women's records, correct?
I did, yes.
And the portion where it says that she told a treatment provider that she had to kill the kids to kill herself because the kids would suffer. Do you recall that statement?
Yes, I do recall that statement.
And when you asked her about it on the third day of interviewing her, did she recall that statement?
Yes, that statement in Brigham and Women's to the attending psychiatrist was made in the context of her thinking about what happened. Well, let me see if I can find it here. Yeah, she was asked about what the voice had said on that afternoon, and her response was, it had said, you have to kill yourself so you can kill the kids. It also said the kids will suffer without you. And when I asked her about that, whether the voice had said that, she said, no, the voice only said, this is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself.
So I'm going to move to strike. It's not this point.
No, overruled. A lot.
So the two differences where at Brigham, she's saying, the voice said, you have to kill yourself so you can kill the children, and that the children would suffer without her, versus after that when she says the voice only said, you have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself. Is the fact that she's giving two different statements significant in your evaluation?
As I talked about in my testimony yesterday, when there is inconsistency, that's something that alerts me to the possibility of inaccuracy. And two statements that are mutually exclusive or inconsistent suggest to me that there is a problem. One of them, at least, is not accurate.
And doctor, did you find any significance in your evaluation to the fact that she was able to complete a phone call with her husband during this time frame of killing the children and herself?
Yes, that was very unusual in my experience, to have a crucial time interrupted by something like a phone call, because one of the considerations there is that you then not only can document the time that it happened, and that helps be more precise about the time. But you also have whoever is on the other end of the phone, and this was her husband. When when he called her at 5:33, she didn't pick up, but she called back immediately at 5:34. And when I talked to him during the collateral interview, one of the things he said is that she sounded on the short call distracted, and like she was in the middle of something, but it wasn't anything that struck him as that unusual. He said when she's home with 3 kids, she's always in the middle of something. So that was one of the reasons that it was important. And then another reason, as I mentioned a minute ago, is it helps to establish a time frame. We know when her husband left the house, which was 5:15. We know when he came home, which was around 6 o'clock. And this is not quite in the middle of it, but close to that. And so it was unusual and valuable and important in trying to establish those kinds of things.
And when reviewing the records and talking to the defendant, did you notice any statements or behaviors that seemed to focus in on herself? Such as, for example, being future oriented.
Well, one of the things I noticed from the records at Brigham and Women's is that several days after she came in, there were comments from staff and in the notes about how she was a little bit more future oriented and thinking about what it would be like in the future, her life, and that sort of thing. So that's one of the considerations that was in response to kind of thinking about herself and being oriented toward herself.
And is there any significance to that state of mind or those thoughts in your evaluation of her?
Well, I don't think that she was in any way over this or thinking only about herself. It's something that I noticed when I evaluated her in April, is that she is still grieving. She's still in mourning for those kids. And she used language like, I have lost everything and I don't want to be here. So I would not think of Lindsay Clancy as someone who is really self-centered or oriented only to herself. She is grieving her children.
And you mentioned yesterday the emphasis she had on control of thought and control of her life. How did that come into play in your evaluation in terms of what was done here?
One of the considerations is why she got to the point where she decided to take her own life. And she's an individual who, for most of her life, has been disciplined and liked to control things, liked to work hard, liked to accomplish things. And one of the things that was striking about what happened with her between October and January is that she seemed to be doing her best, talking to the doctors, talking to the therapists, working on trying to get things accomplished in terms of lessening the anxiety and getting the right medications. And it wasn't working, and she couldn't help make it work. She could not control that through hard work and discipline and so on. And that had to be very frustrating, and I think got her to the point where it was very difficult for her to actually think about not being hopeless and going on with her life and so on.
Now, doctor, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether or not the defendant was suffering from a mental disease or defect at the time she killed her children?
I did, yes.
And what is that opinion?
That opinion is yes, she was. She was experiencing bipolar 2 disorder, depressive symptoms, and there were other things that were exacerbating that, making it worse. One is the sleep problems and probably the continued adverse reactions to medication and so on. But yes, in my opinion, she did have a mental disease or defect on January 24th.
And doctor, to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty, did you form an opinion as to whether or not the defendant appreciated the criminality or wrongfulness of her conduct when she killed her children?
I did, yes. And I'm at the end of my report, I was very careful about how I phrased this. And so,
Sustained. If you could just answer the question regarding your opinion.
So yes, you formed an opinion?
I did, yes.
And what is that opinion?
That opinion is that she retained an awareness of the illegality of killing others, including killing her children. Her moral awareness of the wrongfulness of this killing was influenced by her strong desire to die and, if she were dead, not to leave her children behind. Some of this perception was realistic. For example, my children will suffer without me because they would have suffered, I think. And some of it was distorted. For example, nobody else can care for my children. But her awareness of the illegality and moral wrongfulness of such killing is best appraised by understanding these acts as a serious suicide attempt combined with altruistic filicide, killing her children out of love, rather than as a response to command hallucinations.
And did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether Ms. Clancy was able to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law when she killed her children?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
That her capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law is, again, best understood by considering the seriousness of her suicide attempt and her strong desire not to leave her children. She demonstrated such self-control throughout the day on January 24th, and her actions between 5:15 and 6 p.m. that afternoon were influenced by her depression and her hopelessness about her life and the desire to end the pain she had experienced since October. Although this depression and hopelessness influenced her decisions, she retained control over whether, when, and how she carried it out, and the inclusion of her children.
And doctor, did you form an opinion to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty as to whether or not the defendant was criminally responsible when she killed her children?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
My opinion, my clinical opinion, since I'm not the decision maker here, but my clinical opinion is that she was criminally responsible on January 24th.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd move to submit the PowerPoint for identification.
I'm sorry?
I move to submit the PowerPoint
for identification. Okay, thank you. That may be done. Attorney Reddington?
Thank you. Sorry. Doctor, I'd just like to ask you about one of the things you just said to this jury that apparently stood out in your mind, and that would be the dichotomy or the difference between two statements that Lindsay made, one being, I believe, in the hospital, and you felt that there was a subsequent statement that was made by her that contradicted that or was different from that, and that would be after 3 days of you and Mac testing her. Is that right? Can you just say, is it right or wrong?
Mr. Reddington, it's not quite right.
Okay, why don't we do it this way? You
Yeah.
just told this jury that Lindsay made a statement to you at the conclusion of the 3 days that you and Mac were questioning her and testing her and interviewing her. Is that fair? Yes or no?
What I would say is
Yes or no?
no.
Did you tell this jury, in addition, that Lindsay made a different statement when she was in the hospital? Yes or no?
What I said to the jury
I'm
is,
asking you, sir, did you make that statement to this jury?
what I intended to say.
No, not what you intended. Can you answer my question? Yes or no?
No.
Now, is Dr. Helbrin aware of the concept of post-intensive care syndrome?
Post-intensive care syndrome.
Yeah, PICS. It's called PICS.
No, I have not heard of post-intensive care syndrome.
Is Dr. Helbrin aware of when a person is coming out of major surgery and has been subject to anesthesia, that it is known that they have delusions, hallucinations, make statements that don't make sense? Are you aware of that, sir?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And is that from your personal experience, professional experience? Because you didn't know what PICS was when I asked you, right?
Yes, it's not from my personal experience or my professional experience.
You received a notification to evaluate Lindsay Clancy on this criminal case from the district attorney's office, right?
Yes.
And do you recall when you received that notification?
It would have been sometime before January of 2025, because that's when I started reviewing the documents that they provided.
Okay, so January of 25, January of 26, and then in the spring of 26, you go to the Tewksbury Hospital with Mac and you interview Lindsay, right?
Correct.
So how many months is it from the time that you were appointed or requested or asked to help the DA's office to the time you saw Lindsay? How much time passed?
Probably about 18 months.
About a year and a half. And how much time passed from that point going backwards to January of 23?
I'm not sure what the question is.
Okay, January of 23, you add a year, that's January of 24, right?
Yeah.
It's 1 year.
Yeah.
January 24, you add a year up to January 25, that's 2 years, right?
Yes.
January 25 up to when you and Mac finally go out to Tewksbury to interview this young lady is how many months?
Well, it would be about 3 years.
Okay. And are you telling this jury that it's good, using the term loosely, medical practice to interview a young lady like this 3 years after the event for purposes of helping the DA, in your opinion?
Do you mean in the context of a forensic mental health assessment, sir?
That's the only reason you're here, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So can you answer my question?
The answer to your question is the sooner that I'm able to evaluate somebody after their involvement in the alleged offense, the more closely I can come to using that current state information as something that is relevant to their mental state at the time of the offense.
Okay. So in other words, yes, it is better to see them sooner rather than later, to coin a phrase, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And have in mind January of 25 that you were retained. And again, normally this isn't an issue, who cares, but how much money did you make on this case, since they want to ask my doctor? How much money did you make on this case?
That depends when I'm finished, but I mentioned earlier that I had spent 180 hours before coming to
How
Plymouth.
much money did you make on the case, Dr. Simple?
Well, it's not that simple, but I'm being paid at $300 an hour.
Okay, so how much money did you make on the case?
Well, $300 an hour times 180.
What's your last billing?
I've been billing monthly, sir.
Okay, you must know what the total billing is up to this point, don't you?
I actually have not added it up.
How about you just give us your best estimate, doctor?
Well, let's see. Probably up to this point, it's been about $54,000.
$54,000. And it will be more, right? When we get finished with you today, right? It'll be more.
Yes.
Okay. So you received from me by certified mail video interview of Lindsay by my guy, Dr. Resnick, right?
Correct.
You received the notes from Dr. Margaret Spinelli, right?
Yes.
You received the notes from my Dr. Paul Zeisel, right?
Yes.
You received the report that was prepared and submitted by Dr. Philip Resnick, right?
Yes.
You received the report prepared and submitted by Dr. Margaret Spinelli, right?
Yes.
And you received the report prepared by Dr. Zeisel, right?
Yes.
And then I said, if you have any questions, give me a call, drop me a line, whatever, but we never talked until today, right?
That's correct.
All right. Now, you have a curriculum vitae that talks about that you are a clinical psychologist, correct, as you've told us yesterday, right?
Yes.
Have you ever treated a woman in postpartum psychosis?
When I was a staff psychologist at the forensic service at Florida State Hospital.
When was that, please?
That was back in 1982.
82?
Yes. I had a therapy group which was comprised of women who had killed their children. They were severely mentally ill, and at that time, it was important to recognize the severity of their mental illness. And so I worked with them in a group at that time.
Okay. And this is 44 years ago?
Yes.
All right. And where was it?
It was at the Florida State Hospital in Chattahoochee, forensic unit, forensic service.
How many of these people did you have a chance to interview in group or whatever you did?
There were 4 or 5 in the group.
4 or 5, okay. Well, you are also a forensic psychology expert working for Park Dietz and Associates, right?
I have an affiliation with Park Dietz and Associates, yes.
Yes, but that's basically, that's the letterhead that you have on all your stuff, right? Park Dietz and Associates, Inc. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You know Mac, do you?
Do I know
Yeah.
Dr. Mack?
Yeah, Dr. Mack, yeah, the guy that was here testifying for the last 2 days, Friday and Monday. You know
Yes,
him?
I do know him,
All right.
yes.
And he works with Park Dietz as well, right?
I think he has the same kind of affiliation I do, which is we both have jobs and do things elsewhere, but we occasionally do cases in affiliation with Park Dietz and Associates.
Right. And continuing on, and if you have it, you can certainly take a look at it. Make sure I don't misrepresent anything on your V-Day, as you refer to it. You also were involved with Giant Food Corporation. You do fitness for duty assessments. What is that?
What are fitness for duty assessments?
Yeah, Giant Food Corp. What's Giant Food Corporation?
Oh, that's something that I did many years ago. Basically, a company or an organization might refer someone who is having difficulty at work, having symptoms, making threats, that sort of thing, and they would ask for an evaluation from a psychiatrist or a psychologist. And I did that for a while for Giant Food Corporations.
And you also did it for U.S. Airways, apparently, evaluations and consultation, right?
Yes.
You also did it for the Texas Education Commission. You put in your resume the forensic clinical site visitor, Sam Houston State Hospital or University, right?
Yes.
You were a grant reviewer for the Office of Victims of Crime for the United States Department of Justice. That's the feds. That's the U.S. Attorney's Office, right?
Yes.
Okay. You also worked and you did violence risk assessment consultant as a consultant to the New Jersey Department of Mental Health Services, right?
Yes.
You also consulted as a research consultant with the community education centers in New Jersey, right?
Yes.
Research Advisory Board, the Center for the Analysis of, actually the FBI. You work for the FBI?
I consulted with the FBI, yes.
And in consulting with the FBI, you also consult with the Bureau of Prisons, right? BOP?
Yes.
When you're consulting for, well, okay, look, site visit of juvenile justice and psychology, you were involved with that, right?
Yes.
Consultant forensic psychology service for the Walter Reed Medical Center, correct?
Yes.
When you work on the consulting with the Bureau of Prisons, basically what you're doing is you're evaluating, as you told us a couple of times, people that are wrongfully convicted and they're in jail for decades. And you would evaluate them for the Bureau of Prisons to see if they're okay to release to society, right?
That does not sound like a typical question that I would evaluate for the Bureau of Prisons.
All right. Well, what would you evaluate for the Bureau of Prisons? That's,
well, for example,
wait, hold on. Just so we know, Bureau of Prisons is federal as opposed to the Department of Correction, which is state, right?
Yes, that's right.
So go ahead. Tell me what you do for the Bureau of Prisons.
Well, one of the things that I might do is conduct a meeting or a workshop on a topic such as violence risk assessment or something like that. So I have done that, deliver a workshop or provide an organizational meeting, provide information and so on a number of occasions.
And do you evaluate people to see if they're able to be reintegrated into society?
I do that as well, yes.
Okay. You also are involved with sexual violence risk. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
You also are involved with specialized police response and collaboration with behavioral health systems in Pennsylvania, right?
Correct.
Sexual violence risk, again, for purposes of the Department of Correction. You focused on that, right?
Yes.
Principles of forensic assessments that you would be assessing juveniles for purposes of juvenile assessment and risk assessment, right?
Yes.
You also are involved with violence risk and sexual violence risk, correct?
Yes, correct.
Juvenile assessments, risk assessments, and principles of forensic assessment for the American Academy of Forensic Psychology. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And also a focus on juvenile assessment and risk assessment of juveniles, right?
Yes, correct.
Violence towards others, psychiatrically hospitalized populations. That would be what? Patient-on-patient assaults or something like that when somebody's in a mental institution?
Patients against patients, against staff, that sort of thing.
They can be pretty violent places, can't they?
They can be sometimes, yes.
Sexual violence risk, you involved with New Orleans, Louisiana, sexual violence risk assessment, right?
Correct.
Obtaining and using mental health experts in criminal litigation for the Administrative Office of the United States Courts, right?
Yes.
What does that mean? What did you do with that when you were dealing with obtaining and using mental health experts in criminal litigation?
Well, I have had the occasion to provide workshops to prosecutors, to defense attorneys, to judges, and so on. And depending on some of the questions that arise, such as what's the most effective way to obtain and present a forensic psychologist or forensic psychiatrist expert, I might do a half day or a full day workshop on that.
Okay, so my question, sir, I know you get in there, but where did you lecture or give a lecture to criminal defense attorneys?
I've given a number of those lectures over the years. I can't recall them all offhand.
Okay. But my question, sir, was that you were working on behalf of the Administrative Office of the United States Courts, federal courts, right?
Yes,
I asked
that's
you that
right.
question? Okay.
Yeah.
You also worked for the Forensic Mental Health Assessment for the Ohio Forensic Psychiatric Center of
Yes, that's
inmates, right?
Yes.
You also participate and have written about To Kill or Not Kill, That Is the Question, for Drexel University, where you were a professor, correct?
Yes.
All right. Assessing risk of violence towards others in psychiatrically hospitalized populations. You focused on that, right?
Yes,
You
that's
had
right.
a chance, sir, to give a total of 131 lectures or workshops presented in the area of violence, risk assessment, sexual offenses, and forensic mental health and ethics, right?
Yes,
Is that
that's
right?
Yes.
Aggression, forensic psychological assessment, risk assessment, treatment of mentally disordered offenders and juveniles. That's another focus, correct?
Yes, it is.
You've had a number of publications that you put on your CV. Basically, you're talking about justice-involved youths, correct?
Yes, that's one of the things I talk about.
Appraising Jackson-based unrestorability to competence to stand trial deals with the standard of competence to stand trial, correct?
Yes, it is.
Public perception on policies to address prenatal substance use recommendations regarding maternal criminal prosecutions. Wait, what is that? Prosecute a woman that's pregnant who's involved with drug use?
Yeah, that sounds like something that would have been a dissertation where I served on the committee and was a co-author of some kind, but the individual who
Okay.
wrote the dissertation would have been the first author there.
All right. And life sentence for juveniles, sequential model for juvenile justice, justice involving men, forced medication, and competency to stand trial. These are interests or focuses of yours, sir?
Yes.
Urine drug screens as a baseline for predictors of graduation from drug court.
Yes.
What does that mean? That you were involved with drug court?
Yes, I've been involved in writing about and consulting to drug courts over the years, yes.
And disputed paraphilia diagnoses and legal decision making is one of your other focuses, right?
That was one of my graduate students, and I was a supervising and second author.
Paraphilias would be in the, that's basically if you have some kind of weird sexual things that you do, right?
Something like that, yes.
Yeah. Continuing on, a lot of juvenile focus on your resume, correct, sir?
Yes, there's a fair amount of juvenile work that I've done over the years.
Involuntary medication, trial competence, clinical dilemmas, substance abusing adjudicated adolescence. And your resume basically is a number of pages, correct? Would you agree with me? It's almost 70 pages, right?
Yes, I would agree with you.
Okay. Flipping through and jumping ahead, sir, you wrote book chapters, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You dealt with forensic mental health assessments, principles, and standards of care, right?
That's right.
Violence risk assessment, right?
Correct.
Juvenile violence risk assessment, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Managing hindsight bias and unstructured judgments, implications for legal decision making is an article that you have, chapter or whatever that you wrote, right?
Yes, it is.
Again, juvenile delinquency, juvenile delinquency, juvenile delinquency, juvenile delinquency. A lot of focus on juveniles, right?
Yes, there's a fair amount of
then you
focus
have
on juveniles over the years, yes.
A number of reviews that you have published, presentations that you've presented, a lot of them dealing again with juveniles and dealing with assessments of prisoners to have them released into society, things of that nature, right? Yes. Life sentence juveniles, for example, is one of the things you focus on, right?
Yes, again, okay. There's been a fair amount of juvenile work and
handling difficult cross-examination, integrating perspectives, combining substance with style and learning. What does that mean? Handling difficult cross-examination.
Well, one of the things that people as forensic psychologists need to do is convey what they have done in a way that is effective. And so there are things that you...
To a jury?
To a jury, to a judge, to an attorney, various kinds of...
Well, when you're dealing with an attorney, sir, you're presenting information to the attorney. You're not dealing with difficult cross-examination, are you?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Sure. You wrote about handling difficult cross-examination, integrating perspectives, combining substance with style.
Yes.
And what is 25 words or less? What is that basically telling people? How to withstand cross-examination?
It's how most effectively to convey the results of the evaluation that you have done.
And then again, just hundreds of articles on topics that the jurors can look at because your resume is in evidence. Finishing it off on that end, sexual abuse behavior, juvenile forensic mental health, violence risk assessment of juveniles, behavioral measure of sexual offense behavior, influencing third-party informant observations dealing with juveniles. Should the courts coerce offenders into substance abuse treatment? Is there one article, one, that you wrote about a woman who is pregnant, who is undergoing postpartum depression, and God forbid, psychosis?
No.
But you did write an article 49 years ago. You published an article on psychosis in 1977 with your dad. Well, you were in college, apparently, right? Right?
Yeah, I was his research assistant at that time when I was in college, yes.
Okay. And this is before you entered graduate school, and you used the diagnostic framework that no longer exists, didn't you, back then?
It was a long time ago.
Right. And actually, it was 3 years before the DSM was even written. DSM-1, back in the Stone Age.
It was a while ago.
That's the only article you ever wrote dealing with that issue. Is that correct, sir?
Dealing with what issue, sir?
Postpartum psychosis.
Ah. Yes.
Does I mean yes? Thank you. So, you make arrangements with the district attorney's office to get all this discovery that I sent you, that the DA sent you, police reports that you went through with the jury, and you read it, right?
Yes, that's right.
And you must have talked to the DAs before you saw Lindsay, right?
Yes.
Okay. How many times?
I don't remember how many times.
Well, you billed them for it, I'll bet, right?
Any time I spend on a case like this, I record and it gets billed.
Of course. So you do have records, but who cares at this point? I mean, you're here testifying based on your opinion at the request of the prosecutors, right?
I'm here based on, yes, at this point, I've completed the evaluation and don't remember things like how many times I talked to the DAs as part of it.
But basically, in your conversations with these two prosecutors, sir, did you talk to the state police at all, detectives?
I reviewed a massive amount of reports, some by the state police, some by other individuals. So I reviewed records for many, many hours.
And when you got involved with this case 3 years later, or 2.5 years later, you'd agree with me that it was quite publicized, right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
You've heard of confirmation bias, I'm sure, right?
I have indeed.
Yes. And however many times you talk to the DAs and review the information, would you agree with me, sir, that before you met with Lindsay in Tewksbury, you pretty much had an idea that this woman was a beast, killed her 3 kids, didn't you?
I would not agree with you at all.
So you had an open mind when you went in there to Tewksbury to see and speak to for 3 days, Lindsay Clancy?
I did my best to have an open mind, yes.
You told us yesterday you had some difficult decisions to make, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. So when did you first meet Avram?
When did I first meet him?
Yeah.
That probably would have been late 2025, early 2026.
Okay. Around the same time that you first got involved with the case?
No, it would have been considerably after I first got involved with the case.
Where did you meet him?
Where did I meet him?
That's what I said. Where did you meet him?
Virtually.
Oh, virtually.
Yes.
Okay. So it's like a Zoom thing or
Yeah.
FaceTime or something.
Exactly.
Did you ever meet him in person before you went to Tewksbury?
No, I didn't.
So did you guys have a plan to meet up somewhere before you went to evaluate Lindsay?
In the lobby of the hospital.
Okay. Did you stay somewhere the night before?
I did, yes.
Yeah, where'd you stay?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Were you with Mac that night?
No.
No? Did you stay in a private house?
No.
You stay in a hotel?
Yes, I did.
Wasn't a van down by the river, for sure, right?
I don't remember the name of the hotel, but it was a hotel in Tewksbury.
All right. So you're in a hotel, you meet with Avram Mack in the parking lot, and then you go into Tewksbury Hospital to meet with this young lady, right?
Correct.
And the two of you, day number one, you spend how many hours, the two of you, questioning her?
4.5.
And day number two, you don't bring Mac with you, you're by yourself, and you administer the psychological testing, correct?
Correct.
And how long was that, sir?
3 hours.
And day number three, how long did you speak to Lindsay in the hospital?
3 hours.
So what was your total period of time over a 3-day period that this young woman was dealing with you and Avram Mack?
10.5 hours.
So for 10.5 hours, this young lady is in a room, in a wheelchair, being questioned by you and Avram Mack while she's on medication, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And she was still answering your questions, trying to be cooperative and being affable and friendly, you put in your report, right?
Yes, that's right.
Did at any time she express to you that she was tired or wanted to take a break?
We offered her in the beginning.
My question, sir, was...
Objection, if you could answer.
No, he's not going to... He's going to
No,
use my...
hold on. Why don't you ask the specific question, Doctor, if you listen to that question, okay?
My question, sir, was at any time did you or Avram Mack offer to her to take a break?
Yes.
Did she accept that offer?
Once she did, and once she did not.
And basically indicated that she wanted to get through this interview and get it over with, right?
Yes.
You weren't her buddy going there to talk to her those 3 days, were you?
No.
She knew that you were there on behalf of the district attorney's office to testify against her in a trial and say to a jury that she knew and was able to conform to the law. She killed her 3 kids. Isn't that right?
No, that's not right.
So your diagnosis is depressive bipolar 2, right?
Bipolar 2 disorder. Right.
Okay. And that's a serious mental disease, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
You would agree with me, sir, that Lindsay is in your opinion, testified she's a very hardworking and highly self-disciplined individual, right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
You testified to that yesterday, right?
Yes, that's right.
Right, that's funny?
No, it's not funny. It's just that you asked me whether I agree with something that I testified to yesterday.
So what does that mean?
It means that I testified to it yesterday, and that means I do believe it. Yes.
Okay, so we established that. In your opinion, granted, through those 3 days that you had interactions with Lindsay, is it your opinion that she is a controlling individual, sir?
It depends what you mean by controlling.
Well, let me ask you, for example, would you agree that if a young mother prepares lists for a babysitter, for example, to chop up the carrots and dice them up small and how to prepare the spinach and how to prepare the chicken McNuggets and then leaves them in a note and puts them on the kitchen table. Is that controlling, in your opinion, of that individual?
That is something that is working hard and being disciplined and exerting a certain amount of control, yes.
That's not something that you would use against her in this opinion you have for this jury, is it?
What I do is do my best to describe what she does, what she thinks, what she feels at certain times, what symptoms she has, and so on. And if that's a part of that overall picture, then it's not that I'm using it in favor of her or against her. It's just part of the overall picture, which I'm trying to present.
I mean, it's not a bad thing to chop up the carrots and tell somebody this is how I like my child to be fed, right? There's nothing wrong with that, right?
Not that I know.
And you would agree, sir, that she was a good student. You told us about, she got all A's, she was hard driving and actually drove herself pretty good to try to succeed in college and in nursing school, right?
I would.
And did you interview any of her co-workers, or did you review any of her 5-star reviews from Mass General Hospital, flagship hospitals?
I reviewed every record that was provided to me.
And that would be by them, right?
It was records that were provided to me by individuals who were a part of the investigation, and a lot of that were interviews with people who had known her before or were currently friends with her, things like that.
Okay, so things like that. I'm asking you, sir, about with her 7-year career as a nurse, labor and delivery nurse at a very, very well-established hospital. Did you talk to any of the nurses that she worked with, or did you review any of the records of her work reviews? Anything like that?
No.
Would you agree with me, sir, that she also, by all accounts, is and was an incredible mother taking care of her kids?
I would describe her as a very good mother, yes.
And in fact, sir, in the past 6 weeks or 5 weeks, there hasn't been one person that's had one thing bad to say about her other than these two. Isn't that right?
Sustained.
Did anybody, to your knowledge, come into this court in front of this jury and say that Lindsay Clancy was a bad wife?
I don't know.
How about bad mother?
Again, I don't know.
So in your readings about her as a mother, you were able to see that she would sing to her daughter when she put her to bed. That's in the reports. You read the reports, right?
You might have to ask me that question.
You know Rascal Flatts?
I'm sorry?
Rascal Flatts. You ever heard of them?
No.
Okay. So if I suggest to you, sir, that Lindsay would sing to her daughter every night, is that important to you in your evaluation?
Yes.
You didn't know that, though, apparently, right?
I knew that she was very good with her kids, paid a lot of attention to them, spent a lot of time with them, and really enjoyed it.
Even right up to within hours of their killing, she was making snowmen with them, right?
Yes, she was playing with the 2 older children out in the backyard.
And then bringing her life experience, which you testified yesterday that she never had any abuse in her life, was raised by loving mother and father, good student, hard worker, great mother, good friend, wonderful wife. She then randomly decides to kill her children by strangling them. It's the facts we're dealing with. Yes, sir, right?
No, not right.
So one of the things you testified to yesterday is that, and you went like this and said that this is difficult, but then you were able to power through and tell the jury that Lindsay didn't like to leave her kids alone. She got anxious about that. Remember telling that to the jury?
I do.
And this is one of the things that you kind of hang your hat on that you felt was important in your evaluation, right?
It was important. It was an important part of my evaluation that she did not like to leave her kids, and it made her anxious. Yes.
That's not a bad thing, is it? For a mother not to want to leave her children and be anxious when they're out of her home, right?
Well, it depends. It could be difficult and so on, depending on how anxious and even disabling it was, if she just couldn't leave her kids. But on the other hand, if it just reflected that she was close to them and wanted to be with them and wasn't a problem or disabling, then it's not a problem.
Did you know, sir, that Pat's mother and father would come over to the house and babysit for the kids when Lindsay and her husband would go out to dinner or go out to a movie or go out with their friends? Did you know that, sir?
Yes.
Did you know that the children were actually in learning Sprouts school? Did you know that?
Yes.
They had to leave the house to go to school, didn't they?
Yes.
She wasn't anxious when they would go to school, was she?
It made her a little anxious to drop her kids off. She didn't like to be separated from them.
Well, that's because the kids many times, not on occasion, would cry, like little kids do when you drop them off somewhere, right?
I don't know if she was anxious only when they cried.
You know that in addition to the date nights, in addition to socializing with friends, in addition to the children leaving to go to the Little Sprouts school, you knew that there were a number of occasions that Lindsay alone or Lindsay with her husband would leave the kids and go out and do any number of things: shopping, socializing, go to Boston, things like that. Did you ask third-party contacts about that?
I asked Patrick about that. And one of the things he said is that it was difficult for her to leave the kids. And he used as an example date night for their 5th anniversary. It was hard for her to leave.
Was that in 22?
Was date night for their 5th anniversary in 22?
Mention it to the jury. Was that in 2022, their 5th anniversary? Your anniversary is in December, right?
I don't know what year it was in,
Well,
Mr. Reddington.
What was the problem? What did he say? Third-party collateral. What did he tell you?
What he said in response to that question is that on date night for their 5th anniversary, she was anxious about leaving the kids.
Right. Did they ultimately go out that night?
They did.
You know where they went?
I don't.
Did she have fun? Did she appear to be enjoying herself away from the kids?
That was not part of the question I asked him.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with a woman being concerned about her babies when she's not at home, right? There's nothing wrong with that.
I wasn't presenting it as something that is wrong.
I'll back off. I'm sorry. I thought you did. I thought yesterday you were telling this jury that because Lindsay didn't like to leave her kids at home, that was a factor that Dr. Helbrin considered in his opinion. But that's fine. You agree that there's nothing wrong with a woman being concerned about her children, leaving them out of the house, right?
No, I don't believe I said that.
Okay.
One of the things that
No, never mind one of the things. They can ask you on.
Okay. The answer is you did not say that.
Judge, I'm getting a little confused here between.
Listen, no. Let's see if my question is not that confusing.
Okay.
Did you testify? You done saying that you did not say what Mr. Reddington said?
Yes, I'm done saying that.
All right, that's good. Next question.
One of the other issues is that also factored into when Tufts prescribed her the SSRI, she didn't want to take it because she was afraid of the breast milk being contaminated by this drug, right?
Yes.
And then ultimately when she stopped breastfeeding, at that point she was able to take the SSRI, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then Tufts increased it to 50, right?
I don't recall offhand what
Okay. Well, you agree that Tufts increased the SSRI, right?
I do.
You agree that before the end of September of 2022, this young woman was living her life with her husband and her kids. Summer of 22, happy, had a great time. Do you agree with that, sir?
I do.
And when she saw Tufts from September end up until the killing of these children and the state of her condition that you told the jury was confusing. Remember using that word yesterday? It was confusing with these number of diagnoses that she dealt with?
Yes, I did use that word.
And the confusing with the number of drugs that was one drug on top of another drug, and stop this drug, start that drug. That was confusing, wasn't it, sir?
Yes, it was.
And it was a confusing and upsetting to her and her husband to the point where they went to these doctors and said to them, you're turning her into a zombie, right?
Yes, that's right.
But prior to seeing Tufts and the other healthcare providers, she was a happy woman, wasn't she?
She was in many respects happy, pleased with her life. So she wasn't happy in an unqualified way, but she was very happy with certain aspects of her life.
So as September turns into October, middle of October, thereabouts, how is she doing at that point between her depression, anxiety, drugs prescribed? How is she doing?
She was anxious about going back to work, but she hadn't started taking the drugs that were prescribed.
Okay, let him finish. Go ahead. Go ahead, Doc.
Yes. In September, she was anxious about returning to work. She had not yet started taking the medications that Dr. Tufts had prescribed, though.
How about a text that she had sent to her mother on October 20th, sir? I know you indicate in your report you had a chance to review all of the computer searches, text messages, Apple Watches, all that stuff, right?
Yes, that's right.
All right. Read that text, please. October 20th. This is a text that she sent to her mother. Read it.
Would you like me to read it out loud?
I'd like you to read it out loud.
All right. Mom, will you please come up and stay with me for a bit? I'm really sick. Something is wrong. I had horrible insomnia all night, and I just don't know how I'm going to get through the day. I started taking the medicine my doctor prescribed for anxiety, and I think it's made things worse. It's just really scary, and I don't want to be alone.
Did her mother come up the next day and stay with her?
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at the records.
I'm sure. Do you know, sir, that she actually climbed into the bed with her mother to sleep with her mother when the mother was staying with her during this period of time?
No, I didn't know that.
In the middle of November, sir, she texted her mother-in-law, which would be Pat's mother, Sue. This would be Sue Clancy, who was also a labor and delivery nurse, right?
Yes, that's correct.
She texted Sue while she was at work as a nurse, right?
Yes.
And Sue was in the emergency room and actually realized that Lindsay was at the hospital and stated that she felt unwell. Is that right?
Yes.
Did Sue see her in the hospital, if you know?
I think she met with her in the emergency room.
Okay. And then her mother-in-law was trying to help her out and referred her to another person that was a friend of a friend, so to speak, right? To help her out?
The nurse practitioner, is that who you're talking about?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, that's right.
And she was able to meet with that individual, Paul, until she left, I think like a week later. She went on to another job, right?
I think that's right, yeah.
And that's when she saw Nurse Gelada. Was that correct?
To my memory, that's correct, yes.
And then would you agree with me, sir, that at this time frame in November, she was having real difficulty with sleep disruption, yes?
Yes, I would.
She had concerns all along about this starting in mid-October about the impact of the medications on her insomnia, correct?
Yes, insomnia was one of the first problems that she experienced when she started taking the medication in October.
And she expressed the fact that she believed that the medications were obviously having an adverse effect on her. They were damaging her brain, right?
She did express that view, yes.
And then she still, however, had a positive outlook and was hoping that things would turn around in her life and that she could get back to being herself, is a quote, right?
Yes, that's right.
But instead, and I quote your words yesterday, it got worse.
Yes.
Late in November, she's still having a lot of trouble sleeping. She thought that she was close to, and I quote, the end of her rope. Bad analogy, but nevertheless, that's what she said, right?
Yes, it is.
She was feeling off, disconnected, sort of like a zombie, your words, testifying here yesterday, sir, correct?
Correct.
She was reporting at this point panic symptoms, concerns about the benzodiazepines, correct?
Yes.
Indicated that she was disoriented and forgetful, correct?
Correct.
You told us that she stated that she was disconnected from her body. Isn't that correct?
That's how she described feeling, yes.
Could not relate to people, felt that she was in a disassociative state. Isn't that right?
Yes, that is right.
Thought that the medication was resulting in this type of development in her life, correct? She felt the medications were contributing to this.
Yes, that's correct.
And in December, and I quote you, it's not getting better. It got from worse, it got better. Well, actually, not better. It got worse again, didn't it, in December?
December was probably the worst month for her, as she described it.
And in December, sir, you recall that she indicated, and I quote from your testimony, horrible intrusive thoughts. She had thoughts about harming herself, potentially as she continued to experience these thoughts later into December, correct?
Yes, that's right.
These thoughts, did anyone say to her, are these thoughts, are these coming from outside your head? Are they coming from inside your head? Are they male voices? Are they female voices? Anybody ask anything about thoughts, what they were? According to the medical records, not according to your guess.
That's a standard kind of question when you're
My
being
question, sir, is you read the medical records.
No, overruled.
Can you answer that question based on Dr. Helbrin's review of the medical records of what this young lady went through in that hell that she was living?
Is your question, did someone ask her about hallucinations?
Yeah, if I come
thoughts?
to you for help and I say, I've got intrusive thoughts about killing myself, and God forbid, I'm thinking about killing my kids, I've got these thoughts in my head. Would you ask me? Voices? Thoughts? What are they? Does anybody ask that question?
Yes, that's a standard question that psychiatrists ask at the beginning of each appointment. It's a standard mental status question.
Did any one of those psychiatrists ask Lindsay Clancy that question, according to the medical records? Anyone?
Ms. Clancy completed the answer to those questions
What question?
on a number of occasions,
Sir,
if I might.
Questions?
No, well, go ahead.
What questions?
Finish that question, and I'll let you have that question.
Okay.
Finish the answer.
Questions such as, are you hearing voices? If so, describe those and so on. And the typical response that she gave as part of a question like that was no.
How about when someone says, I've got dark thoughts? Does anybody, professionals, ask, what are the dark thoughts?
If somebody said, I'm having dark thoughts, then the follow-up question would be, tell me more. What are the thoughts? Tell me, just give me some descriptions of what you're having, what you're thinking, what it's like, and so on.
So if a patient goes to a doctor and says, I'm having these intrusive thoughts, I'm having dark thoughts, I'm having thoughts of, and at the same time frame in December, she's talking about harming the children, correct?
She said that those thoughts had come to her at times.
At times.
Yes.
And she mentioned that to her husband, didn't she?
That's what she said, yes.
She mentioned, did you talk to her husband about it?
Yes, I did talk to her husband.
Tell you that she said that to him?
Yes.
A couple of times she said it to him, right?
A couple of times she said, I'm having thoughts, and he asked her, give me more detail if you could, and she said, they're just thoughts, it's not a plan, that sort of thing.
You got this girl living in her house with her kids, saying she's having dark thoughts, saying she's thinking of harming the children, and Patrick's response, according to your testimony, is just basically just power through it, you'll be okay?
Objection.
No, overruled.
No, that was not his response as he described it. He asked more questions because one of the things that she had been dealing with for some time are thoughts about hurting herself and possibly the kids. And so what he did was try to get more information about the details. He asked questions that a mental health professional would also ask, which is how often, what are they like, do you have a plan, things like that. And she pretty consistently said, no, I don't have a plan. And this is how often it happens, but they're just thoughts.
So let's talk about that, because that's apparently the standard reaction if a patient comes to a doctor and says, I'm having dark thoughts, intrusive thoughts, I'm thinking of hurting myself, I'm thinking of hurting the kids. You say, do you have a plan? That's the question you ask, right?
That's one of the questions that you ask,
if
yes.
the person says, nah, I don't have a plan, I'm just having these thoughts, and you just basically move on, give them more drugs, what do you do?
No, you don't move on. You're aware that the person has reported having those thoughts, and you've appraised the risk, and the risk has to do with things like how imminent is it? How serious is it? Are there means? How is there a plan? What sort of detail is involved, and so on? And so basically what you do at that point is you take it seriously, but you also try to describe how seriously to take it.
Okay. Would you agree, sir, that she was complaining through December about these unwelcome and internal thoughts? Is that correct?
Yes.
It's important for your evaluation because when you ask the question, when you're experiencing these thoughts, were they your own thoughts or were they auditory hallucinations? And she indicated to you they're my own thoughts. That's what your testimony was, right, yesterday?
That's correct.
But she made clear that these were unwelcome and that they were intrusive. Is that correct?
Yes, she did.
So she's answering your questions honestly. She certainly isn't trying to fake that she's hearing all sorts of voices yelling at her and things like that. She's answering honestly, correct?
Yes.
Very cooperative, correct?
Yes, correct.
You then would indicate, sir, that in your evaluation as you went on, that she described an experience on December 15th, and she described December 15th as being literally one of the worst days in her life, right?
Yes.
And that's, why was it one of the worst days of her life?
Well, it was one of the worst days because things were getting more intense and difficult, and the thoughts that she was experiencing were harder to handle for her.
As a result of that, her husband, Pat, took her to the hospital, right?
Correct.
And you indicated that it looked like she was having general anxiety symptoms, right? That's your testimony yesterday.
It looked from what the records reflected that anxiety was something that they were focusing on her experiencing.
And then you said in your testimony, but not so much the postpartum. What does that mean?
It means that in December, she would have been 7 months away from giving birth to Callan. And consequently, it was less likely to be postpartum than depression for other reasons, or bipolar or major depression or something like that, rather than postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis, something like that.
Because you know that postpartum is not a medical diagnosis. That's just the fact that you had a baby, right?
I do know that, yes.
Okay. And when she went to that hospital, did they provide any help for her or any medication, or what happened on December 15th?
She did not stay in the hospital very long, and so no, she didn't remain there long enough to get the kind of help that you would usually get on an inpatient basis.
But the next day or thereabouts, she goes back to see Tufts, right?
Yes.
Okay. So she immediately tries to reach out for help to anybody that would listen to her, right?
She was trying hard to get help.
Now we get to December 20th. December 20th wasn't a very good day either, was it?
Well, that was the day she went to the she went to the Rhode Island hospital that had a postpartum program.
Now, you know from looking at the medical records that, in fact, it was recommended to her, I think by maybe the LAFCW young lady, Letitia Dukes, but maybe I'm wrong. You're in the records. Someone told her to get in touch with this Rhode Island hospital, right?
Yes.
They specialized in postpartum care for women that possibly are going through postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression, right?
Yes.
And Pat, her husband, took her and dropped her off, and then he went skiing with Cora. Is that correct?
Correct.
And he dropped her off in that hospital, and she was evaluated by a doctor and some people, correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed those medical records, right?
I did.
And when you reviewed the medical records, did you see that she was also involved in group discussions and crayons and coloring and things like that?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. Did that help her out, do you think, coloring?
There's a number of things that they try to do. I think coloring as such would not be helpful, but
Okay.
there's art therapy and there's various other kinds of things that people are involved in.
All right, so various other things that people are involved in. So I assume the people you're referring to would be the employees of the hospital.
Or the patients who are attending the postpartum program.
Okay. So what exactly was the program? What did they do? That one day that she was there for 8 hours. What did they do?
She wasn't accepted as part of that program.
I didn't ask you about that. I asked you, what did they do?
Well, they evaluated her, as my understanding from reviewing the records.
And then what happened, sir, when they evaluated her?
They evaluated her and they indicated that she was not appropriate for their program.
And you testified yesterday that, and I quote, they said she did not necessarily fit into their postpartum program. They did offer her 3 other programs. Remember that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And then you indicated that patient was offered several options, including inpatient treatment for medication management, right?
Yes.
A partial hospitalization program focused on general mental health,
yes.
Right?
Yes.
Where was that program?
I don't know.
Or continued outpatient management, right?
Yes.
What is that, like going to see Tufts? Outpatient management?
Yes, that's living at home in the community and being treated by a psychiatrist, which is what Dr. Tufts was.
Right. Well, okay. So patient plans to follow up with her outpatient provider for guidance, is what you said yesterday, right?
Yes.
And she did the next day, right?
Yes.
And do you think that a doctor who has been licensed as a physician psychiatrist, advertising that they specialize in postpartum, postnatal issues, is qualified to treat a young woman with this symptomology that she brought to that desk? Oh, I'm sorry, to the television set?
I don't understand your question.
Well, you know that she never met, Tufts never met this girl. She never met her, ever, until she sat in that witness stand.
I understand that their treatment was done remotely.
Was remotely? So when I say the television, that's what I mean. It's like you're on Zoom, you're on whatever. I apologize for that.
Yes. Yeah.
So she went the next day and actually remotely accessed a meeting with Dr. Tufts, right?
Yes.
And then she went back onto her schedule with Dr. Tufts, but that didn't help so much. Is that correct? You indicated that she was still numb. She was still having suicidal ideation, things of that nature, right?
Correct.
Okay. One of the things that you said, though, sir, yesterday is that her admission to the hospital was because they did not feel, and I quote, that she did not necessarily fit into their program. You recall that?
You mean their failure to accept her into the day program?
The failure to help her, period. They told her to leave.
It's my understanding that what they said was that you don't fit with our program because it's not a postpartum phenomenon, and that's what the program is about.
Did you really read those records?
Yes.
Seriously?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And
So
I wrote
again.
something about, in my report, I wrote something about it.
Wait for the next question, okay?
Yes, sure.
So you read the records from that Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island.
Yes.
On this jury, right?
Yes.
And what was the word, the language, the word salad you just said to me that they didn't accept her because of what?
Objection.
Yeah, you rephrase that.
What was it you just said to this jury they wouldn't accept her? Why?
It was a day program for women experiencing postpartum difficulties. And their evaluation of Miss Clancy was that her difficulties were more related to general mental health, but not particularly to postpartum difficulties. And so she did not,
Go ahead.
if I might.
Yeah, you might.
If she might be more appropriate for somebody, she might be more appropriate for a general mental health program, but not so much for a postpartum day program, which is what they had. So they didn't say that you don't need help. They just said that you don't fit with our program.
Would it surprise you to know, sir, that they said that she didn't fit with their program, as you put it, because of the overlay of over-medication that her doctors had caused to that point? Do you have any memory of that at all?
There were questions that they raised about the medication.
It wasn't just questions. They said that's the reason. The secondary diagnosis as to why they wouldn't accept this young lady is because of the medications that she had been prescribed. Over-medicated. Do you recall seeing that in those records?
Yes, I recall a diagnosis of depression, which was not specified further because there were medicine complications.
Do I have to get the medical records and read them to you?
I actually have something in my report, so
Good.
I can read it back to you.
Can you pull it out and tell me
Yes.
what the discharge diagnosis was?
Exhibit 220.
Which ones are you looking for?
220, I guess. Women and Infants Hospital record.
I'm on page 18 of my report. And
Discharge diagnosis?
the records indicate a diagnosis of generalized anxiety disorder and depressive disorder without further specification, and I quote, due to adverse drug effects.
Anything else?
Yes, they indicate that her chief complaint was feeling numb and crazy depressed, identified passive suicidal ideation, notes that the
I'm sure you can read all the diagnoses. My question, sir, is simple. It's on the discharge diagnosis. That's all.
Yes, the discharge diagnosis was anxiety and depression.
And secondary to what?
They didn't specify more about the depression because it was due to adverse drug effects.
Okay. And in your review of the record, sir, did you then see that the doctor at the Women and Infants at least was concerned enough about the overprescriptions that she reached out to Dr. Gelada to speak to her?
Dr. Gelada?
Sorry, nurse practitioner Gelada.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. It's like Captain Major, that type of thing. But Gelada, you know who she is, right?
I do, yes.
Okay. Did they reach out to nurse practitioner Gelada?
I did not see that in the records.
Can we break here, Judge, because I got to get the records?
All right. It's 11 o'clock. So why don't we take the morning recess at this time? We'll come back shortly. Okay.
All right, please. Good. I close the notebook. Just one there.
Jurors are exit the courtroom.
All right. We'll be in recess at this time. Thank you.
Court is in recess. Please exit the courtroom.
Short recess. Okay, guys, let's guess how long the short recess will be. So it's now 16:02 to me. So I reckon they're going to be 16:45. What says you, Lee?
I think here in the States, Eastern Standard Time, we are at 11:02. So I'm thinking they are coming back. He always says 15 minutes, which is their short break. I'm going to give it 45 minutes. I'm going to say 11:45.
Same.
Is that what you said too? That's what everybody's saying. 45 minutes.
Yeah, 45 minutes. I said 16. I said, and I'll go to 1:45. Yeah, 45 minutes.
It's almost feeling like they don't want to hand this to the jury today. After all, we have one more witness that is supposed to come to the stand, right? I think that's what Lisa told us in chat, that they have one more witness to come to the stand, and God knows what's coming up for that with that one, or what problems we're going to have with that before we even go to closing arguments. So what I'm thinking is the judge is going to try to get this one off the stand here pretty quick, PDQ, if you will, and then before lunch, go ahead and have this last witness come and be done by lunchtime. I think this is what I'm thinking. Be done by lunchtime and then go into closing arguments and then hand it to the jury tomorrow. That's what I'm thinking. The judge is thinking, but who knows, you guys? We didn't know when we ended yesterday that, our best friend Red was going to stand up and try to declare a mistrial, which is and at first we were all like, oh no, because it's so painful to think that we're going to have to go through this again. Mainly because, did we learn anything? Has anything made any sense?
No.
Not much. Not much. It's been more exasperation than anything here. And I think that's the deal. Plus, I mean, nobody wants to go through a retrial. Just get it done. Get the right people on the stand.
My doorbell, Lee. Sorry, I've got to go shopping.
It's okay, honey. We just want a clean trial. But when Red got up, Reddington, that's what we call him, Red here, the defense lawyer, when he got up and he said, I really hate to do this, everybody, and he was very kind about it. He's like, I know everybody spent a lot of time here. And he said, but I'm calling for a mistrial. And when I listened to him at first, I was like, holy crap, no, like, don't do it. And then when I listened to his reasoning, I was like, if I was the one he was defending, That's exactly what I would want, because they were wrong in exactly what happened, whether you were here or not. But not once, but twice did they try to bring a religious aspect to this, and basically use that. The way that I took it basically was using, if Lindsay's such a Catholic, a good girl, isn't killing a mortal sin, meaning you can't be forgiven for it, according to the Catholic faith, I guess. And you can't bring that here. That can't be proven. That can't. But listen, half of what these people are saying, there's no proof. This is just a man or other men or other women, unless they were eyewitnesses to this. They haven't proved anything. They're going off statistics of psychosis and postmenopause. They're going off statistics. Well, guess what? We're not all a statistic. Every now and then you're going to come across somebody that you just can't figure them out, because they ride no scales at all. And I could say that for my daughter. My daughter is very, very complex, because in all of the health problems that she has, she rides no scales at all. And so there are people like that. So statistics is not proof. That's just a number. That, yeah, we all carry certain, I don't know, we can all carry certain behaviors and things like that, but not everybody does. And so that's not proof as to what this person that they're talking about, just because she didn't line up with this. Pardon me, y'all. My teeth are going to be here in about a month. Well, I get to try on teeth Friday. Nobody cares. But are you guys wondering why I sound so like this? In case you're new here, I went very vain for the first time in my life, and I had 26 teeth pulled, to the horror of my dentist and my husband and all of my family, and I have no regrets. So I'm going to have a Hollywood smile, y'all. It's going to be fabulous. But anyways, isn't the whole point of bringing up people who are professional at this and can be put on the stand as professional witnesses like this man was? Isn't the whole point is that he can prove his findings? It hasn't been proven. The only thing you're proving is everybody that ever saw Lindsay Clancy has given her a different diagnosis. That's what's been proven to me. And what else has been proven to me is how many people in her personal life and in her health problems, all these doctors and so forth, all failed her. Therefore, they all failed the kids. And that's where I land in all this. I land on the side of the children. I don't know what happened that day. I don't know what happened for the 3 months leading up to it. I wasn't there. People lie in court all the time. I'm for the kids. And every one of these people, Lindsay all the way down, need to be held accountable for whatever hand they played in these children's death, because all of them did to an extent. Every one of them had blood on their hands. Now, what the punishment should be for Patrick, what the punishment should be for these doctors, other than getting a lot of money out there. I mean, what good is that going to do for Lindsay? But what else? Having to pay a lot of money through their health plan or whatever, their insurance to back them up. That's not hurting their pocket too much. Maybe it's hurting their reputation a little bit, but doctors get taken to court all the time. That's why they have these, big time health insurance policies, right? So I don't know what the correct answer is. I don't know what Patrick's, what his penalty should be, what the doctor's penalty should be. I think some of them should absolutely lose their license 100%. I don't know what her parents' responsibility should be, or his parents, and even her sister that took the stand, who said she knew she was in a bad way. Not once try to take the kids away. Listen, I've said it before, I'm going to say it again, then I'm just going to read chat after I get a drink, because my mouth is, when you don't have teeth, y'all, your mouth gets real dry quickly. Anyways, I'm going to say this point one more time. Well, no, it's not going to be one more time. I'm just going to drill it in until I feel better about it. They all failed, these kids. They all are held to some kind of standard of, they need to be held to some kind of standard of responsibility for this. No adults were hurt in this at all. Yes, did Lindsay come out a paraplegic? Yes. But I still have questions as to, it hasn't been proven to me that she was trying to kill herself, or she really wasn't trying to kill herself. I've got questions. So therefore, there's my reasonable doubt, along with a lot of things. And that's why I have to say, if I was a juror, as my civic duty and keeping my heart and my mind out of it, I would have to say not guilty, because you have not proved to me beyond a reasonable doubt that she did this as malice murder. So there's that. I'm disappointed. I think that the two prosecutors that work for the prosecution's office, the two whatever you want to call them, I think they're total idiots. I don't know if they're total idiots or if they're just still green or wet behind the ears. I don't know what's going on there, but they need to be fired. Or at least just sit on a co-counsel for a while and not be the one representing or running a trial, because these girls don't know what the fuck they're doing. So I'm almost sorry about my language, but you guys know me. That's who I am. I think a lot of things need to be changed, and hopefully what comes out of all of these court cases, there's always something good and something bad. Sometimes there's several things good, sometimes several things bad. I would hope that part of being a lawyer, especially a court lawyer, a criminal lawyer, a defense lawyer, something like this, is so important. Many lives hang in the balance on these kind of trials. I really hope that part of their homework is watching other trials to learn what mistakes to make and what not to make. Because that would be a good thing that would come out of it. There's not a whole lot good that's going to come out of this trial, no matter what way we swing here. But what could come out good in this is that you vet your witnesses better, right? Can they prove anything? If they can't prove it, we don't give a shit about their credentials. Bye. Okay? Good on you. You're an overachiever. Got it. But you did not prove a damn thing. You wasted everybody's time and a lot of money. And I showed it to you yesterday. It was brought up. Who is paying? Because we know Reddington. You guys, we've learned. I didn't know anything about him until chat told me, and then of course I had to do my research. What a badass he is in the state of Massachusetts. He is highly sought after for a defense attorney. So we know he's not cheap. So then the question came up yesterday, hey, who's paying for all of this? Well, I also found out through chat. See, I don't know everything, you guys. I know things about the case, but there are things I don't understand and things I don't think to look up. I didn't know anything about the GoFundMe things that came out. So I went over and I, asked, how is Reddington getting paid? Because he's obviously not a civil, he's not ordered by the court to defend her, right? Somebody's got money. And that guy right there is making $300 an hour. Imagine what Reddington's making. I'm not saying he's not worth it. Not saying that at all. But you're not going to find him in the pool where you can get you a defense lawyer for free. You know what I mean? So, sorry, I need to get a drink. But what I'm saying is, I went and I looked him up. He's smart. He's really smart. And the one thing I noticed in this trial, after I knew who he was, after Chat told me who he was and I went and looked him up, was you can actually see where he knows that the prosecution is effing the whole thing up, so he doesn't even speak on it. He doesn't rebuttal it. He's just like, you buried yourself in that one. I'll just let you lay there. You know what I mean? You could tell which ones he needs to jump up, and that they partially sounded kind of smart, and so he got up and schooled, the jury on it. But when it came down to who was paying for this, you guys, apparently there are GoFundMe pages out there for Patrick, and I think somebody in chat put in Patrick's alone is $1.7 million. Okay. I don't know what that money's going toward. Maybe it went towards burying his babies. I don't know. Maybe it's going towards the next, because there are 2 cases behind this one. Lindsay and Patrick both have separate cases against the doctors that will be going on as well. So I'm sure some of that's going to go towards this big time defense attorney as well, going up against the doctors for malpractice and negligence on their part. I don't know how much Lindsay's was, but the court also, or the state, I forget how it worded it, guys. Maybe y'all remember because I showed it in here. Either the courts or the state allotted so much money for the defense of Lindsay's defense. So between her mom and her dad, the GoFund, because her mom and dad basically bankrupted themselves, from what I hear, because of staying close to this area and staying close to their daughter, who's been institutionalized for 3 years. They pretty much bankrupted themselves. So this is being rolled by whatever the parents were able to put in, whatever the state or the courts had allotted for her defense, and then whatever the GoFundMe is, that's what's being rolled. So there's that. Let me jump in chat really quick. I know I've missed a whole lot. Please forgive me for that. Okay, Maggie, I got your message. That's no problem, honey. No problem at all. All right, let me jump into chat because, listen, chat, you guys mean so much. And listen, I've learned so much from y'all. Seriously. I'm going to go up here just a little bit. Hello, the real lunch lady. Action needs to be taken, Jessica says. Welcome, Melissa Alley says. Why is this lady blaming it all on the doctors and the nurses? They did their job and you want to cuss them. Are you talking about me? My name is Leanie. I'm from Indiana. Nice to meet you. This is my channel. My co-host is Maggie. Melissa, if you're talking about me, if you listened to my whole commentary just now, not anywhere did I blame only the doctors and the nurses. Not anywhere. So, and never have I. We've been here 3 weeks. How long have you been on my channel listening to me? Not to other channels who might only be blaming the doctors and the nurses. The doctors and the nurses absolutely have responsibility and blood on their hands for the deaths of these children. But so do a lot of other people. They did their job and you want to cuss them. I cuss a lot. But if you really knew me, you'd be like, damn, Lenny is using her filters during this trial. Because, listen, I came out cussing, okay? I have perfected it. Hi, not available at this time. That is a great username right there. Gemma says, hello to you, George. Awesome sleeping. She admitted to him at least twice. That is right. To him. And then called her mom and said the same thing. Mama Grace says, don't be sorry, Leanie. There's enough sorry motherfuckers in the world. The Wicked Witch says they did nothing of the sort. April says, Melissa, the doctors did fail her. Mama Grace says, Melissa, because that's her opinion and her channel. Dolores says, Mel, They gave drugs after drugs, and one doc didn't know what the other doc had been doing. That is correct. There was absolutely, this has all been stand on the court. And I'm just giving you, when I give you my opinion, I'm giving you my opinion on what I watched in court, unless I say to you that I'm either speculating, I'm being sarcastic and facetious, or what do you guys think about this? It's just a thought that came to me, but it doesn't make it fact. What I'm telling you is fact that I completely believe 100%, and I would stake 3 injections of Botox on it, is that every person that had their hand in this case at all failed those kids. The doctors definitely did not do their job, Celia says. Jessica says, exactly. Melissa says, she failed herself. Why would she even want to be alone with her children if she was having those thoughts? Well, just by her voicing them, Melissa, and saying, look, you know, I feel like killing myself. I feel like harming the children. Isn't that helping herself? Isn't calling a hotline, a suicide hotline twice, helping herself? Isn't carrying herself, like driving herself while Patrick stayed home with their babies, helping herself? Isn't going doctor to doctor to doctor because she doesn't think anybody understands her, helping herself? Isn't calling her mom and saying, Mom, can you come and stay with me because I don't feel safe and I'm scared? Please come and stay with me. Isn't that helping herself? I mean, what else do you want her to do? I mean, at what point wasn't she helping herself? The doctors misdiagnosed her multiple times. Yes, the Wicked says, Melissa, she was begging not to be left alone with them. Melissa says, well, she sucks. If you're talking about me, in many cases, not court cases, but cases or reality or whatever, I do suck sometimes. But I guarantee you at this, I don't, because I've watched the whole thing. And I've watched this grow since it first came out on the news. So if you're talking about me, let me get down here. Before I tell you to fuck off, let me make sure you are talking about me. So if you're talking about me, my answer to you is fuck off. If you're talking about Lindsay, saying Lindsay sucks, she was ill. So that's kind of, you know, like if you had diabetes or a brain aneurysm or you lost a leg due to, I don't know, a car accident, would that make you suck? I don't think so. Melissa, I think you missed some key details in the trial. You just want to be contrary. I agree, Melissa. I think she should have separated herself from the children as soon as she had thoughts of harming them. Someone hasn't been watching this trial. Dolores says, no, Mel, yes, she killed, but her brain quit. Hi, Sleepyhead. Good to see you. Patrick needs money, apparently. Dolores says, yes, me. Celia says, no one is ever going to understand this unless they went through it or someone really close to them. No truer words. No truer words. Listen, Maggie and I had to totally get educated, and we're not talking about anything we could bring up on Google, or we didn't open a psych book or anything else. We went straight to the people. And we were very, very blessed that many women came in here and were just like, I'm going to tell you what it's like. And they didn't have to. They didn't have to. That takes a lot of bravery to be able to say, hey, I had those feelings too. And I had those thoughts too. And thank God I just had the right doctor and a different type of a husband, or my parents were there. You would not believe in the first week the stories we heard, so that we could understand postpartum depression in the most severe way, and so that we could understand psychosis in the most severe way. That takes a lot of humbling yourself, wanting to educate people, and at the risk of people being mean to you for telling your own truth and your own story. Jessica says, he was what justice sounds like, look like. I love her lawyer. He is truly great. I agree with you. MJ says it's okay to have a opposing opinion or different opinion, but please don't call names to others who don't agree. Yeah, I don't call names to y'all unless I feel disrespected, then I'm going to cuss you out and kick you out. But I absolutely am going to have an opinion about the dumbasses that I am playing on my channel that are supposed to be professionals. If she was begging people not to be left alone with their kids, then why did she go out of her way to send her husband away? Good question. I've got that same question. Like I said, you haven't been around here, so you haven't heard me speak. But what I say is, I can give you three different, not only three, but I can, let's just say three for shits and giggles. I could give you three different things that say this is premeditated murder right here. Then those same three, I could swing over my feet over the other side of the fence and say, this right here shows that she was psychotic. So I'm agreeing with you on that. I'm just as confused. And for that reason right there, I blame the prosecution because they did not bring it. That is what a reasonable doubt is. And because you were asking that question right there, and it hasn't been answered, not here, but in the courtroom, Melissa, that's called reasonable doubt, honey, and you would have to say not guilty. Shauna says he's married to the almost exact replica of Lindsay. The Wicked Witch says the baby needs med. He was already gone when she asked him to go get the meds. STP now. Stop now. Yeah, the wife looks just like Lindsay. I have to agree with that. They could be sisters. The Wicked Witch says, I don't think anyone here thinks she should just be set free. Absolutely not. Listen, she killed her 3 kids. And I understand she was sick, but there's a lot of sick people that do a lot of sick and twisted things. They need to be held accountable for it. And she should be institutionalized for the rest of her life. Sleepyhead says maybe he loved how she looked, but now how she acts. So he found someone that looks similar but different personality. Happens often. Agreed. Melissa, her husband, regularly went away. Also, despite knowing she had this depression and thoughts, she begged her own mother to come and stay. That is correct. It's been proven on the stand, you guys, that Patrick did go golfing and go out quite often. If you've got a wife that has told you she feels like killing herself and your children, first thing I would do, I would say, hold that thought, and I would call somebody, and my children would be out of that house. Second of all, I wouldn't leave my spouse alone for 1 second. I mean, it's bad enough that we have to sleep. And so obviously they're alone while we're sleeping, but I would have done the best I could.
I mean,
Maggie,
if someone's acting like that, that will give you concern alone without even mentioning about, you've got thought of harming the kids. Lee, I'm going to go in the kitchen. I'm going to still talk. Just tell, I'll know if I go off because you'll tell me.
Yes,
so I'm
ma'am.
still talking. I just think if someone is shown that much of being another person and you know that there's something wrong, it's not that person, then isn't that your responsibility to try and help them? To make sure they get help because they're not in their right minds. They're acting very strange, and I feel so irresponsible if I walked away. I mean, I'm not saying he walked away. I'm not saying he didn't try, but I think he owes it to her and the kids to get their kids off the way. She wasn't in the right mind to say, I'm going to walk away and leave their kids, because to her, no one could look after the kids like her. Do you know what I mean? That's what she thought. And as a mother, I think you do think like that. I was the same. I was terrified to leave my baby with anyone. But I do think this could have been prevented.
I want to ask you guys this, that for all those that are saying, Lindsay should have done this, Lindsay should have done that. So we know that she had some sort of illness, right? We've only heard like 50 different diagnoses that she's had that everybody's given her. But here's my question to you. If you found out your spouse comes in and he's running a fever of 103 degrees and he's like, I was just and you got 3 little kids running around, newborn baby practically in the house as well. And he comes in and he says, I just went to the doctor and I was diagnosed with COVID. What are you going to do? Are you going to be like just having him sit down to the dinner table, maybe sharing a glass of tea together? Or are you going to say, go to bed and don't come out of that room? I'll bring you your food and stuff like that. Are you going to keep the kids safe from getting COVID? Of course you are. You're going to keep the kids safe from getting a flu. You're going to keep the kids safe from anybody, from the other kids that have got chicken pox. But yet nobody kept the kids safe from somebody saying that they wanted to hurt them. I got a problem with that.
She was such a good mother. That would, she'd never do something like that. That's what people thought. Now again, it's hard to try and imagine a person you know is so devoted to her children taking their lives. It is, you just can't imagine it. But you can't take the risk because you know it happens all the time. So he should have said, Mum, whoever can take the kids for a few days. If Lindsay was going in a panic attack with that, so be it. Then I had to stop harming that down for no, Lindsay. When you said that, I can't take that risk. Please understand. And try to somehow get it through to her that you're not going to leave the kids and that, she can be with the kids, but she's not going to be with them. We just took turns apiece, staying with her. There was few of them, there was enough of them where one only had to stay once a week. You know what I mean? And just until she got on peace and she got to a better way of thinking.
Coot Dog, I am not even going to engage with you because at this point you're a troll to me. If you can't even come in and say hello, but you just come in here, saying stupid shit like that, like you're a troll. That's what trolls do. You're just to get my dander up. And you know what? It won't happen. You're not smart enough. You didn't say anything interesting enough just to get me pissed off. So you got to try harder next time. You don't know what info is going on in here because you've never been here before. And don't tell me you're sitting in the bushes listening because you're full of shit. So exit stage right. Thank you for the view. Hi, T.N. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. I think Lindsay sucks. She's a killer, NJ says. For at least 12 minutes, she took three lives. Jay, do what? I can't hear you, Mads.
Say there's no doubt that she kills kids.
Yeah, that's not even a question.
It wasn't Lindsay. She wasn't in her right mind.
That's not in question, but listen, everybody's entitled to. You don't have to believe me at all. You don't. You can have your own opinion, but don't come in here unless you've got something real that you can either debate with me in an adult sort of way, or you can have a discussion with me in an adult sort of way, and make some kind of sense. I mean, just a little. Jay Fletch says, it's sad and terrifying that there is no real perinatal psychiatry provision in the richest nation on earth. This is real danger. So very sad. I have to agree 100%. 100% with that. So good to see everybody. Thank you guys for being here. Curtis is here, coming in late today. Better late than never. We appreciate you, Curtis. We are going to need your tardy notice, so to be turned into Melly Joe, and then we'll forgive you. Just kidding, love bug. We're happy you're here. Because the support system is the only thing that prevents this from being so common, says the Wicked Witch of the Midwest. I saw a little bit of movement on camera. We are watching this. Al Bink, who is Curtis. Curtis has been here many times, been a part of the chat. We're grateful for him. So welcome to you if this is your first time here as well.
In case this time yesterday.
Okay. Alita Werner, good morning, watching closely. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Listen, jump in chat and let us know what you think. Give us something. Look, teach me something. I don't know it all, you guys. I just used my freaking brain. I opened up a YouTube channel. Had I known that I could be paid $300 an hour for some expertise, I might have cracked a book. The study of women's health is really pathetic. Agreed. Mama Grace says, how long have they been gone now? They went at my time 11:02. So 33 minutes. 33 minutes. Jeff Letch said postpartum psychosis is a psychiatric emergency, and it's awful for those to be not there to be no consistent service. Absolutely agree. Absolutely. Ms. Dolores says, if everyone would say the truth, I think everyone one time though about an ending it. I did. That is the truth. That is, I think everybody has thought that too. But have we all had a plan? See, I'm saying that to be disgusting because, you know, when Lindsay Clancy called the suicide hotline, they wanted to know if she had a plan. And because she didn't have a plan, just because she thought it, feels like it, and actually dialed the number for help, because she didn't have an actual plan if she was going to use a gun, a knife, a rope, or whatever, she didn't meet the criteria for this to be worth an ambulance going out to her house. 23 minutes. That was a little while ago that Jim was keeping track for us, you guys. Faith says, always wise to ask family to come and live with you. The nuclear family unit, which women want today, is a recipe for disaster. I think I'm going to leave that one alone because I could go on a whole tangent about that, but I respect. Please forgive me if I'm saying your name wrong. I butcher names all the time. Farak KG. Listen, we got movement.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right, we ready for the jury? Okay. Yeah.
All rise.
All rise.
All right, we are muting back out, you guys. We'll get back to
this.
Lord, can we finish this dude up pretty quickly, please? All right, muting out.
All right, jurors enter. This court's now in session to be seated, please.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Attorney Reddington?
Thank you. So I now have, sir, Exhibit 220, which would be the records from the Women and Infants Hospital that you read prior to coming in here today, correct?
Yes.
And when you read the records, would you agree with me, sir, that there was a history of present illness, which means they would ask Lindsay questions about how she felt, what her medications were, things like that, right?
Yes, I would.
And when you were reviewing this, did you note that she indicated that she was feeling, and I quote, because it's in quotes, crazy, depressed, numb to all emotion, end quote, quote, can't feel love, end quote, quote, my life is becoming a disaster, end quote. You saw those?
Are you quoting from the records or from my report?
Records, Exhibit 220.
Okay, yes, I would agree that those were words that were used when I reviewed the records.
And when you were talking with Lindsay, did you ask her what she meant by saying she can't feel love?
Yes, she said that she felt like a shell. She felt hollow. She felt like a zombie. She felt emotionally flat as a pancake, which is also one of the phrases that was used in those records to describe her mood.
Okay. My life is becoming a disaster, quote, can't feel fear, end quote. What did that mean? Did you ask anything like that? Can't feel fear.
I didn't ask her specifically about can't feel fear. She indicated that she was she couldn't feel things emotionally that.
Worried that she is, quote, messed up beyond repair, end quote. That was in the records, correct?
That was several places, yes, including the records.
Quote, takes all the effort in the world just to breathe, end quote. That was in the records, correct?
Yes.
And in the interviews of friends and family, would you agree in this time frame, which was in December, to the end of December, that she was having difficulty even getting out of bed?
Yes.
She felt very heavy. She couldn't even walk. She had difficulty with her personal hygiene, correct?
Yes.
Was worried about how she's going to take care of her kids and feed them and watch them while Patrick was working, right?
Yes.
And one of her goals, and I quote, was to come off meds and be able to sleep, end quote.
Yes.
Now, insomnia, you'd agree with me, is very serious.
Oh, I would absolutely agree with you, yes.
And that can lead to any number of things, right?
Yes.
It can even lead to psychosis, right?
Yes.
Okay. I asked you about the treatment plan and recommendations that the district attorney had asked you about as well. And if I may, and if you need to look at it, let me know. It says treatment plan, admit to DHP. Do you know what DHP is?
No.
Okay. Medication, recommended tapering off Seroquel, starting with 200 milligrams tonight and follow up with outpatient provider. That would be who, Gelada?
At the time, it could have been Gelada or Tufts.
And then indicating, sir, that diagnosis that we talked about, if I may approach, can you, right here, just read number 1 and 2?
Number 1 is GAD, which stands for Generalized Anxiety Disorder. Number 2 is depression, unspecified, rule out due to adverse drug effects.
So when you rule out and have a concern about adverse drug effects, one of the things that I imagine one would do is to reach out to the person that's prescribing the drugs, right?
It's possible. There could be other strategies as well. You could change the medication. You could discontinue it. There could be a number of things.
And when you read the record, sir, again, page 9 on the treatment plan, did you make note of the fact, and I quote, of note, we attempted to reach current outpatient provider Rebecca Gelada, NP, but did not receive a call back. You see that?
I may have seen that. I didn't note it in what I wrote here.
In any event, patient plans to reach out to previous provider who would be Jennifer Tufts, and she did that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, one of the other things that you had made reference to, sir, is that you relied on is when her husband came home and found Lindsay on the ground in the snow after she had jumped out the window. He spoke with her, is what you told this jury, right?
Yes.
And can you tell us again what it is that he said to her and what she said to him?
He said, "What did you do?" And she said, "I tried to kill myself." And then he said, "Where are the kids?" And she said, "In the basement."
Now, what is your source of that information, sir?
It was in the records, and I also did a collateral interview with Patrick Clancy.
Did you listen to the 911 tape?
No, I did not.
If I tell you, would you be surprised, sir, that she had significant damage, not only to her back, her spine, and was hemorrhaging, but also to her throat?
No, I would not be surprised. She injured herself very badly when she jumped out that window.
If I suggest to you, sir, that if you listen to the 911 tape as it relates to Patrick Clancy interacting with her, that she can only make grunting noises, would you be surprised at that?
I would be surprised, yes.
And you never listened to that tape?
I did not.
Went into McLean Hospital, and that would be the locked wards of McLean Hospital. She was there for 5 days, correct?
That's correct.
And then she was released at her request to attend Cora's birthday, right?
Yes.
When she was released, would you agree, sir, that, well, while she was there, she continued to describe her mood as numb, denying things like that she's not having hallucinations and suicidal thoughts or homicidal thinking at the time, and that would be prior to her discharge. Is that right?
There was a lot in that question, so if you could break it down for me, I'd appreciate it.
No, I'm just going to ask, sir, if would you agree with me that she indicated what her mood was prior to discharge, right? Well, as a doctor, you're not going to let somebody walk out the door of a locked ward in a hospital without making sure that, in your opinion, that it's okay for the person to be released to their home, family, things of that nature, right?
I'm looking at the part of my
Sir,
report.
can you understand my question? I don't care about your report. I'm asking you about when someone is in a hospital, you don't release them unless you feel they're not a danger to themselves or others, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The answer to that question is yes.
And she was released, right, from the hospital.
Yes.
And she then was allowed to go home and go to her daughter Cora's birthday, right?
That's correct.
And this was on January 5?
January 5, yes.
And she was described in the records as being cooperative and pleasant, right?
Cooperative, pleasant, no psychosis, no suicidal or homicidal ideation, mood described as good, in quotes, and not anxious.
Good for you. Anything else you want to add?
Objection.
That's sustained. Next question.
So after discharge, would you agree, sir, that she had what she described as a small shred of hope after discharge because she thought that she was off the Seroquel and felt that was what was causing her a lot of her problems, right?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. But the intrusive, suicidal ideation and thoughts returned. Isn't that right?
Within a week, yes.
And they were pretty bad, weren't they?
Yes, they were.
And again, she's describing, according to your testimony yesterday, symptomology that you said I've combined 2 and 3. That would be on the little diagram you put up on the board, right? For the jurors to look at, the blue thing that you had with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
The PowerPoint slide, yes.
Right. So you combine 2 and 3 on the slide, but you talked about this before, is what you indicate. And this is after she started taking the medication. Anxiety didn't get better. She had difficulty, great difficulty with insomnia, and that she was numb, right? Yet again.
Yes,
right?
correct.
And a zombie, yet again, right?
Yes.
And she didn't see any improvement. Is that right, sir?
No, that's not right.
Okay, well, quote, in fact, she thought it was getting a lot worse. And so basically what she thought is that the symptoms that she was experiencing following taking the medications prescribed beginning in October, she said the symptoms were getting worse, particularly new symptoms, which were insomnia. It's page 126 of your testimony.
Okay.
Yes, okay.
All right. I misunderstood your question.
That's all right, no problem.
Sorry.
That's okay. And then you further indicated that moving on to number 5 on your chart, one of the things she also said is that she was focusing on helping the anxiety getting better through medication, right?
Yes.
It was also counseling. She went to the counseling through Latasha Dukes. Miss Gelada was still treating her, correct?
The counseling was limited, but yes, that is correct. She was involved in some counseling.
So it was limited. Is that a bad thing? Did this woman not want to go to anybody that would help her, sir? Are you trying to tell the jury that she was avoiding help?
Sustained. Next question.
So it was limited? How was it limited?
It was short-term and supportive, as opposed to something where in the field you might pick a cognitive behavioral therapist, which is empirically supported for things like anxiety and depression and patience and things like that.
Who makes that decision? Does a person like this make that decision, sir? Is it up to the patient to make a decision of cognitive, whatever it is you just said?
Yes, it's certainly one of the things that an individual can do is looking for a referral from somebody who would be a cognitive behavior therapist or something like that. So yes.
Go ahead. I don't want to cut you off.
I'm
All
finished.
set?
I'm finished.
She was focusing on trying to make this anxiety and make her feelings about her feelings go away. She wanted to be herself again, right?
Yes, that's right.
Now, there's nothing wrong with that, right? For a person to want to do that?
Not at all.
Okay. You indicated that she was concerned about resolving her problems, and the district attorney then asked you about if this is some type of her taking control of her life. You indicated that she is trying to take control of her life. Remember that?
I testified that it was important that she felt in control and that she could make things happen and improve things through focusing and discipline and hard work.
And that's what you've already agreed, that she was a person that wasn't afraid of hard work, right?
Yeah, on the contrary, she worked hard and she got a lot of results from working.
So that's not an issue that would be something that would be a black mark against her, that she's trying to take control of her life as it relates to these medications and what they're doing to her and her internal feelings of postpartum, if that's what she believed?
I was not trying to develop black marks against her. I was just trying to describe how she thinks and feels and behaves.
Sorry, you're right.
All right. Next question.
I thought you said yesterday that, you put 2 marks over this category, 3 marks over this category. This is possible. That's possible. You were considering these things, right?
That was on another issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as it relates to resolving the problems, that would include talking to doctors about different medications to try, researching medications on her own. This is your testimony. Asking friends and family for tips. Really? You're supposed to ask friends and family for tips about your mental psychosis, your mental state?
I'm not sure what the question is.
Well, Dr. Helbrun testified yesterday as it relates to, in response to questions from the district attorney about her resolving her problems, including talking to doctors about different medications to try, researching medications on her own, and asking friends and family for tips.
Objection, is there a question?
Yeah, the question is that good medical advice, sir, to tell a sick person who comes to a doctor for help to go ask their friends and family for tips?
One of the things I would say is that when you want very much to improve, you, of course, ask your doctor and whoever else you're working with, but you might also ask other people in the family or friends any recommendations that they might have. That's sort of something that you do.
And when you say sort of something you do, what are you referring to? The women that come to a doctor in the postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, and ask for help, that they should go talk to their neighbors?
I think that one of the things that's kind of a natural human inclination is to talk to people who are close to you, friends and family and so on, and say, this is a problem I'm having. Do you have any advice, or can you help in any way?
And then over the course of the time that she was going through this experience into late January, She had a lot of providers offer a lot of diagnoses, and there were a lot of complicated considerations, so much so that the diagnosis that was given to her, being at that time adjustment disorder with anxiety and depressions, generalized anxiety disorder, major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder 2, postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, postpartum stress disorder. Those are your words, sir.
Yes.
And that was all in January, wasn't it? Right? Stop saying no.
Are you asking me whether she had all the symptoms of all those disorders in January?
Your word, sir. Your word, sir, for late January.
Objection. If we could have the question and the response.
Yeah, good. Next question. Good.
Did I just read right what you said in your testimony yesterday?
I'm not understanding your question, Mr. Reddington.
She also had psychotropic medication with adverse reaction. Your words to this jury yesterday.
Yes.
What is psychotropic medication with adverse reaction? What does that mean?
It's pronounced psychotropic. And
sorry?
Oh, okay. It's psychotropic medication is medication that is prescribed to help treat symptoms of mental or emotional disorder. And it helps to improve, hopefully, the symptoms that you experience. And there was another part to your question, I think.
Yeah, it's called adverse.
Yes. These medications are available because for what they're prescribed for, they help most people. They have to go through clinical trials and all sorts of things. But for a few people, there are side effects and what we call adverse reactions, and they don't help. In fact, they might make things worse. And it appeared to me from reviewing the records that for Ms. Clancy, she's one of those few people where the reactions were very different, very poor, they were not the kind of reactions that were designed to have the medication prescribed for and improve the symptoms. She just had sort of the opposite happen.
Look at her. You look at her, sir. Did she have adverse reactions in your mind after you evaluated her, looked at the medical records, and looked at all of the scripts that she had? Do you believe that she had adverse reactions?
Sustained as the form.
Do you believe that she had adverse reactions?
To the medication that she had been prescribed since September?
Did she have adverse reactions, sir, up to the time of late January when you had no problem answering questions for the DA yesterday? Did she have adverse reactions into late January?
I believe she was having adverse reactions from the time she began taking the medication in October up to and including January.
Do you think that the treatment that she got from Tufts and Gelada was good?
Objection.
No, overruled.
I don't know. That's not something that I evaluated as part of my evaluation of Ms. Clancy.
You testified yesterday that she was returning to exercising in December. And then the district attorney followed up and indicated, well, she went to the Kingsbury Club in December. Remember that question?
I don't, actually.
No? Do you know what the Kingsbury Club is? It sounds pretty fancy.
I don't, actually.
Do you know that it's just an exercise place with a pool? You can bring your kids in a little restaurant?
Once again, I don't know what the Kingsbury Club is.
Well, there's no problem with a woman trying to exercise to try to avoid drugs and try to get herself out of any depressed state that she might be in after having a baby, right? No problem with that.
On the contrary, it's a good idea if she can do it, and it's something that she used exercise all her life to help manage her mood and do better.
One of the questions the DA asked you yesterday is about the manic state or hypomanic state, exercise, or things of that nature. And you answered that she did some exercise. Well, she did more than some exercise right after having Callan, didn't she?
She did.
What did she do?
She got up at 4 a.m. She ran 3 miles. She did half an hour on the Peloton, did an exercise class. So she was doing a fair amount of exercise.
How about a road race shortly after she had the baby?
Yes, it's my understanding that she did that too, yes.
During that period of time while she's exercising and running and road races and all the rest, sir. Would you agree, sir, that that coincided with the same time that they were involved with the cleaning out of the garage and removing property and selling things? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Would you agree that at the same time she was doing the beach blanket bingo or whatever it is on television, where she's selling people things like videos and lost money doing it?
Would I agree what?
Would you agree that she was selling videos online and it turned out that it was a scam and she lost her money?
I would agree that she was involved in something like that. I didn't know that she lost her money.
The exercise, we have the scam, we have the hypo cleaning, all of that. Would you agree that that is just a little bit indicative of what you said to this jury, that you were struggling over, trying to find manic, hypomania? Agree with that?
I would agree that those could be symptoms of a manic episode, which I was having a hard time identifying as she was clearly experiencing something like that. But I did end up with a diagnosis of bipolar 2, and that reflected my thinking that some of those things that Mr. Reddington has just described could be symptoms of a manic disorder, although less serious than a bipolar 1 diagnosis.
Okay. District Attorney asked you about anxiety, that you felt that she was suffering. Your answer was, well, if it works.
Objection. Will you approach sidebar?
Sure. Yeah, Counsel.
Get your pen out, Jen.
That's what I just said. Gemma, sidebar. Poor girl she's not allowed to hold a daytime job. We've got her so busy here.
No, she's doing 2 jobs today.
Alex, I am doing very well. Thank you so much. I really have missed you the last couple of days, to tell you the truth. I'm so grateful for everybody. You haven't?
No. We have a love-hate relationship.
Well, he's funny. He makes me laugh.
I love him today. I'm only kidding. I love Alex.
I know. Thank you, everybody, so much for being here. It really means so much to us. I'm so grateful for chat. This is why we do what we do. But truthfully, if there was only like me, Maggie, and a couple friends, we would still do this. We just probably wouldn't get as much commentary and as many different ways of thinking about this case or any other case, because none of us know it all. Some of us see very black and white and don't leave room for a gray area, which I've learned through this case very, very fast, that there are many gray areas because they haven't been answered. But I've also learned so much through this case just from those that have come into chat and graciously, I know I keep saying it, shared their stories with us so that we can better understand what's happening. I mean, if you have, like someone said here today, if you haven't been through this, you have no idea. I had no idea. None. I had postpartum depression just for a couple weeks. I knew enough to tell my doctor, and back then they just called it the blues, and they're like, I promise you're going to get through it. And he was right. I did. Without any medications or anything. I just had the normal postpartum thing, screwed up hormone thing that happens to a lot of women. So thank God I didn't have to go through this. I just went through this at a different time of my life over a completely different hormone problem. But
Shirley, who you calling mental? The host who's talking? Like you're mental.
Oh, Shirley, you think I'm mental?
That's if she's talking to you. Shirley, who you talking to?
I mean, there are times that I am mental. Many times.
Aren't we all?
But right now I'm not, so you'd have to catch me on a different day. Sorry.
Yeah.
That comment left quickly.
Molly's blocked them anyway.
Melly's got that finger. Let me tell you, there's a lot of mods in here. You guys, the mods are, they're quick draw McGraw when it comes to that stuff. I mean, all the mods are trying to get to it, and then There's a couple that I think they've got it all opened up at all times. Aren't we all at times? Yeah, I mean, I can be completely mental. I could be a total bitch. Listen, we all have, we have, personalities, and we have different personality traits. We have a personality that is our number one. This is who you will normally find when you walk into my house. And then there's traits of me that are psycho. And then there's traits of me that get pissed off. And then there are traits to me that I let my heart get involved, and that's the one that I wish I could change, because I'm the one that ends up hurt over that one. But I'm no different than anybody else. There are many traits to all of our personalities. And so does that mean that we have split personalities? No. Listen, humans are complex people, complex. And some of us deal with anger issues more. Some of us deal with loving people more. Some of us deal with being totally airheaded more. Some people, on and on and on. But that doesn't mean nothing other than that we're human, and you're allowed to be human here. So, yeah, sometimes I am. That's just what it is. I saw Maggie put something on the screen from Moxie. Welcome. Such a sad story. Praying for the kids, and she was super overwhelmed. My theory: the husband was having an affair. His lover changed the medication, and she went crazy and killed her kids. Listen, Moxie, you are not the only person that I've heard that has said something to this effect. So I'm not taking it off the table. You could be absolutely right. And we are back.
So, District Attorney asked you a question yesterday, sir, and it was in reference to doing things, and I quote, like exercise to complement medication and therapy. And your answer, and I quote, well, if it works, if it doesn't work for some people. It and the use effectively over the course of their lives, particularly if they have anxiety that might not fully need treatment, but it's something that might interfere your life a little bit. What did you mean by that?
I mean that exercise is something that isn't useful for managing anxiety for some people, but for other people, it's quite useful.
Okay. In reference to determination as to a manic episode. Your response, sir, was that there were times when she felt, as she described it, after the birth of different children, she felt good. She felt on top of the world. She felt really close to them, her husband and her kids and so on. But it's also something that it didn't look like a manic episode so much that it looked like she was feeling good and getting back into exercise and stuff.
Yes.
That was your answer yesterday. Is that in reference to the struggle that you had to try to get to a manic episode? That's what you said yesterday, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And
the answer is yes. Can I ask about the transcript for her? She can cover it?
I'd like to read it first.
Okay. When you were talking with her in Tewksbury, either you or the other guy in the hospital, interviewing her one of those 3 days.
yes.
Let me back up. Would you agree with me, sir, that if a person has a memory while they're in a psychosis, that it's very possible that they could be imagining that they did something, but in fact, the facts, objective facts, would show she didn't?
It's possible that being in an actively psychotic condition could affect the way information is processed, and therefore could affect the accuracy of their memory.
So, for example, she told you that after she slashed her wrists and after she tried to slit her throat, that she used the knife to cut the screen before she threw herself out the window, right?
Yes.
Was the screen cut?
I understand that it was not.
Did that give you pause?
There are a number of things that I don't think are all that important in terms of memory difficulties and accuracy of memory, and that was one of them.
Do you recall this morning indicating that you recounted that Lindsay told you that she felt, quote, like it wasn't her, end quote, as though she were watching herself commit the killings, and that she was simply responding to the voice rather than consciously deciding what to do? Do you remember saying that this morning?
I do, yes.
Would you agree that that description is consistent, almost black letter definition, with profound disassociation?
My testimony was...
No. Is that, sir, consistent with profound disassociation?
No, it is consistent.
So the answer is no. The answer is no?
Well, I was about to give the rest
I'm sure
of the
you
answer.
were, but the answer is no, is what you're saying, right? I just read to you what you testified to this jury this morning, right? Did I? Hello? Did I read what your words were this morning?
I don't remember exactly what my words were this morning.
If Dr. Helbrin told this jury that when Lindsay was talking to you and or Mac in the hospital, she felt, and I quote, like it wasn't her, as though she were watching herself commit the killings, and that she was simply responding to the voice rather than consciously deciding what to do, end quote. Question is, would you agree, sir, that watching oneself is consistent with disassociation?
Disassociation that is peritraumatic, which is what I testified.
So the answer is yes?
Well, you said profound dissociation, so the answer was no.
Last time I knocked out profound. I'm just asking.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
With disassociation.
It is consistent with peritraumatic dissociation.
Okay.
Yes.
And briefly, what is disassociation?
Dissociation is sort of the sense that you are removed from yourself. You're not feeling like yourself. It's something like you're in a position where your sense of time and your sense of self are altered, and it's also the sort of thing where you don't feel as if it's you anymore. Sometimes you feel as though you're watching a body that's you, but it's not really you.
And at disassociation, you'd agree, in the DSM, using that book, is in fact defined as an altered mental state. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that in your evaluations of Lindsay after you guys had the chance to speak to her and consider all of the documentation, your opinion ended up, using your words, being in your mind two possible explanations? And we talked about that, right?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And then you indicated that there were some possible things that made me believe that there was severe mental illness involved, right?
Yes, there were.
And there was severe mental illness involved, right?
There were some possible things that made me think that it might have been a psychotic episode.
Right, but there were severe mental illnesses involved here, right?
Yes, there were.
Okay.
It's just a question of which kind.
Semantics.
Yes.
You talked about thought broadcasting, right?
Yes, I did.
And thought broadcasting, sir, would be if somebody hears a voice and is concerned that somebody else might have heard it, right?
No.
Hey,
Thought broadcasting.
See what thought broadcasting is. Are you aware that Lindsay Clancy indicated to anybody that she was hearing or having these intrusive thoughts in her mind? Yes or no?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she was afraid that people could read her mind or knew what these thoughts were or whatever they were in her mind, intrusive thoughts?
She was afraid of that, and so one of the reasons that I asked her about the difference between hallucinations.
All right, hold on, please.
I can't be more
The
clear,
question.
Judge.
All right, and then if the Commonwealth wants to follow up, they'll be able to do that.
All right.
Go ahead.
Did she, according to Dr. Helburn's review, all the information in all the hours of talking,
Yes.
determine that she was afraid that people could read her thoughts or knew what her intrusive dark thoughts were?
Yes.
Who did she say that to? Not just who?
Well, she said it to me.
Okay.
She said it to Dr. Mack.
Yeah, I'm sure she said it to Mac too. Put you guys aside. Who else, like people, normal people, did she say that to? Not to be not normal, but I mean people like friends or family or citizens or whatever.
I believe she said it to Patrick.
Okay.
And she may have said it to others as well.
She may have said it to others as well.
I don't remember who else she said it to, but she said it to Patrick.
Well, how can you come in here and testify about a young lady that is saying to people that she's having thoughts that are intrusive and dark and that she's worried that other people are reading her mind and know about it, and you don't even know who she said it to?
No, overruled.
One of the things that she said is that her thoughts were kind of intrusive and loud and, I mean, that sort of thing. And one of the things that she said was that she thought that because of that, other people might be hearing them or might know what they were.
Like even worried about dropping little Cora off at the school, and she was afraid that the teachers could hear her voices or thoughts. Read that.
I did read that, and that's one of the reasons I asked her for the difference.
Right. But when I asked you if there were any, so that refreshed your memory that there was another person that she was concerned about.
Yes, I believe that's right. Yes.
How about her friends? Do you recall her telling her friends that she was worried about the teachers being able to read her thoughts?
I do not.
You indicated yesterday that one of the concerns or one of the issues or possibilities was at the time of the killings was acute psychosis, right?
I thought one of the possible explanations.
I don't want to let you run off, sir.
No, that, Counsel, next question.
Do you agree, sir, that you testified yesterday that at the time of the killings, one of the possible concerns that you had was whether or not there was an acute psychosis?
One of the possible explanations for her motivation and her state.
So the answer is yes, right?
Objection.
No, overruled.
That's what you said yesterday, right?
Not exactly the way you phrased it, and that's what I'm responding to.
Thank you.
Yes. Yesterday, sir, you were asked the next part of the evidence or what you saw against acute psychosis, and you referenced this discussion of whether this was postpartum. So let's stop there for a minute. Again, you know that postpartum is not a diagnosis, right?
I do know that, yes.
Okay. But the reason that it was not, as you put it, postpartum, is because she was about 8 months away from having given birth to Calvin, right?
Yes.
And most of the explanations from the authorities, like DSM-5, would point to maybe 1 month after birth or maybe give a little bit, maybe 2 months after birth, or something like that. That's what you said yesterday.
Yes.
And what's that based on in Dr. Heldman's mind? What's that cutoff about? 1 month, maybe 2?
It's based on what DSM-5 says, or the Cleveland Clinic actually said 6 to 8 weeks, if you look at their website. So it's based on accepted authority within the field.
Uh-huh. Is the World Health Organization accepted authority in the field?
It's one accepted authority, yes.
Okay, and what do they say?
I don't know what they say.
But would you be surprised if I told you they say up to a year that a woman can be experiencing postpartum psychosis or postpartum depression? Up to a year or even longer?
There are different kinds of outcomes and time periods that different organizations use.
I'm not asking about outcomes and time periods. I'm asking about the World Health Organization cutoff for a woman with postpartum depression or psychosis. What's the time frame?
Well, I don't know.
And then you indicated, now it could be something else. And there was certainly some stuff that I saw that were symptoms of depression and other sorts of things that she experienced in January, but it was, given the time, it was less likely, I thought, to be postpartum. What did you mean by that?
I meant that she was 8 months after giving birth to Callan. And if you look at two sources of authority, which I relied on, the DSM-5 and the Cleveland Clinic, then neither one of those would suggest that postpartum was the more likely explanation as opposed to something else.
So, if we put aside the DSM, when was the DSM? Strike that. Would you agree that the DSM virtually only mentions the whole concept of postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression in 2 paragraphs?
I would agree that they don't consider it to be a mental diagnosis in the same sense that other diagnostic areas are described in that manual.
Okay. Think that should change?
Objection.
No, overruled.
Do I think it should change?
Yeah, you.
The way I look at this is that the DSM-5 and the Cleveland Clinic and the World Health Organization reflect different outcomes. And I think that one of the things that they do on the conservative end is they reflect something that is basically a month, a month or 2 months, and something else on the very extended end is a good bit longer. I think it depends on a number of things in terms of how it changes, and I'm not in a position to offer an informed opinion on that, really.
Obviously.
Objection.
It'll be stricken.
Doctor, if Miss Clancy had a genuine command hallucination, which in fact did cause her to feel compelled to carry out the killing of her children in herself, would you agree that she lacks substantial capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law? If in fact that was a genuine command hallucination that she believed?
That would depend on a number of things. It would depend, for example...
Let's not go through a number of things. So your answer is no?
And my answer would be, it depends.
Okay, so it depends.
Next question.
Would you agree, sir, that in December of 2022, and she told you that at that time frame she had these thoughts that were in her head that would, quote, pop into her head, intrusive thoughts that included that her brain was damaged and that she had to kill herself? And she told you that, right?
She did.
Do you believe that she was telling you the truth, sir?
Yes.
I stand corrected in one regard, sir. This morning I started off my questions by asking you about 49 years ago when you published an article on postpartum psychosis, and you agreed. You were in college or something, but in fact, it was not postpartum psychosis. It was about schizophrenia, wasn't it?
I'd have to think back 49 years, but I think that's right. Yes.
Transcripts of interviews with 32 schizophrenic patients, 15 male, 17 female, all with primary or secondary paranoid symptomology, were edited only to delusion-relevant material. Does that refresh your memory, sir?
It does.
Okay, so it wasn't postpartum psychosis. You've never written about postpartum psychosis, right?
That's right.
Okay. So finally, sir, would you agree, and if you don't, just say, no, I don't agree. Postpartum depression. Are there tests that can be administered to? I'm not talking about a guy who's upset about his job. I'm talking about a woman who's just had a baby, who's going through the postpartum period, exhibiting signs of depression and or psychosis, okay?
Yes.
All right. Would you agree with me? A person can complain that they're less able to laugh or see the funny side of their life. Is that a symptom, sir, if you know?
Are you asking me if that's a symptom of postpartum depression specifically or depression more generally?
Oh, no, I'm asking you about postpartum depression, sir. That's what I'm talking about right now.
All right.
Okay. Do you agree that a patient would complain that they're less able to laugh and see the funny side of life?
That's a symptom of depression.
All right, you're going to tell me it's a symptom of depression
be
constantly. My question is, do you agree that it's a symptom of postpartum depression?
Yes.
Okay. Not looking forward to things.
And let me just say...
Oh, no, I don't want to let you do anything. Can you just tell me if stopping looking forward to things is a complaint that is common to postpartum depression?
Yes.
Anxious and worried for no good reason.
Yes.
And Lindsay complained of anxiety and being worried for no good reason constantly, right?
Yes.
She blamed herself for a lot of things in her life. Isn't that right?
She did, yes.
And she was not looking forward to the future. She was not happy with her life in the sense of the way she felt and wanted to go back to the way she was, right?
That's right.
How about complain? When I say complain, I don't mean complaining. It's just that that's the language you guys use. Complained about overwhelmed. Her day is overwhelming.
Yes.
So unhappy that she would cry constantly.
Yes.
Sad and miserable.
Yes.
Thoughts of harming herself, which is, according to the Mass Department of Mental Health, a flag in and of itself. She had thoughts of harming herself, right?
She did.
Okay, so those are all of the postpartum depression symptoms that a person can have, according to Mass General Hospital's 3-year review of postpartum depression and psychosis. So she hit all of these symptoms, right?
Those are symptoms of postpartum depression. They're also symptoms of depression.
I don't care what I'm asking you, sir. Are they symptoms of postpartum depression?
Yes.
All right. And there's a tool that psychologists can use with a woman who's coming to a doctor for help because of the symptoms of postpartum depression. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is that tool?
I don't know what the tool is, but I'm sure there is a measure of it, yes, of postpartum depression.
Okay. Have you ever used that measure?
I have not.
Have you ever read about it?
Possibly.
Do you even know what it is?
I don't know what it is.
How about postpartum psychosis, sir? Same study. Hearing voices or a voice commanding a person to act. That's in the DSM, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Command hallucinations, yes.
Delusional beliefs or distorted reality is a symptom that a person can complain of, right?
Delusional beliefs, yes, or fixed false beliefs, reality. Yes.
Yeah, it's just next statement. Confused, disorganized thinking. She had that, right? It's in your report, I think, that she was baking or making a pie or something and forgot where she was.
She was having trouble with memory, attention, and concentration.
All right. Anxious and worried for no good, strike that, apologize. Severe sleep deprivation, she had that, right?
Yes.
Rapid mood swings, she had that, right?
Not sure she had that.
Well, how about the time that Patrick told you that she would repeatedly find herself in the living room on the sofa and bury her head in the pillow and rock back and forth, crying hysterically?
When you said mood swings, that implies that at one moment you're feeling down and sad and depressed, and in another moment you're feeling quite differently. So
Right, and
I
then
don't
she
see
took
that
the
the
kids.
mood swings she had.
Oh, all right, go ahead.
Go ahead, Doctor.
Yeah, I don't see that she was experiencing mood swings so much as she was experiencing symptoms of sadness and feeling down and lack of motivation, which are symptoms of depression.
What is akathisia? A-K-A-S-T-H-E-S-I-A, I believe.
Yeah, I'd have to look that one up.
Okay. Feeling overwhelmed. She felt overwhelmed?
She did, yes.
Not herself, family seeing the change? Obviously, right?
Repeat the question, please.
Yeah, not herself. Semicolon, family seeing the change.
Yes, correct.
Lord knows. I mean, the mother-in-law, the father-in-law, her mother, her father, her husband, neighbors, people could see the change in her, right?
Yes, they could.
Okay. Continuing on with postpartum psychosis. Not herself, thoughts of harming her children. That's a big red flag, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Thoughts of suicide. She complained of that, right?
Correct.
Poor insight. She had poor insight at the end of January, didn't she?
I would not say she had poor insight. No, I think she understood pretty much where she was and the difficulty she was having, and was aware of a number of things about that.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Attorney Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, those symptoms that Attorney Reddington just read you about postpartum depression, are those also symptoms for general depression?
They're symptoms for general depression. They are, to some extent, symptoms of major depression, which is a more extreme example, a more extreme version of general depression. And there are also symptoms of bipolar disorder and bipolar 2. And I thought at the end of this evaluation that her correct diagnosis was bipolar 2.
And why was that?
One of the reasons, as I testified yesterday, is that she has been in Tewksbury for 3.5 years, and that is her diagnosis of record, bipolar disorder. But what that indicates to me is that having had the chance to see her, prescribe medications, and do a number of things, that they really think that she has a mood disorder of a fluctuating kind, a bipolar sort, as opposed to a major depression or some other kind of disorder.
Now, you were asked by defense counsel about the fact that you interviewed Miss Clancy a little over 3 years after she killed her children. And your testimony was it's better to interview the person as soon as possible, right?
Correct.
But you were able to watch Dr. Resnick's interview of the defendant about 3.5 months after the incident happened, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to review all of her records leading up to when she killed the children, and then after she killed the children all the way up to present day, correct?
Yes.
Is that something that you typically have when you do these forensic reviews, that much information, medical history and information on a patient?
I had more records information in this case than I have ever had in my career.
And so, also, were you aware that you weren't allowed to interview the defendant until the court gave permission?
I really wasn't. I didn't know how the process worked.
But as soon as you were informed that you could meet with the defendant, you did, correct?
Yes.
And the fact that you had all of these resources, the records, the prior interviews, the recorded interviews of witnesses, the criminal file, the collateral interviews that you did that in any way aid you in overcoming whatever deficits you might have had in interviewing her 3 years later?
It did, yes.
And how so?
Because of how extensive the records were from different people, different observations, different times, and so on. They, in effect, created something that I would have tried to do myself if there had been fewer records available. So I would have tried, for example, to...
Well, I'm going to object to what he would have done.
No, overruled.
I would have tried to conduct a number of collateral interviews. I would have tried to go out and get some of the records myself if they'd not been available and provided to me. Usually I have to work a lot harder to get 10% of the records that I had in this case.
And you were provided with her complete psychiatric history from September through present day, correct?
I was.
Now, you were asked about being retained by our office and speaking to the prosecutors in the case. Did anyone from my office or myself or Ms. Buckingham ever tell you what your decision or what your evaluation should say in this case?
No.
And did we ever put any pressure on you in any way, shape, or form to come out on what defense counsel calls our side?
No.
And he also asked you about your interview itself with the defendant. At any point in time, was your conversation with Ms. Clancy hostile or aggressive or rude in any way?
No.
Did she ever ask you to stop and say she couldn't do it any longer?
She did not.
In fact, she declined a break at one point in time, correct?
For one of the days, yes. That was the third day.
Prior to reading the records in this case, did you form an opinion as to what her criminal responsibility was?
No. In fact, I worked very hard to avoid forming any kind of opinion until very late in the process when I'd had the chance to go through all the records, do the 3 days of evaluation, do the collateral interviews, and get everything I could have, because that's the kind of thing that helps you handle what's been referred to as confirmation bias, which is starting out with a good idea or a conclusion and then being drawn to the things that support that and avoiding the things that don't.
Would an example of confirmation bias be giving a press conference in which you diagnose a patient before you even do an evaluation of that patient? And then finding that same diagnosis that you initially made?
Well, an example of that would be saying before you had ever met with somebody that I have a diagnosis, and then meeting with them and then possibly resulting in your providing that diagnosis. So it could well be an influence of associated with confirmation bias.
Now, you were asked about the defendant telling you that she didn't like to leave the children and how that was, how that impacted your evaluation of the defendant. And I think you were cut off on your answer. So if you could just tell us what you saw in terms of, or heard from the defendant in terms of her not wanting to leave her children and how that impacted or influenced your evaluation.
That was an important consideration.
Objection. It's not responsive.
No, I'll go ahead.
If you could answer.
Yeah. That was an important consideration because one of the things that would go through your mind if you decided to take your own life would be something very important to you, like your children. And over a number of years and in a number of different...
Sorry?
This is way outside the scope of cross-examination.
No, I would allow this. Go ahead.
Proceed.
Over a number of years and in a number of different contexts, she didn't like to leave the kids. So the question might be if you were possibly inclined to think about taking your own life, what would happen with the kids? And would they suffer without you? And could other people take care of them? And that turned out to be something that I thought was consistent with not wanting to leave your kids and not wanting them to suffer and so on. It all went together in how she thought about her own kids, felt about her own kids.
You were also asked by defense counsel in cross-examination about the defendant's concerns about taking Zoloft while breastfeeding. Do you recall in your interview with the defendant when she mentioned that as a result of her practice in labor and delivery as a nurse, she was aware that millions of pregnant women and postpartum women took Zoloft with no problem?
I do not recall that, no.
But that would be in your interview if it happened?
Yes.
Now, defense counsel asked you about your answer from direct testimony about all of the prescriptions and the different doctors being confusing. But being confusing was your description of seeing all that information, not the defendant's description, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And could you explain that and how it was confusing in what way?
She had a number of diagnoses that people assigned to her, a number of symptoms. And one of the things that she experienced is that people were saying that she had something pretty minor, adjustment disorder with anxiety or adjustment disorder with mild depression or things like that, all the way up to things that were really major and really severe, postpartum psychosis, that sort of thing. And there were a number of things in between. So she was not sure what they were saying, and she was not sure whether they were prescribing the right medication for her, and even if it was something that she experienced, whether she was reacting badly to that medication. So that's basically my understanding, that there were a lot of things that people said, mental health care providers. Some of them were pretty minor as far as what was wrong with her, and some of them were not minor.
And in terms of the defendant being unsure about the effects the medication was having on her, she expressed a specific concern about Seroquel, correct?
Yes.
And what was her concern about Seroquel?
It was giving her big problems with sleeping, and she thought that part of the numbness and not being able to feel and that sort of thing was associated with that medication as well. So she thought it was really affecting her badly.
And after she went to McLean Hospital, she was no longer on any of those medications that she had been on from September through December, correct?
Correct.
And she had been weaned off the Seroquel in particular, correct?
Yes.
And so after leaving McLean Hospital, the two medications she was on upon discharge was trazodone and Valium, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about thought broadcasting and the defendant thinking that people could hear her thoughts. And you said that there was some difference there between thought broadcasting and what the defendant explained to you was happening. Could you tell us what she said to you in your interview and how that impacted your evaluation?
Yes, she said that they were thoughts. They were unwelcome and intrusive thoughts, but they were thoughts just like many people would have. And if they were particularly insistent or they were particularly vivid thoughts, then you might think that, oh, people can pick this up from what I'm experiencing. But that is not a psychotic symptom, having vivid thoughts. On the other hand, if you hear a voice like somebody might hear my voice, it's an external sort of a thing, then that is very likely a psychotic symptom. And so I tried to ask her to describe the difference between the two and specify whether it was an external voice, which would have been an hallucination, or an internal thought, which would have been an unwelcome, intrusive thought. And she said, except for on January 24th, what she was experiencing were thoughts rather than hallucinations.
So internal thoughts versus external auditory hallucinations. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, defense counsel asked you if before all of these medications and before all the treatment, if Lindsay Clancy was a happy woman. But didn't she go to Dr. Tufts in the first place because she was struggling?
She was anxious about returning to work. She had been having a very good time with her family that summer. But as the fall approached and Patrick's paternity leave expired and she was thinking about returning to work and scheduled to return to work, that made her anxious.
And so it's not as if Dr. Tufts went to her home randomly and handed her a prescription. She actually went to Dr. Tufts with some mental health concerns, and Dr. Tufts treated her, correct?
Yes.
And from your review of the records and from everything that you've learned in this case, including your interviews with her, is it accurate that Ms. Clancy never told any of her providers, any of her medical providers, or any of the hospitals that she visited that she had thoughts of harming her children?
That is my recollection, that she did not share that information with any mental health providers.
And in your review of the records for Dr. Tufts, nurse practitioner Delata, mental health workers Letitia Dukes, and also at McLean Hospital, isn't it true, isn't it accurate, that in all of those records, it indicates that the defendant denied suicidal ideation, denied homicidal ideation, denied auditory hallucinations, denied visual hallucinations, except for saying that she felt suicidal in December?
Yes, that is accurate.
And isn't it accurate that throughout those records, they all document, all those providers document that there are no signs or symptoms of psychosis that are either observable or that she reported?
Yes, that is accurate.
Now, you were asked about her visit to women and infants in Rhode Island, and defense counsel asked you if they refused to help her and told her to leave. But they did offer to help her, didn't they? They offered her 3 different programs. Isn't that correct?
Yes, they referred her elsewhere to programs that they thought were more appropriate for what was wrong with her.
And reading from page 9 of Exhibit 220 in the records, it states, currently she is complaining of insomnia and mental numbness, which she attributes to taking Seroquel. She desires to down titrate the Seroquel and work on getting better sleep. Because her symptoms occurred late in postpartum period and are not clearly related to perinatal factors, the patient was advised that the WIH-DHP, which would be the Women and Infants Hospital postpartum program, is not a suitable treatment facility for her. This was discussed with both patient and husband, and both are in agreement with this. Patient's husband feels strongly that patient has been over-medicated and misdiagnosed. Patient was offered several options for her, including inpatient treatment for medication management, a partial hospitalization program focused on general mental health, or continued outpatient management. Patient plans to follow up with her outpatient provider for guidance, correct?
Yes.
And so it was Patrick who said that she was over-medicated, correct?
Well, he was one of the 2 of them who said that. She also thought that she was over-medicated.
But the people at Women and Infants Hospital, the ones who are doing the evaluation, don't say in their diagnosis that she was over-medicated. They list adverse drug effects, correct?
They listed rule out adverse drug effects.
And what does it mean when they write in a diagnosis, rule out adverse drug effects?
It means it's possible, but it has yet to be confirmed.
And there's nowhere in the diagnosis any doctor or mental health professional saying that she was, in fact, over-medicated, correct? In the diagnosis portion here?
Oh, of women and infants?
Yes, I'm sorry, women and infants.
Yes, I did not see anything like that.
And is there a difference between being over-medicated and having adverse drug effects?
Well, I think you're asking a medical question right now, and I'm a psychologist, not a medical professional, so I don't think I'm going to answer that.
Okay. Now, in the diagnosis, you stated earlier that there was general anxiety disorder, correct?
Among the diagnoses, yes.
And depression unspecified, rule out due to adverse drug effects, correct?
Yes.
So that means depression, but you have to look further into it to rule out or rule in whether or not the medication is having an effect.
Yes.
So that's not sure. That's not saying she's depressed because of the medication, correct?
They was just saying it's possible. need to look into it.
And in this, what I just read to you, the defendant was telling them that she thought it was the Seroquel and she wanted to titrate down, meaning slowly go off of the medication, correct?
Yes.
And then she went to Dr. Tufts after this and to nurse practitioner Gelada, and nurse practitioner Gelada actually gave her a prescription to titrate down, correct?
Yes.
Exactly what the defendant was looking for, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You were asked by defense counsel about the defendant getting worse and worse and worse, but was that between September and December, or was that in January?
It didn't begin until October when she began taking the medication, and she seemed to get worse and worse into November and December, and then following her discharge from McLean on January 5th, she seemed to be somewhat improved in different ways, including her sleep was better and her mood was slightly better and things like that. So if I had to describe it, it was worse from October into November into December, and then somewhat better and somewhat improving in January.
And you were asked by defense counsel about, you had mentioned cognitive behavioral therapy might be something that someone would look into, and he asked you if that was on the patient to do that, correct?
Yes, I think that's right.
Were you aware that there are searches on the defendant's cell phone where she looked up cognitive behavioral therapy or CBT therapy?
Yes.
And so she was actively engaging in her treatment and looking up that type of therapy, correct?
That was one of a number of things that she was searching for information on and looking for, yes.
And despite searching for information on it and looking for, she never made an appointment, to your knowledge, for that type of therapy?
To my knowledge, she did not.
You were asked about peritraumatic disassociation, about how a person feels outside of their body watching what they're doing. Did I describe that accurately?
Yes.
And in that scenario where someone might be experiencing that during a traumatic event, does that mean they're not in control of what they're doing?
No, it doesn't mean that. It means it kind of influences their perception and their memory and so on, but it doesn't completely remove their self-control.
You were asked about psychosis and whether someone in psychosis would automatically act on a command hallucination, and you said not be responsible, and you said it depends.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Why does it depend?
Because symptoms of psychosis, including command hallucinations, don't necessarily take away your knowledge, your understanding, or your self-control. They can in some instances, but in other instances, they don't. And one of the things that people do to try to retain more control is things like distracting themselves, praying, doing other things that that basically make a difference in terms of supporting and boosting their self-control. And so there's no automatic connection between any mental disorder, including psychotic mental disorders, and the legal standard for knowing that something is wrong or conforming one's conduct to the requirements of the law. That's why we go through all this in such detail.
Well, next question.
Doctor, can someone who is experiencing psychosis with a command hallucination, can that person know the difference between right and wrong?
Yes.
It's way outside the scope of questions.
Right. Next question.
And can someone who is experiencing psychosis conform their behavior to the law?
Same objection.
No, overruled.
In some cases, they can, yes.
And is that what you were talking about just a few moments ago, when someone can be in a state of psychosis, hearing a command telling them to do something, and they try to avoid doing what they're told to do?
Yes.
And you gave some examples, but someone trying to distract themselves with music or something like that, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to stop objecting, but I have a standing objection to the leading judge. This is my objection.
All right. It's redirect. I'll allow the Commonwealth to use a leading question to direct the witness to a certain area of inquiry, and then you just non-leading questions at that point.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right.
A couple of things. Sir, first of all, counsel was asking you a question about the inconsistent statement or what have you. You indicated, sir, if I stand corrected, you administered a test, the MMPI, to her, right?
Yes, I did.
And one of the sub categories.
Beyond the scope.
No, she asked about inconsistent statements.
No, yeah, overall.
Is the K scale or the lie scale, right? Yes or no? Just please, yes or no.
The MMPI does have a K scale.
Okay.
And it does have an L scale.
That measures if a person, to you as the administering psychologist, is bluntly lying, right?
No.
Okay. Does it also, in your testing, determine if the person is exaggerating their symptoms?
Yes, it's
Okay,
much closer
yes.
to that.
The answer is yes, thank you. And when you administered the test to Lindsay, close to 3 years later, you indicated that it was the fact that it was late that you administered the test. It was testing her at the time it was administered, right?
That's right.
And one of the things that, the results, by the way, if I understand, looking at your transcript of testimony, is regardless of all of your explanations about MMPI and the other psychological testing, she was not elevated on anything except for suicide scale, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So she wasn't, according to the testing you administered when you saw her with Mac, exaggerating, lying, malingering, anything like that, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And one of the things that you did in your report, sir, is regarding the lying or the malingering, is you made reference to, I believe, Dr. Resnick, Philip Resnick. You know him, right?
I do.
He's a significant authority in the field of filicide. Is that right?
He is.
And Dr. Resnick indicated, sir, that his opinion as to the lack of malingering, and as well as yours, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And you made reference to one of Dr. Resnick's articles, actually, in your report, correct?
Some of his research on...
The answer is yes. We can make this easy. The answer is yes. Did you look at and cite Dr. Philip Resnick's research report?
His research, yes,
Okay.
I did.
And are you aware, sir, that what you cited is outdated? Are you familiar with the 2012 article by Dr. McCarthy Jones collaborating with Dr. Resnick talking about the largest study of hallucinations ever conducted in the world?
I'm aware that as a researcher, you build on some of the things.
No, not what researchers do. Are you aware of that report?
No.
Okay. Are you aware, sir, that that study was after the report that you cited in your report, and it involved 191 individuals who were asked almost 400 questions about auditory hallucinations? You aware of that?
No.
And are you aware, sir, that in fact it was determined that auditory hallucinations can come from within and it can come from without in that report? You're not aware of that, right?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. Only other thing, there's been a lot of talk about how you had to wait, took a while, you had to get court orders to visit with Lindsay to conduct your investigation, right?
Yes.
Okay. You're not suggesting or trying to leave with this jury that it was me or my office that interfered or impeded. I think the question was that you were unable to see her. I had nothing to do with that, right?
Objection. Sidebar.
No.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so people coming in, and I just want to say, look, she killed the kids. There's no getting away from it. No one's denying that she killed those kids, even herself. She's admitted to it. It's not about that. And please, absolutely no bashing in the chat. Everyone's got an opinion and everyone's an adult here, so please be adult about it. Thank you. You there, Lee?
Yeah,
I know
I'm
you're
here.
moving around.
No, I've been watching too what's going on, and I've been kind of watching what's going on. I agree with you. Look, we're not all going to agree. I know that this is a big case, and there's a lot of passion behind it. There's a lot, on all court cases. There's a lot of disagreements and stuff like that, and we allow that here. We allow disagreements here, but we absolutely are not going to allow you to present your way of thinking or your theory about this case in a way that it is controversial to somebody else's way. If you cannot figure it out, if you feel like you're just hitting a wall and you're not getting they're not understanding your point, you're not understanding their point, you just say that's it, like I'm done. Like go talk, no offense, but it's good to see you, but go talk to somebody else because we're not getting anywhere. The sole purpose for me in allowing these types of things, having discussions and things like that, is so that we can learn from each other. Not, which means that you're going to have to open up your mind and your heart. If you're already set on in the way that you believe, then you're not going to be able to open your heart or your mind to anything anybody else says. So it's best just to be quiet about it. Again, I am going to echo Maggie when she said that just move along, just move along. That's not what we're doing here. If you cannot be an adult and have a discussion an adult way and agree to disagree, or then just listen. There are plenty of different YouTubers on here that allow you just to say whatever you want to, be hateful to somebody in chat, be hateful to the host or whatever, because they're just looking for, they don't give a shit what you say because it's about the numbers. Here, it's not about the numbers. We don't give a shit about the numbers, okay? We already won the game. We wanted 1,000 subs. Everything else was just a bonus that you guys have given us. So, there's other creators that will just let you guys go at it in their chat because they care about numbers. That's where you belong.
Jay
So,
Buche, you'd have to respect that everybody has got an opinion. You can't tell people they're wrong. People can just learn from you or you learn from them. Chris Watts was a completely different case. I watched that from start to finish. He was having an affair and he killed his children so he could be with the other woman. He killed his wife, his children and his unborn child, thinking he could have another life. So that was a different thing. I'm not saying he didn't love his kids because it looked like he really loved his kids, but it just shows you if people want something, then you can go that way. Not everyone, but some. But Chris, so what are you saying? Hang on, let's see there. Sorry, Lee.
no, it's okay. It's the same thing with Susan Smith. Susan Smith killed her kids because she wanted to be with a man that didn't want children. You cannot compare those two to this case at all. You can't.
No.
Neither one of them claimed any kind of psychosis or any kind of mental illness. Every filicide is different. Every murder is different. There are different motives, different reasons. So we cannot sit here and say, well, what about this one? What about that one? Listen, this is a totally different case than the Chris Watts, than the Susan Smith case. Those were different.
Yeah, you're right, Charlie. It's coming across as very aggressive. And I noticed when he first came in, and you let people, maybe he wants to rant, but he's not doing it the right way. And you tell him, but he's carried on doing it. So it's up to the mods.
It's up to the mods, exactly, because they're fair people. They are fair people. They'll hear you out, but the minute you come in here and they know you are being,
All right.
you're just trying to disrupt chat.
Recess at this point. We'll come back. Commonwealth will call their last witness, so during lunch, you know the drill. Don't talk about it. Don't read about it. Don't listen to it. Put it out of your head, and we'll have you back here at 2:00. Okay? Thank you.
Court, all rise.
All rise. Just gonna listen, see if we hear any hot mics.
Yeah.
Anything we need to discuss before 2:00?
No, Your Honor.
Counsel? Very good. All right. We'll see everybody at 2:00. Thank you.
You won't, Judge. You won't.
We won't see. We know we won't.
Yeah. No, not
Same
happening.
sense that other diagnostic
Okay, let me turn this off.
areas are described in.
There you go.
Anyways, thank you guys so much for being here. I really, really do appreciate you guys. And welcome to those that Maggie and I have not been able to welcome yet. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you. Come on down, have an adult conversation. You're welcome to your own opinion, but you can't shove it down somebody's throat. It's just not what's happening here, you guys. It's just not. And it's not worth it. We're having such, I feel like we're having such good conversations.
We've been here for 3 weeks and everyone's been great. It's been absolutely fantastic with everyone. And you don't want to end it now where people are just coming in and they're being abusive.
Yeah, don't do that. Yeah. All right. Dolores says 12 or 12:15. I'm saying, 2 or 2:10 or 2:15. She believes them coming back. I think they're going to come back. Was this one done? I think this guy was done, right? Weren't we done with him completely? Thank God, because I don't think I could listen to another more together. But you, well, it's been a minute since I've seen you. Thank you so much for coming in. I'm gonna say 2:07. I'm gonna say 2:07. They've surprised us all day with not being too late. So I still think they're going to be late, but I'm hoping that you could tell that even the judge, that all of them are getting just like, can we just get to the point now? Can we get to the point? And letting witnesses go on and on and on is just bullshit. Just answer yes or no, especially when they're quoting what you already said. Yes or no. Simple as that. We don't want to hear why you said it. Nobody cares.
Oh, good night, Mel.
Good night, Mel. Thank you so much.
Speak to you later or tomorrow, love. Take care. Speak to you soon. Alex, it's now 18:08. 8 minutes past 6. Yeah. So I think they're going to come back at your time, Lee, 2:30.
Okay. Charlotte says 2:20. April says 2:10. Wow, we're giving them a lot of grace today. We're giving a lot of grace in timing. So don't screw it up. Don't screw it up because, we've been really down on you guys.
What time is it for you, Alex? All the different times in the house. Yeah, we had a good load, good views.
Oh, yeah, I love this. Look at what she says. Look at what Amanda said.
Informed and open mind. Sorry, go on, Lee.
No, go ahead.
Informed and open mind. What happened? There was no winners. Don't be stupid. Open your mind and get all the facts first, please. So true, Amanda.
Yes, I agree with that. And I think it's sad. It's so sad, but true. There are no winners in this. There's none. There's none.
Joan says, sorry, Lee, go on.
No, go ahead, sister.
I've major depression my whole life and I never came close to what Lindsay did. I also have PTSD and TBI. You see, that's so nice to hear that you've managed it all your life. But I do believe there's some that can't. There's some that everyone's different. Some people take their life, and I think, oh my God, how did they do that? I couldn't. I'd be terrified. And the way some people take their life, I think, why did they choose that way? It's the worst way. Why did they choose that? Because we're all different, and something that happens up here that snaps. It just snaps. It's got to. It's got to snap, because how could you willingly stand there and strangle 3 babies with those bands, knowing what you would do? There's just no way. She adored her kids. She snapped. And that's my opinion, and you've got yours as well, and I do respect that. But I just do believe everyone is different.
Right. And like Maggie said yesterday, I want to tell you what Alex said. He said 6:09 in Dublin, just wondering when they're coming back. Well, they're supposed to be back at 2:00, and we all just kind of take guesses as to when they're coming
That's
back.
an hour out, an hour, yeah, for us, an hour for everyone.
Yeah, everyone is different when it comes to that's why I have a problem with so-called people who this is what they've done their whole life. They're supposed to be professionals, and they come at us with statistics. Look, I do think statistics need to be brought to the forefront, but you can't base a decision on a statistic, because we're not all the same. We're different. We do have some of the same characteristics, but it doesn't mean that you're not going to find at least one person out there that does not meet the criteria of that statistic. Bottom line.
Joan says, if we're all different, then why do people keep saying if you don't have depression, you can't understand? It's annoying. But I do believe, okay, there will be people that will sympathise with you and really try to understand you, but it's a fact, isn't it, that if you haven't suffered something, you will never truly know how that person felt. It's like when someone dies and you say, I'm so sorry, and you mean it, but until you've been through it, you realise, you think, oh my God, I say I'm sorry and it's just a word, their world was over. I do believe until you experience whatever it is, you'll never truly understand. Of course you won't.
Joan, it's the same thing as trying to explain to men the pain of delivering a child. There's no way. So we all have different experiences, and a lot of us have the same experiences. And so I can tell you that if you haven't experienced any kind of psychosis, then you don't understand it. And that is why when Maggie and I first started this series, the first thing we did was look for people who were willing to give a testimony or willing to tell us their story, because we needed to try our best to understand it, to even try to understand the case a little bit. So that's a part of all learning, right? I understand it can be annoying. Like, to me, it only becomes annoying is when somebody tries to one up you. Well, I have depression. Well, I have PPD. Well, I've had PMS, PD, XYZ. Well, that's when it becomes annoying to me. But when you say, like me, I lived with a toothpick in my foot, there's no way you'll understand that kind of pain of living with a toothpick in your foot for 3 years and not knowing that that's what it was, if you haven't experienced it. And I can't explain it to you. Or I can try, but you're still not going to get it. So I can understand what you're saying in a way, Joan, and I appreciate you being here, honey. But all of us have something that we feel like there's no way. I mean, that's why we struggle even talking to our own family sometimes. Sometimes I come on here, you guys, and Maggie's the same, and all the people that we've been together for almost 3 years now. A lot of times we'll come on here and we just chat. We just chat about our day or what's bothering us, or share some happy things, because there are even things you can't talk to your family about, because sometimes it's easier to get understanding from a complete stranger. Even if they don't understand it, they're like, wow, like I don't ever want to go through that. You know what I mean? So that's why I really, really like discussions. I really do if they're presented in the right way. But yeah, I get what you're saying there a little bit. So I hope that cleared that up just a little bit.
I'll put it on the screen there if you want to carry on, Lee.
Joan says, for fuck's sake, I say I have depression, so I understand and don't believe Lindsay. I'm told I still don't understand. Well, I have depression too, and I've been on depression medication for more years than I want to count, but I've never had psychosis. And that's where I needed to understand. Like, I understand depression. I get it. I remember the days of having trouble showering and having trouble keeping my thoughts together. And the only thing that got me out of bed was my dogs that needed me. I remember those days of depression. And I remember those days of depression where I could still go to work. And as long as I kept my mind busy at work, I was okay until I jumped in my truck to go home. And then all that. But I never understood psychosis. I don't understand schizophrenia. I don't understand other things. That's why you go to certain people who have been through it and you try to understand. You just open up and say, look, I've got, generalized anxiety disorder, which is exactly what I have. And I have depression with different triggers. What do you go through as a person who deals with psychosis? What do you go through as a person who deals with schizophrenia? What do you go through in a day? That's how we learn. So just because I have depression and anxiety doesn't mean that I can even come near to understanding the severity and what all scary things can happen during a psychotic experience. And we've been blessed that people have come to us and said, exactly what that's about.
Jem said, that's why I was so inspired to share my dad's news the other day. We all needed something positive, and we all need to know that others are suffering. 100%, yeah. 100%. Yep. And I do get Joan's point of view when people tell me she doesn't understand when she does.
Exactly.
But I think when people are trying to say, but we're not talking about depression, we're talking about psychosis. So we understand two sides, do you know what I mean? There is different depressions. Says me, I'm no doctor.
I am.
Laurie said, well, Leni is, yeah. Laurie said, I've had steroid psychosis and it absolutely terrified me. No way I will ever take steroids no matter what I have going on that needs them. Wow.
I've heard of that too.
Laurie? Oh, have you, Lee?
My father-in-law, his wife hated him taking steroids, any kind, because it would make him mean.
No.
Yeah, it would. And she's like, I'm not putting up with that. Like, you guys put him in the hospital to put him on steroids because I cannot deal with how mean he is to me. And that wasn't like Bob. Bob was a very gentle man, but steroids absolutely wrecked him.
Yeah, I didn't know that could happen. Just shows you.
Yeah, different medications affect different people. That's why
different people, yeah.
And we saw people come in and they talk a lot about the Seroquel on here, and I know Misty has done some research on it, and I think Misty's also been on Seroquel. And some people will say, Seroquel is the devil, including me, when it comes to a certain family member that I will not say was put on it. For him, I think it just does things for different people, but for him, it gave him these bad shakes. And then when
I know what you mean, yeah, yeah.
And then when I took him to the doctor, they were like, he's not got any psychosis going on, anything like that. I don't know who put him on this. And do you know that was 20 25, 30 years ago, and he
Still
still
got it.
today has he still shakes. And it's from the Seroquel. So we've heard people come in and say Seroquel's the devil, and that we've heard stories where people that have gone on Seroquel have taken their lives just days later. Even Tachi said that to us.
Yeah.
And then we've got people that have come in and say Seroquel saved my life.
Yeah.
But
no, it proves that everyone's different.
right, and that's why I am trying to advocate for always get a blood panel done first, because some medicines you could be taking a freaking high blood pressure pill that could interact with one of these pills. I don't know, differently, and so I always say, make your doctor listen. You're paying their bills. They work for you. You tell your doctor, I want a full panel done, and not just the regular panel. You need a biometric panel done. And then the one thing I haven't heard not one person say on this thing is nobody told Lindsay when she was calling every 2 days saying, this medicine's not working. I'm scared to take that medicine, blah, blah, blah. Nobody said, Lindsay, you're going to have to. You're not going to feel anything but side effects for the first week. And then those are going to start wearing off. And while the side effects start wearing off, then it's going to get more in your system, and it's actually going to, it's not a magical pill. It's not like a Valium. You take it and you don't give a shit if the house is burning down around you. You're just like, if you're like me, who's a pyromaniac, you're like, cool. It's not a magical pill. And I heard nobody say that. Not one doctor said that they talked to her and said, yes, side effects are terrible, but if you work with me, and even if you call me every day and I'll walk you through it, if you work with me, give me 3 weeks, I'll get you to feeling better, at least a little bit. And the side effects will have lessened. Nobody said that to her. Instead, they said, well, take this one instead and drop that one. That is not psychology. That's not psychology.
Can I read this, please?
Yes.
Laurie, my comment was directly to who said, if I never had depression, I don't understand. My point was I have depression, so their comment to me was stupid. You all took my response out of context. I apologise, Joan. I do apologise. I didn't know you were talking specifically to one person. Sorry.
Me as well. Listen, we're not out here to hurt anybody, you guys. It's really hard to, when you're running a stream, and I'm just right now talking about Mags and I, when you're running a stream and you're trying to put things in the background so that we could possibly bring it up during breaks and things like that. So you're trying to do that. You try to pay attention to chat because you want everybody to feel welcome. And then you're getting text messages from other people that are like, can you pay attention to this? Will you pull up this?
Yeah.
So we're handling all that too. There's a lot of behind the scenes things. So sometimes we get it wrong as well. So seriously, I want to apologize if I said something that was out of line. Never would I intentionally hurt somebody's feelings. But it is on everybody else's behalf. Maggie always says this. It's so easy to take things out of context when you're texting because you can't hear their voice. You can't hear the sincerity or the sarcasm behind it. So it's so easy to do that, especially when it's heated. Like our emotions are up because of this trial. So just hang in there, guys. Just hang in there. This trial is going to be over this week. I guarantee you that. That's one thing I can say. This trial will be over this week, and we will go on to something else. And this is, there will be other creators that will keep doing their programs on this trial, especially whichever one doesn't win. Those are the creators that are going to keep doing it, keep making money off it, and more power to them. No judgment from me. I don't care what other people do on their channels. For us, we will probably have a day or two of just sitting around having discussions about it, decompressing, figuring out what we're going to do next here, and then we'll go on. So we really hope that whatever happens, you guys stick around, because whatever we do next, whether it's a trial or we start digging into another case and start doing a lot of preparing for a case that's coming up, bringing up court records, things like that, like we did the Coburger thing. You never know. That person that you are struggling with connecting with in the chat could be somebody in the very next day that whatever we cover could turn out to be one of your biggest allies, and you really understand each other.
Yeah.
What says you, Max?
I agree. It's so easy to take things wrong via text message. Because like you say, you just don't know someone's tone, do you? Like when someone's talking to you, you hear in the tone if they're angry or the sad, the happy, whatever. So it is, you've got to be very careful, especially us when we're reading the chat. You know, when the chat's going fast and you're seeing everyone like answering the other and blah, blah, blah. And then I seen Joan saying that, and then obviously I answered. So I do apologise, Joan. It was wrong of me to think that you were talking to all of us.
I want to give a great motto. You guys write this one down, okay? This is a Leanism, all right? When in doubt, always give someone grace, unless you know they're being a dickhead. Then cuss them out. I mean, that is great advice right there. That is some great advice. And that's all I got to say about that.
Of course, I've got a moment. Woo.
Hopefully this we're done with this dude, because we still have one more.
I want to know who the other one is, do you know?
I don't know. We'd have to ask Lisa. I think Lisa was paying the most attention.
Lisa, was it a man or a woman, do you know? And do you know who it is? Mind you, they wouldn't say, would they?
No, I don't think they would say. I don't know if they had given their name so I could look it up for everybody who this person is, but we didn't get a guess. We didn't get a witness list off of this one. Sometimes we get them, sometimes we don't.
Do you?
So we didn't get a witness list off this, but I will tell you, there was a lot of, they had over 266 witnesses for this trial. And the judge told them before it ever started, they said, get rid of, this is ridiculous. Could you imagine sitting through 266 and even 100 of them were going to come up here and give us their professional opinion of Lindsay Clancy? I would have folded. 266 is the witness list they first gave this judge, and that judge said, no, this is no. But damn, yeah. I can't pronounce this name. I think Syra.
It's Irish, isn't it? Sierra, is it? I'd say
Sierra.
Yeah, I think it's Sierra. I don't know. Sierra, are we right or are we wrong?
Forgive us for butchering your name.
It's
we try
Irish
so
name,
hard.
Isn't it? Because she said she was in Ireland before. It is an Irish name, I'm sure.
And 266 never seen her. Miss Dolores, you are completely correct on that. How many of these people that they've had on the stand had ever even talked to her? And for how long?
I mean, look at him. He says, wait, it was 3 years before he's seen her.
Oh, it's Kiera. Well, it's Kiera. That is such a pretty name that I've never seen. Listen, your mom really did try to mess with us.
Hang on.
Kyra.
Kiera. This is what I mean, guys. You can't. So I'm going to say, okay, let's do it one at a time so we don't mix it up. Okay. Is it Kiera?
Kiera.
Kiera.
Okay.
Yeah, Kiera.
Wait, that was Flower saying that. Hold on. She's wanting to know too. So let us know how to pronounce it. It's an old Irish name. Don't worry. Haha. I've been called all sorts. Yes, Mags. So what did you say, Mags? Kira. Oh, so Flower was right too. Okay.
Kira. Yeah. Thanks, Kira.
We love it.
Terrible when you
Listen,
can't
we're
pronounce
sorry.
it.
I
Let's do
get called
Paul Kira
Liney.
tomorrow.
Liney.
I'm going. I was calling
Liney.
for Lillian.
Poor Jillian the Lillian. Oh, that was
She's known
terrible.
as Lillian Gillian now.
Yeah. All right, let's get back to this really quick. What do you guys think so far? If you had to make a decision right now, like we've got to get through one more freaking person. I think I've learned everything about this case that I ever want to know, to tell you the truth, honestly. I mean, I'm over it. But, I mean, the court is a court. And listen, they want to make this $300 an hour?
Imagine.
Shoot. I mean, I would only go to work once a week, Maggie. That's all I would go to work. But anyways, right now, what do you think the jury is thinking? Are they thinking this is effed up? Are they thinking, no, I think I got it. Like, I think I got enough to make a decision right now. Are they thinking, can we re-look at Patrick's testimony, which I'm going to tell you right now, we are going to review that. If you don't want to stay through that, I have to relook at that. And I'm gonna. And I've already looked at it about 4 times by myself. But I think we have got to
We
get.
do that in the breaks.
I think it's important that we do that. I think it's important that, because the reason why Patrick is so important to me is because I feel like only 2 people in this world really know the truth. And that's Lindsay and it's Patrick. And we've heard all of this different testimony about how.
But did you hear it before? He said to that last witness there, or that witness, you said that she said, what was it? What did he say about the kids? What did he say she said about the kids?
Oh, yeah. He said, first he asked her, what did you do? Patrick asked her, what did you do? And she said, I tried to kill myself. And then he said, where are the kids? And she said, in the basement.
Yeah. And Red said, how did she tell him that? Because there's no way she could have. So is Patrick lying? Or is he lying?
Well, right there is when both of them failed. Because my next question, whether I was a prosecutor or whether I was the defense, I would say, how did she tell you? Did she mouth it to you? Mouth those words? Did she say it with her breath? Like,
He said she could only grunt.
Okay, but what testimony did that come out of? That's why I'm saying I want to listen to Patrick again. There's only 2 people that knows what happened. Now, whether they're going to tell us the truth or not, that's for you guys to decide. That's why I want to listen to Patrick again. But they should have been clear with that, because we have heard some people say, yes, we heard, and of course we didn't get to hear the whole 911. We didn't get to hear Patrick talk at all, or her at all.
Wicked Witch heard that. So I said, I wanted to hear that. She went, you sure? Because it's, it's really bad. I said, yeah, because I've got questions. So I'm wondering if Nikki, Wicked Witch, could send us that to your email, Lee.
To what? What are we talking about? I'm sorry.
The 911 call.
Is it the 911 call that they played in court where you don't get to hear Patrick's voice? Because that was.
No, didn't you hear it in Court's voice?
No, that was the 911 call. There was a gag order put on it as far as listening to anything that Patrick Clancy said on the 911 call. The only thing you could hear for us, not the courtroom could hear it, but the only thing that we got to hear was the 911 operator. So if that's the one yeah, we heard it in court.
Yeah, but that was nothing really, was it? I mean,
no, that's why that's why I asked, which one is it? Do you have the original one? I'm telling you guys,
sounds of it was.
When this first came out, I'm telling you, when this first came out, I remember hearing the whole thing. I remember it. I do remember it. And remember, Patrick Justice, right before court had started, and he was the very first witness on the stand. It was a week before they were scheduled to start court, is when his lawyer asked the court to please ban anybody except for who was in the courtroom from hearing Patrick on the phone. That we could hear the 911, but we could not hear Patrick.
Yeah. I mean, that was sad. Like, it was sad, but
OU says,
I mean, I suppose
y'all be good.
it
OU, it was good seeing you, honey. It says, y'all be good. I appreciate the compassionate people here. You're welcome anytime, OU, and we hope you do come back. We really do.
Oh, take care. What's that? OUS. What if she heals? Should she remain imprisoned? Postpartum psychosis is a temporary condition.
No, I think she should remain in prison.
Yeah.
I mean, I said it all along. Whether she gets off on this, she still killed 3 kids. So let's just say we leave her in the institution for 2 to 3
But
years.
it wasn't her. This is the argument. It wasn't her.
What?
It wasn't her though. She was overtaken.
Okay, but here's my problem with ever letting her out is who's going to be the one that's going to be responsible for her taking her meds, and who's going to be the one responsible that she's going to stay on the straight and narrow, keep the meds straight, keep going to her doctor's appointments, and who's going to be the one responsible to say she'd never harm anybody else again?
So do you
Not
not
me.
think, right, if she's come out of that psychosis and she's realised obviously what she's done, and she's obviously, it's been said she's devastated, she cries every day, blah blah blah, that she will never let herself get to that state. As soon as she starts seeing signs, she will pull herself back and go and see someone.
No, because everything we learned about psychosis from the people who are in chat right now says it could come on at any time. It's not about letting it happen to yourself. It is an entity all in itself.
Yeah.
And the only way that I can see that it can be controlled is if you are in a controlled environment, making sure you're taking your medicine when you're supposed to take it, going to your therapy. The way this, to me, if you're able to take 3 kids' lives, whether it was Lindsay or whether it was the psychosis, then I just think that that's something you just don't outgrow. I think you've got to be on the medication.
She's admitted she killed them, so yeah, it's right. She should, she should go to prison. Well, I think a medical, whatever you call it.
Yeah, she needs to be institutionalized for the rest of her life.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, definitely.
Unless one of y'all want to be responsible, go ahead, y'all. I mean, Patrick's out. He's like deuces. So her kids are gone. They're not going to take care of her. Maybe her parents will take care of her. They're only going to be here for so long. Maybe her sister will take care of her. Do I trust these people to take care of her and make sure she takes her medicine? Negative. I sure don't, because none of them were there to help her, help the children and take the children out. So no, it would have to be an independent person that's going to be responsible to make sure that she stays on the straight and narrow. No, people like this, whether they were in a complete psychosis or not, need to stay institutionalized. Why take the chance?
Well, it's like the same thing I've said before, isn't it? Why did they believe that she would never do it? I should never believe that she would never do it again. So, because there's always there's that chance, isn't there? Laurie says, I don't believe she did kill them, Leanie. I believe he did, and she just believed it because of the high level of Seroquel. The timeline does not line up.
I've heard a lot of people say that as well, and I've gone over the timeline.
Yeah.
And some people are saying there's like 31 minutes missing or something like that. It's not. There's not. There's like 7 minutes missing.
She doesn't want to live, Laurie.
But I'm not. But let me make this clear, Laurie. Let me make this very clear. That doesn't mean I'm right. It doesn't mean I wasn't there. So it doesn't mean that I am right and in my belief that she did kill her kids. I'm only going off of testimony that I've heard in court, which is what I'm supposed to do. And that this lawyer, I 100% believe that had her lawyer, if he knew that she was not psychotic in any way, I don't think he would have taken the case. Believe me, there's plenty of people looking for him out there that want him. He could make money elsewhere, but I do believe he could have pointed the case in a different way to make her still look innocent.
Yeah. What was I reading then?
But that does not make me right. I just want to make that very clear.
It's just an opinion, Lee. We've all got one, and it's okay to have one. I was reading that then, and I forget where it was up to. Why didn't she go to Canada or something? Oh yeah, why not let her go to Canada and end her suffering using maid? Why force her to continue living? Well, it's the same for everyone, isn't it? She's on suicide watch totally. She wants to end her life. She doesn't want to be alive. But that's part of prisoners' suffering, isn't it? They make her suffer. She's got to pay a penance, basically.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that too. If you have done listen, if she was in psychosis when she did it, she's obviously ill. Then yes, you need to protect her against herself, which has never been done for her. I believe if you're in prison for killing somebody and you want to kill yourself, hell, I'll hand you a gun and walk away. I don't care. Kill yourself. I don't give a shit.
No.
I really just don't. Alex says, wow, Lori, blame the husband without any evidence. And yeah, I mean, I have to agree with that. That's why I personally do not believe that he had a hand in killing his kids. Right. Like that he's the one that did it or put her up to it. I just don't believe that. But I absolutely do believe that he failed his children. Absolutely. And there should be some kind of retribution for that. I don't know what it was. Maury says Lainey Callum was revived at 6:40. Lindsay was seen laying in the backyard at 5:50. No way he was revived 50 minutes later. The limit is 30. I agree with you on that, but that is not the timeline that I had seen. And I'm not saying you're right or I'm wrong. I'm not. But we also have to look at. Okay.
Sorry,
it's okay. We also have to think of the timeline of what we do know to be true. And there's, okay. Okay, go ahead. I got it next. Listen, that's why I want to listen to him again. I think it's important to listen to him again. Now, have I heard things like a neighbor saying, "Hey, Dad, our neighbor's laying outside on the ground out there." I've heard a lot of stuff, but what I try to do for myself, Lori, is I try to be factual. You know what I mean? And if I'm not factual, then I always try to say, "You guys, this is a thought I had. What do you guys think about this?" And sometimes somebody will give me a factual thing that says, "Nope, Lindy, that's not going to work because this is exactly what was said." No, I think the timeline has all been screwed up. I think the only thing that we can really go by is that would be factual is we need the court reporting. We need all of that is put in the court, but unfortunately, a lot of that stuff has a gag order on it, and so we're not going to see it yet. Do I believe one day we will be able to hear the full testimony of the 911? Do I think we're going to be able to go to the court pages and pull them all up and get a timeline that way? Yes, I believe that that's going to happen. But do remember, there are 2 more cases that are pending right now in this case. Lindsay Clancy against all of the doctors, and also Patrick Clancy against all the doctors as well. So Lori, all I can say is I'll check into it again. I will. Listen. I hope half the time I'm wrong. Do I want Patrick to be guilty? No. Do I want Lindsay to be guilty? No. But damn it, somebody's guilty. We got 3 kids that are gone. And right now, as far as I see, just from my own research and being here watching court with y'all and trying to understand things, I believe that she did it herself. Because the only thing we know for sure is what time the 911 call came in, what time Patrick was at CVS, what time Patrick was at the 3V restaurant. Why don't we have any? I don't know. I mean, surely their little town has got to have some cams, on streets and buildings and stuff that they could. It wasn't prosecuted, right? Not prosecuted. It was also not, not what do you call it? Somebody help me with it. Investigated, right? But I will say this. So if you walk into an investigation, you're a cop, you get this call that a lady jumped out the window. You have no clue that there are 3 dead children in the house, right? So you're going around the back. You could hear it all on the 911 call. He's going to the back and stuff like that, because that's where they said that the lady was out of the window. All right. So we can confirm all that with records and with timestamps and things like that as well. And then from there, we go on about, what is like, that's how we knew for sure that Dawson was actually hung, because of one of the police's audios that was on. So for me, you would have to create a timeline like that in order to do it. And if you remember Patrick's testimony, a lot of it was like, I don't remember. I'm not calling him a liar, because there are things our brain completely shuts out on purpose to help us not be so traumatized. So I'm not calling him out for not remembering a lot. You know what I mean? Shit. There's so much I don't remember because I just don't want to remember. I don't want to remember certain times in my life. So I would have to go back to that, and then we would have to pull up and do our own timeline with it to really understand it. Oh, guys, listen, he changed his shoes. Why? Dolores says. Well, I don't think he changed his shoes. Do I think he has an extra jacket on when he gets to 3V? Yes. I would have to ask you what part of the country you live in. If you live in a part of the country where it's cold and it's snowy all the time with ice, we keep jackets in the car, you guys. Usually it's heavier jackets in the car. Not the whole family doesn't go out there and throw jackets in the car. Understand me. But 1 minute we could have freezing cold just here in Indiana. And their temperatures are much more extreme than ours are sometimes. We could have extreme cold, and then a little while later, we're all warmed up. We're only going to run into the cold, so we take the heavy jacket off, right? Well, then just a short little time we were out, we're freaking freezing again, and so we put it back on. And then we get to the other place, we're going into the dollar store, and it's still on. So do I think that he changed his clothes? No, I think he put another jacket on. I don't think he changed his shoes, but if he did, that does not make him a killer. Here's why. A lot of people that live in these types of conditions, they will have extra shoes in the car. That is just the truth. So I would have to ask you, where are you from? What is your way of doing things? Because my husband always has extra shoes in the car. Always, usually 2 or 3, because during football season, even he has different shoes in the car to switch over to it. But he's got different shoes. Really, he does. So I personally never have, but I always have a pair of slippers in my purse if I go somewhere, just in case somebody doesn't want me to wear shoes in their house. And then I'm like, look, I can't come in without wearing at least slippers, because if I touch one piece of sand on your floor, I'm going to gross out. I just can't handle it. It's gives me the heebie-jeebies. So, I know some people say that he absolutely did change. I don't know. I wasn't there, but just what I see, it doesn't look like he did. But if he did do it, that doesn't make him a killer. I mean, it just doesn't. It just means that he lives in that kind of a climate. You would have to prove it. And really, here's the deal. Hi, Natalie. Good to see you, lovely. Here was a way to prove that, right? It could have been easily proven. But again, this is where the investigation went wrong. Instead of going to businesses on his route, Patrick should have been able to tell him his route. Instead of going to the businesses on his route, because some people say he went to the store and got the medicine, came back, killed his kids, and went to the 3V restaurant, blah, blah, blah. So, I mean, everybody's giving me different scenarios of it. This would be really easy to find out, you guys, if we had video of his vehicle moving. It wouldn't have been as hard. Now, you can say, well, he before he ever went to CVS and before he ever went to the 3D restaurant, that he threw his wife out the window and he killed his kids. Okay. But then you have to also look at different timelines, like where his phone was traveling from, right? So we have got the phone data of Lindsay, right? How many flights she climbed, how many flights she went down. We have it down to the second of his. We never got that from Patrick's. Why? And don't tell me he didn't have a phone on him, because he called his wife and his wife called him and he also texted. I understand there was an email sent. I know that. I know how it happened. Hell, I don't know. Shit. My computer, all I know is to turn it on. That's a little bit ridiculous. I've learned a little bit, but not much. But I don't know how that happened. But again, that is, that's the attorney's problem. Did they ask how the hell he sent an email at that time? Did they trace his steps according to his own phone, like they did Lindsay's? Not only her phone, but her Apple Watch. I don't know what's right and I don't know what's wrong. All I know are two people know the truth. And I don't think we're going to get the full truth, or maybe we've already heard it and just choose to not listen to it. I don't know. But what I do know is, by just all these questions that I'm trying to answer and I'm trying to get into all this with you guys, is this tells me everything that I'm reading in chat right now tells me that the burden of proof is on the prosecution, and they have not met that standard. They have left us with more doubt, beyond a reasonable doubt, than anything. And in that case, if you still got these questions, you have to say not guilty. That is reasonable doubt. All right. What we're going to do now is, are you back? Because I need to go pate and get some. I hope that I explained without me sounding like a know-it-all, or me sounding like, I was just making shit up as I go along. This is just the way that I think about things, because I go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. But I just know at this point, and probably by the end when the jury goes back, I will have to say, unless something magical happens, I will have to say not guilty by reasonable doubt. They did not do any proof that needed to be done. All right, Mags, I'm going to leave you to it. I'm going to smoke and get me some nicotine.
Okay, Gail, I've just got my orange and my apple ready to eat me peel.
Do
I
not
had one
choke.
earlier today though. No, I'm alright. Listen, I didn't choke. It got stuck, remember? It got stuck in my gullet, in my esophagus, whatever it's called.
That's your thyroid. Make sure you get it.
It's happening all the time now. Oh, hello everyone. Let's see what's what, where I'm up to. So, let me see. Let me bring that back down. Flower said she has to make it look like she wants to die until after trial in any case. Do you think that she's just acting like that then? Flower, that's just an act. Oh, well, according to the people, the nurses and that, in the place that she's in, she keeps to herself. She talks to them, but she's quite quiet and keeps to herself. I think it'd be hard to keep something up due for 3 years, but you never know. You never know, love. Dan, what time did they say we'll be back? My time, 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this off the screen, just so we know, and I'm going to turn the sound back on because there's nothing on there now, so it won't interrupt anything. So let me just take this off what I've got on. And get that ready, get the sound back on so we don't miss anything. There you go, sound's on. So we've got 5 minutes to the hour they said they were going to take, and I think they're going to be half an hour over the time. What about yous? No. So if you can hear me eating, I'm sorry, I'm eating orange peel. He wasn't in her head. Who wasn't in her head? Patrick. Joan said, what if it was just rage? The only kid not in PJs was Dawson. Was he giving her a hard time during bedtime routine? She snapped with him, then felt she had to end every one after that. I don't think so, Joan. But you know what? You never say never, do you? It's everyone. Do you know what? Some of the scenarios that we've gone through since this trial started, I think we've been through them all. Even to the point where you think, was he carrying on and she found out because of the way this woman's come into his life? She was a runner. And I'm thinking, and plus a job as well. So I'm thinking, did Lindsay and her know each other? Because they were in the same type of, same field, so to speak. And she told you she was a runner, so she started going running with them. I don't know. Because 4 months after the murders, he moved, didn't he, to where she lived. And then obviously they got together and they got married this year.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae. Thank you for being with us on this Tuesday as we are.
Does anybody want to listen to that? Let me know and I'll leave it on if anyone wants to listen to it. But yeah, we've been through 1,000,001 scenarios. Yes, you just want to listen to it? Okay. Bear with me.
The question that this jury will have to answer once they go into that deliberation room is whether or not she was sane at the time of the killings. And if she wasn't, whether or not in that mental health defect episode, did she understand that what she was doing was wrong and choose to do it anyway? Before we get you back to finish up the testimony that we've been watching, because we are behind,
Oh, was it?
we are in
MJT?
real time
Oh,
going
I'll
to go
get that up
outside
now.
to the courthouse because we have with us the host of Scandal on the Law and Crime podcast on the Law and Crime Network. Sierra Gillespie is with us. She's standing out there. She's been inside of the courtroom. Sierra, it is so good to have you on. I think it's been 5 weeks almost since I got to talk to you directly on air because you were there for jury selection. You've been following this case throughout, and now we are almost at closing arguments. Tell us, we are eager to hear what have been your observations of this jury.
Yeah, Julia, since the last time I talked to you on air, a lot has changed, right? Both inside the courtroom and out. All the conspiracy theories online that are kind of being perpetuated. But moreover,
Does
the amount of
anybody want to
people who
watch
are
Brian
here,
Ensign
it's way more than
outside
the
the
last time I talked
courtroom?
to you. I mean, there was press here,
Let
of
me
course,
know.
initially, but now the press has doubled, if not tripled. Additionally, there's been a line every single day for people who are spectators, whether they're for Lindsay Clancy or against her. I mean, this is a completely packed courtroom. People are talking about this, and they're coming here to Plymouth, Massachusetts, to see it in real life.
So inside of the courtroom today, tell me what over the course of this trial you've noticed about these jurors, because I know this morning you mentioned that they were doing a lot of writing. Do they seem like they are nodding along? Are they paying attention to Lindsay Clancy, or are they looking at the gallery? I know you're also watching what's happening there.
Yeah, that's a great question, Julia. I feel like these jurors are very attentive to everything that's happening. I mean, when the witness is on the stand, they are paying attention to this witness. They are writing in their notebooks. They're following along, whether it's the defense attorney or the Commonwealth who's speaking. And I do believe that they are glancing over at Lindsay Clancy. They're taking a look at her, because even
This is
sometimes
today,
defense attorney Kevin
Dolores.
Reddington will head over behind Lindsay. He'll kind of touch her or be near her. And at those
He's
times,
been
they
there
are
today.
clocking Lindsay. And I mean, I've said this before and I'll say it again, but when the jurors walk in, everyone stands, right? That's just the way that a courtroom goes. And it's so stark to have everyone in the courtroom standing and Lindsay being seated in a wheelchair because she's paralyzed from the waist down. And I do think that jurors are clocking that, and it will especially have it in the back of their minds as they head toward deliberation.
I have been wondering about that, because there are times that judges will not have everyone stand if there's a reason that the defendant
What
can't.
we'll do it on the
This is a
next
different
break,
reason. It's not because she's shackled, it's because
because
she's
we're
literally
getting to the
paralyzed.
time now.
Her nurses are
I
behind her
might just
still,
skip
I'm
it.
assuming. Her family behind her. What are you seeing on her side of the courtroom?
They won't do, will they, Dolores?
Yeah, this is an interesting question too.
He
Kind of
said
a
that.
look into the gallery.
They can't
So
let the
there's Lindsay
jurors see
Clancy,
that.
who's seated, at the defendant's desk. Right behind her is a nearly empty row, except for two nurses who are there to help her with whatever she may need. I mean, if there's a break and she has to leave to go to the bathroom and they have to assist with that, they're there watching and making sure that she's okay. But the row behind that is where Lindsay Clancy's family is seated.
He won't
And
let
I know we
the
talked about this
jurors
before,
see that.
Julia. They've never
He
been
said
excited
yesterday
to be here. This is
the
a
jurors are not
tragedy and
allowed to see
devastating
them
for
in
everyone.
all
But I
that.
will say, from the last time I saw them at jury selection to now, you can feel the weight. Their shoulders are lower. They're looking exhausted. I mean, mentally exhausted. They've been having to go through and see some of these really graphic images or hear things like the 911 call. And even her mother took the stand to testify. I spoke to her grandmother briefly today. She was
I
very
don't,
sweet.
because
She
what
held the
about the other
door,
two?
but she just looks mentally exhausted. I mean, the entire family very somber today.
I noticed Dr. Zeisel, the defense psychiatrist, on the row with them now that he's done testifying. Mm-hmm. He's there every day that he has been able to. What has it been like? Are Patrick's parents there? Are they on that row? And with the psychologist on the stand right now, in person versus Zoom, do you feel
let me
that
just
difference of having a live witness inside of the courtroom?
Okay, Laurie and June. Before it gets too heated, ladies, you'll have to agree to disagree. It's so hard how to take people, like we said before, when you're texting. And I think you just need to just leave it with each other. If you're calm, just, meet in the middle, basically. So Jones saying, Mary, me neither, clapping for a murder. Do women really believe they can't control themselves? I don't know what you mean there, but it is. It's really hard, and I know it can become very heated in a chat. So I just don't want you to get heated or worked up or whatever. Don't let that happen to you. So what I'll do is I'll play Brian Ensign in the next break. Nice, let me go and put that sound back on. Hold on.
Dr. Kirk Halbrin's testimony there inside of the courtroom for day 20. Let's pick it up where we left off.
Oh, if I had to
hold on, Maggie. Let me stop it right there because I don't want to hear.
I'm just reading your chat.
October into
Okay.
November, into December, and then somewhat better and somewhat improving in
Okay,
January.
Gail.
And you
All
were
right.
asked by defense
Look,
counsel
I'm
about.
going to mute
Do you
him
want me to
because
do? Do you want me to mute it?
I just muted him because I don't want to hear his mouth anymore. Yeah, you guys listen. Just block each other so that the mods don't have to block you guys. We try to keep a clean chat, really. And I'm telling you, then I mean, over the next trial or the next case we cover, you guys, you two could be
Oh,
allies.
it's all right,
Who
Lee.
knows?
Apparently, they get what each other's saying now.
Okay, good.
Good
That's
views.
lovely.
Good views, ladies.
All right. So listen, I have to say goodbye now. Today's my oldest grandchild's birthday. I live an hour from her, so I'm supposed to be out of here in an hour to go meet her for dinner because she's got plans. What happened to that?
Oh, yeah, she got plans. You don't want to be
Just plans.
sitting around waiting for you, would you?
So anyways, I'm going to be listening, and let me just do this real quick. Thank you to the Mad Mods, you guys, so much for being here. I appreciate all of you so much. Make sure you guys welcome the new mods that have jumped on board to help us with this. I think you guys are doing all a fabulous job together. I hope everybody feels very welcome in this chat because you are. And big shout out to my Maggie, who keeps me straight for real, especially when Ma Barb isn't around. So anyways, I'm going to go spend some time with my oldest grandbaby. I'll be listening. Thank you for being here. We will be back. What?
What's that? Dolly Parton
What?
died? Oh my God.
Stop.
She hasn't.
Nuh-uh. Say it is. Thank you, Lori. Thank you, ladies. Oh, my heart. No, say it's not. Please tell me it's not true.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, I'm gone. I know.
No, our sweet lunch lady. I tease her all the time about being Dolly Parton's baby because no.
Yeah. 80.
No.
16 minutes ago. Some legendary. I'm going to read it out.
Yes, please read it.
It says, I'm trying to reject all and it won't let me get the next one up.
Oh.
Dolly Parton superstar. Oh, please don't do this to me. Oh, yeah. Superstar who spoke to millions has died at the age of 80. It's all over if anyone wants to see it later, it's all over Instagram.
Oh my goodness, y'all, my heart just breaks. I didn't know her, but I loved her. It's like Loretta Lynn going and I knew she was sick because her sister put out too much, but I didn't know. I just saw someone said she had cancer. I didn't know that. I just thought maybe she was getting older, and that's why she had to cancel some things. But God rest her soul. And I mean, thank God for Dolly. She did a lot for the music industry, and loved her music. I loved everything about her. I loved her attitude. I loved that she was so giving to her family, her friends, strangers. She was just the most giving woman. And rest in peace, Dolly. We love you. And to her family and close friends and things like that. I know you guys are all watching According to Lainey because we know how popular we are here. Listen, we send you our biggest condolences. And man, what a sad day.
Every American site is blocked. I can't get into anything.
What a sad day.
Sorry, Lee.
It's okay, but I'm glad that we found out during a break. I mean, that if there's any rainbow in this, it is that we found out during the break and we did not have to stop trial, because I absolutely would have stopped trial for that. Absolutely would have. So rest in peace, Dolly Parton. We love you. I love you. And
Dolly
big hugs.
Vision will be gutted as well. That's where his name came from, you know.
Love me some Dolly. All right. I got to go be with my grandbaby. Cheer up now because she's 18 today. Wow. All right, Maggie. Thank
Oh,
you so much for closing this up.
okay. I'll speak to you
And
later, girl. Have a nice time and don't forget
uh,
to say happy birthday.
I won't. Love you guys so much. If you can't be good at it. And we'll see you tomorrow. But hang out with Maggie for the rest of the evening. Oh, there's our lunch lady. I knew she was going to struggle with this one.
Yeah, lunchy.
Hang out with Maggie, you guys. We're going to finish up this day with Maggie. And then, of course, we will be back tomorrow. I guarantee you that. It was so nice meeting some of you new people. I hope you'll come back. And it's so good seeing faces that we haven't seen around for a while. And it's always good to see our friends in chat. Thank you so much, Maggie. I love you more than I love my two middle fingers. Bye.
See you later. Have a nice time. Oh, so isn't that sad, eh? Eh? A legend from East Tennessee, eh? Lunchy. Just been reading that. You know what, guys? It's so hard at times for me to get anything up in America. It's just blocked with all kinds. It's terrible. I can't get anything. And we can't find as much information here as what you can find there. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. So I'll carry on playing this for you to hear because you wanted to hear. So that's what I'll do. So I am watching the chat if anyone needs me or anything. Oh, rest in peace, Dolly. It's muted. Hold on. Why is it muted? It's not muted. I don't know where it's mute. Oh, hang on. Leanie's muted at her side. Leanie!
Evaluate
Oh
Lindsay
no, I
Clancy
can't.
for 3 years, not getting in
Leanie
person with
muted
her
at her side
until
and I've
about
got
3 or
no.
4 months ago. It's a
Okay,
question
so
I've seen a
some
lot
of
of
you have
viewers
got sound.
asking or saying that, yes, it's the defense that blocked it. So here's what happened after that sidebar. They took a complete break, the lunch
Let
break,
me know,
and
guys,
things are
please.
done with this witness. When they get back live in court, things are going to start with
You're
the
all
last
good?
witness. That's a live look, so they
Okay.
haven't gone on
On
the
top of
record
that.
yet. We will take you there live and get thoughts from trial attorney Michael Jafer after this.
No, not yet, Shauna. Still waiting. So we're 13 minutes late now. I said I'll give them half an hour, so let's see. Okay. Hear no worries, love. As long as you can hear and see now. Because if it does, I can go and get it fixed before it all comes back on. I asked someone asked about Lindsay's blood group before. Wasn't she one of the rare blood groups? I'm sure she was. Reese's. We say Reese's negative. I don't know what you I do, but I forgot. You say something different. What is it? We are movement.
Back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, we all set for the jury?
Yes.
Yes, Council. All right.
Oh my God, here and now, I'm in Liverpool. Here goes, guys. They're back. Can everyone hear me okay? Thanks, Flower. It'd be hard for us to do that, Austin. They don't have the death penalty there. Okay, it's here, it's fine. I'm going to go on mute now.
There is still a trial scheduled in Brockton on Monday. When the doors.
Court, all rise. Jurors entering. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
For the purpose of the record, we return back to the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Como?
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Gregory Satoff.
Good afternoon, sir. You start right here. Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury, the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant of the bar, shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
Step, please.
All right. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Hi. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, first name is Gregory. Gregory, last name Satoff, Saathoff.
And can you describe for us your educational background?
Yes, I received my undergraduate degree at the University of Notre Dame, and then my medical degree, my MD, at the University of Missouri, and then my residency in psychiatry at the University of Virginia.
And can you describe for us your occupation?
Yes, I'm a professor of emergency medicine and public health sciences at the University of Virginia. I also see patients in the Virginia Department of Corrections, where I also teach students. And I also serve as the senior psychiatrist for the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit in Quantico.
And how long have you been the senior psychiatrist for the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit, or BAU?
Since 1996.
And are there other psychiatrists who contract with the FBI for that department?
Well, certainly for the FBI writ large, there are psychiatrists who work with them. But as for the Behavioral Analysis Unit at Quantico, we sometimes have Walter Reed fellows who are psychiatrists. But other than that, I am the psychiatrist for the Behavioral Analysis Unit.
And what does that entail?
It entails working with the behavioral analysis units on crimes and concerns, whether it is with children. I'm occasionally asked to consult with the behavioral analysis unit relating to children, crimes against children. Also crimes against adults, and also national security issues, and in particular issues relating to threat assessment.
And are you, or do you consider yourself a forensic psychologist?
Psychiatrist, yes.
Sorry, I apologize. And what is the role of a forensic psychiatrist?
Well, a forensic psychiatrist examines issues with mental illness, and it's really the interface of mental illness and the law. Sometimes that can involve criminality. Most often, forensic psychiatrists are engaged in assessing mental status at the time of an offense or competency. But also forensic psychiatrists can consult institutions or also treat patients within facilities such as jails and prisons.
So that work that you do as a forensic psychiatrist, is that in addition to working with the behavioral analysis unit at the FBI and working at UVA and teaching, and your work in the Bureau of Prisons?
Yes.
And in terms of your work as a forensic psychiatrist, have you done evaluations and testified on behalf of both prosecution and defense as a forensic psychiatrist?
Yes.
Approximately how many times have you testified in courts as a forensic psychiatrist?
Maybe 40 to 45 times, something like that.
And are you board certified in forensic psychiatry?
No.
And why not?
Well, when I finished my residency, I was interested in public psychiatry. And so I also was in the military. And so military psychiatry and public psychiatry in a teaching hospital was very important to me. As time went on, I was consulted by the FBI. They wanted to meet with me based upon a paper that I had published. And by the time I was more heavily involved in forensic psychiatry and particular assessment of individuals, by that point, the way to be board certified within forensic psychiatry would require a one-year fellowship. And at that point in my life, I just did not have the time to be able to devote to a one-year fellowship in addition to the other things that I was doing.
So instead of the one-year fellowship, did you have more on-the-job training as a forensic psychiatrist?
Yes.
And as a forensic psychiatrist, have you evaluated subjects for things like competency and criminal responsibility?
Yes, I have. And let me just say also, in addition to on-the-job experience, it's important to get teaching and training. And so I've taken advantage of courses within the Institute for Law, Psychiatry, and Public Policy at the University of Virginia, and other opportunities as well in terms of even taking a board review course that was very helpful and quite comprehensive.
So you've had other training other than the fellowship in order to be a forensic psychiatrist?
Yes.
And can you talk a little bit about the work that you've done with inmates?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Can you talk a little bit about the work that you've done for the Bureau of Prisons with inmates?
Yes. Well, specifically, most of my work has been with the Virginia Department of Corrections rather than the Bureau of Prisons. And since 1992, I guess, maybe 34 years, I have assessed and treated patients within the prison system, both men and women at men and women's facilities. And in that time, I have brought medical students and residents and fellows and taught them. So over the course of my career thus far, I've brought more than 2,500 medical students and residents into the prison system to learn about psychiatry and significant mental illness.
And in the course of your evaluating and treating female inmates, did you have the opportunity to evaluate and treat female inmates who had killed their children?
Yes.
And how often was that would occur, that you would treat that type of patient?
Well, in consulting to a maximum security women's prison, I would say 5 to 7 women who had killed their children.
And in terms of your interactions with them, you said that you evaluated them. Did that involve diagnosing them?
Correct.
And then what did the treatment involve?
Treatment involved working with a team within the system. Prisons have psychologists and social workers and those who are responsible for working with patient inmates. Medication treatment is very important, but also there are important therapeutic aspects. For a number of years, I ran a group in prison. I felt that was important, and my students felt that was important as well.
And in terms of the group you ran, what type of group was that?
It was a therapy group in which individuals were brought together, all who were diagnosed with a significant mental illness, and being able to speak about their experience and also how to deal with issues or how they dealt with issues over and above the medications that they were receiving.
And in your experience in the Department of Correction at the Bureau of Prisons, treating these patients, and also in your experience working at the FBI, did you encounter individuals who suffered from psychosis?
Yes, very much so.
And could you estimate how many patients you have treated who suffered from psychosis?
I'm going to object at this point.
No, overall.
Thousands. I spent 15 years running an inpatient admissions unit in a teaching state hospital, and so.
First side, but
sure.
Oh, here we go. Where's Gemma? What now? What are they going to talk about now? You only asked him how many, didn't you? And his eyebrows went right back up in a point. I thought, oh my God. His eyebrows literally went into nearly half a triangle. It takes them forever to get one step. Oh, God. So we've got to go and sit it through him now as well. I thought you couldn't get any worse than that other fella. So he's talking and he goes, look, yeah, blah, blah. And blah, 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 and yeah, and blah, blah. I thought, oh my God, I was losing my breath with him. I was doing it with him, I swear. Like, it's like he holds his breath and he can't hold it any longer. And you hear that coming out. What did they talk? I mean, they've just been on a 1 hour, 15-minute break. What do they need to talk about? What happened there? Oh my God. I hope he doesn't start that because, honest to God, I can't bear it. If someone can't breathe, I'm like, fighting with them to breathe. Aussie True Crime, good morning, love. Hope you're feeling a little better. Good to see you. Roller skater, Texas girl. I love, I've seen your name. You've been in here before. Not to excuse Lindsay, but would the pressure of childbirth give her brain? Ooh, damage or bruising that may not show immediately that combines with any previous mental illness. Do you know what? We've been through with all the scenarios. We've heard that before. I'm blaming the medication. I'm blaming she was all mixed up. I'm blaming she had postpartum as well. She was depressed. And on top of the depression, the postpartum, and then the meds, I think it just all, boom, it went off. That's what I believe. But, you know, there's so many stories going around. This is nuts. Charlotte, you know what I was thinking before? I was in the kitchen doing the dishes, and I thought, I remember saying to Lena the other day, I'll be finished soon. She went, yeah, I'll say Tuesday, Wednesday. It's not going to happen. Here we go. I'm going on quiet.
Doctor, you were about to describe a hospital that you had previously worked at. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where was that, and what type of hospital?
It was a state hospital in Virginia, near Charlottesville, Virginia, where the University of Virginia is. It was a teaching hospital with medical students and residents, and was a facility that dealt with some of the most severely mentally ill individuals who would have been committed to the hospital.
And how long were you at that hospital in that role?
15 years.
And during that time frame, is that when you saw the thousands of patients that you treated with psychosis?
I saw them there, yes, but also within the prison system. And of course, during training, during my residency.
Have you ever written any articles about postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And when was that?
We published an article in 1987 relating to 2 cases of postpartum psychosis that I actually saw when I was an intern. One was my patient, and one was one that I consulted on.
And that article that you wrote, was that entitled Postpartum Psychosis Induced by Bromocriptine?
Yes.
What was bromocriptine?
So bromocriptine at that time was a medication that was used to inhibit or to stop lactation. Some women would, after birth, make a decision for whatever reason that they were not able to breastfeed. And so in those days, this medication, bromocriptine, was used to inhibit lactation.
And in your treatment of one patient and what you learned of the second patient, did you come to a conclusion that bromocriptine was having some effect of inducing postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And is that what you wrote the article about?
Yes.
And eventually, after you wrote this article, were there other studies that cited to your article?
Yes. And let me just emphasize, I was one of 5 authors of that article.
And eventually, was bromocriptine, did people stop using that to stop lactation in women?
Yes. The FDA took it off the market, I believe, in 1994 or 1995. Not just for the reason of postpartum psychosis, but also for other problems, cardiac problems and the rest that bromocriptine sometimes caused in people.
And to your knowledge, was your article with the other co-authors the first article that brought to scientific attention this issue with bromocriptine and postpartum psychosis?
I'm sorry, can you ask that question again?
Sure. To your knowledge, was this article that you wrote with others the first article that brought to scientific attention the possible link between bromocriptine and postpartum psychosis?
That's my understanding. There were a few letters to journals commenting about bromocriptine and a connection, but I think the first article that was written was ours that we wrote about the two women who suffered postpartum psychosis.
Now, you've mentioned your experience in diagnosing and treating psychosis. What is psychosis?
Well, psychosis is it can take a number of forms. I think we most often think about people who are psychotic as having hallucinations, and so we call those perceptual disturbances. That is oftentimes auditory hallucinations, so people hearing voices or sounds, but they also can be other types of hallucinations as well, not as common in psychosis, such as visual hallucinations or even what we call tactile hallucinations, where the sense of touch is affected, or olfactory hallucinations. Most commonly, it is auditory hallucinations, though, if we're talking about those perceptual disturbances. Now, there are other areas that psychosis can show itself. Delusions are fixed false beliefs. They can be bizarre or non-bizarre. And sometimes people who have auditory hallucinations also have delusions. Sometimes you can have psychosis or someone can be psychotic with just a delusion and no perceptual disturbance, no type of hallucination. And the third area is with regard to thought and how people communicate. So in that part of psychosis, when it demonstrates itself, is that people have a great difficulty communicating with even speech disorganization. They may engage in what we call neologisms, or making up words that have a specific meaning for them, but no one else. And the way that thought is translated either in writing or in speech, oftentimes people who are psychotic and also have a difficult time with stringing their words together. So what we would call looseness of associations. So really, there are three arenas that psychosis can show itself, maybe in all three: the perceptual disturbances, the delusions, but also the thought and related to thought and communication. But it's also possible to be psychotic and have just one of those three elements.
And is psychosis its own mental illness or a symptom of mental illness?
Psychosis is a symptom.
And why is it a symptom of mental illness and not its own defined mental illness?
Well, because there are many different possible causes of psychosis. Someone who has a serious medical problem, for example, can actually become psychotic. A brain tumor is one example in which those symptoms of psychosis show themselves. But there are other ways that people can experience psychosis. Some can be secondary to, say, drug abuse. There's certain drugs like cocaine or amphetamines or bath salts that can cause people to have the kind of perceptual disturbances or delusions or problems with communicating, that I talked about. So really, I think it's just important to know that that it is not a cause. It represents a significant finding or presentation. Schizophrenia is one diagnosis where we will see psychosis in a number of forms. but also someone who has a serious mood disorder, or schizoaffective disorder, or a brief psychosis. So there are many different roads that can lead to psychosis. And so it's important to find out what's originating, because that's how we make the best decisions about how to treat any psychotic symptoms that we're seeing.
And doctor, the signs and symptoms of psychosis that are present, is that dependent on the underlying cause, the mental illness or whatever is causing the psychosis?
Yes. When you say dependent, it just is clearly something that is a result of or a manifestation of the illness. For example, there are many different things that can cause a fever, right? And so while a fever is a symptom, it's a presentation that's very significant and can be very significant. What we need to do in medicine and psychiatry is find out, well, what is the cause? Because that is what's going to lead to the most appropriate treatment.
So, for example, an analogy would be a bacterial infection can cause a fever. Bipolar disorder can cause psychosis.
Correct.
Now, you mentioned earlier serious mental illness. What is considered to be a serious mental illness?
Well, serious mental illnesses affect a small portion of the population, a smaller portion, maybe 4%. So people who have schizophrenia have a serious mental illness. People who have bipolar 1, which is manic depressive illness, that is a serious mental illness. Schizoaffective disorder is also a serious mental illness. So while many people can have symptoms of mental illness and can benefit from treatment, either psychotherapy or medication or some kind of combination, there are some that are just really, really profound, and that's a much smaller percentage.
And so serious mental illness, is that sometimes shortened to SMI?
Yes.
Now, is there something called any mental illness, AMI?
Yes.
And what would be in that category of any mental illness?
So any mental illness would be certainly adjustment disorders or anxiety disorders, mild depression, depression without psychotic features, for example, PTSD, which can have significant symptoms, is also something that would go under the category of any mental illness.
Now, were you asked to do a forensic evaluation of Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And you were asked to do that by the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Correct.
And did you receive direct payment from the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office for your evaluation?
No.
How did that payment plan, how did that work between the DA's office and your services?
So I do my work in testimony and the like through the University of Virginia. So my department is the recipient of any funds that come from the work that I do. I get a salary from the university that is not dependent on the number of cases that I am involved with or whatever. So I don't receive payment myself. I see it as part of my job as a professor.
And in terms of your work with the university, does the university have any impact or influence on what your evaluation is or what your conclusions are?
No, not at all.
For your review of Lindsay Clancy, what types of records and other materials did you review?
Well, they were extensive. They involved significant medical records, not just the psychiatric records, outpatient and inpatient, but also medical records. Certainly the hospital records from McLean, the hospital records from Tewksbury, but also emergency department visits at South Shore and Mass General Hospital. So a significant body of medical and mental health records, both inpatient and outpatient. But in addition, there was a substantial amount of grand jury materials that I reviewed, and videos. For example, videos not only of interviews of individuals, but also in January when the Clancy family went to the museum, or they went to the Cape Codder water park, was able to review those kinds of videos as well. I also received the reports from both the government, but also the defense. And so those experts who were retained, I had an opportunity to review those. I mean, the list of materials is very significant. CVS records, for example, pharmacy records, and law enforcement records, for example, the police reports and things like that from that day, 24 January 2023, in which the event occurred.
And Doctor, is it typical for you to have such a breadth of records and information, both pre-killing and post-killing, when you do a forensic evaluation?
No, I wouldn't say that's typical. Certainly for any evaluation, it's important to try and obtain as much information as possible. But in this case, I think the amount of information was truly significant.
And you also interviewed the defendant, correct?
Yes, I did.
And how many times did you interview her, and for how long?
I interviewed Ms. Clancy on 2 occasions. One was on the 29th of May of this year, and the other was the 4th of June. I believe on the 29th of May, I interviewed her for approximately 6.5 hours. And then the second time in June 4th, it was about 5 hours.
And were those interviews in person or on Zoom?
They were by way of Zoom.
And why were they by way of Zoom?
For personal reasons, I was unable to travel at that time. And so I requested the ability to have an interview by way of a Zoom video platform. And that was approved.
And did you find that doing the interviews by Zoom inhibited your ability to evaluate Ms. Clancy in any way?
Well, I think there are always limitations when one is not physically present, when one is seeing someone in a video setting. Sometimes it takes longer to be able to get information and establish rapport. Other limitations are just having an opportunity to see the environment, that the individual is in. I have done evaluations in the past using a Zoom format. There are certainly advantages to being in person.
Did you, in your interviews with Ms. Clancy, have any difficulties having her answer questions or establishing a rapport with her?
No, she was very pleasant, very responsive to questions that I asked on both occasions.
Were there any benefits to doing the interviews on Zoom?
Well, one benefit that one doesn't always have with an in-person evaluation is that a platform like this can also save the entire interview, and both video of the interviewer, myself, but also Ms. Clancy. So if someone wants to really understand that the interview and how it went, you not only have a transcript, but you have a video that really demonstrates the course of the interview, how it went. And that can be very helpful. That can be more helpful than if, as a clinician or as an assessor, I am writing notes. Because when you're writing notes, sometimes it's harder to attend to the individual. So certainly being able to have a transcript of the interview is helpful, and I think it makes the process more transparent as well, which I think is a positive.
As part of your evaluation in this case, did you also interview what's known as collaterals or other people who knew the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Who did you interview?
Well, I interviewed Patrick Clancy, also on a Zoom platform.
And after you had reviewed all of the records that were provided to you and the criminal file and all the evidence that was provided to you and conducted these interviews, both with Ms. Clancy and Patrick Clancy, were you able to conduct an analysis of all of that material in order to come to your eventual conclusions?
Yes.
And if we could just go through your analysis of this case, and if we could start with I think what you called in your report, Ms. Clancy's characterization of the command auditory hallucinations.
Yes. So Ms. Clancy stated to me and some other evaluators that her hallucination, that of an external voice, something coming from outside of her head, occurred when she was standing at the refrigerator. She said that she was in the process of making her children their dinner when she received a call from Patrick Clancy, returned the call, and then as soon as she finished the call with Patrick Clancy, she said that is when she heard the voice. This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids and then kill yourself. And so that was what she told a number of us. There are also other accounts that she made to individuals that were quite a bit different. To Dr. Spinelli, for example, she said that the voice happened at 5:10 or 5:15 p.m. as soon as Patrick Clancy left on his errands, and that the voice. She described the voice to Dr. Spinelli as increasing in intensity, but saying, "This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids before you kill yourself." But also that it was that her children would suffer if she did not do that. When I asked her about the voice that she heard, again, she said that it started really right after the telephone call at 5:34 with her husband, Patrick. And she said it was a man's voice. It was very clear. It was external. In other words, it came from outside of her head. That it was constant. So this phrase, "This is your last chance. You have to kill your kids and then kill yourself," was something that was repeated over and over and over and over again during that period that she strangled her children. And then just as soon as it had started, it stopped at when she had finished killing the children, strangling the children.
Doctor, was there anything about what she reported to you about the voice that was significant to you in your evaluation? And if so, why?
Well, what was significant to me is that she had not spoken about hearing voices before that in any of the mental health professionals, the psychiatrists, the nurse practitioners, the physicians and staff in the emergency departments or at McLean. And so this was the first time that she reported that was documented, but also that she experienced an auditory hallucination, according to what she told me. So that was unusual. And then also, what was very unusual was the fact that the voice stopped with the death or the strangling of her youngest son, Callan, and that she went upstairs and then proceeded to engage in behavior in an effort to kill herself, but that the voice had stopped as soon as she had strangled her last Callan, her youngest child.
If I could stop you there for a moment and ask you, you said that it's unusual that this was the first time that she had heard this voice. Why is that unusual?
Well, she had certainly suffered with symptoms of mental illness, depression and anxiety, most specifically. Anxiety that she had reported to Dr. Tufts in mid-September. And then certainly the symptoms that later on included suicidal ideation and also what she said were dark or intrusive thoughts to harm her children that she mentioned to her husband and her mother on, I think, 2 occasions.
And Doctor, you also mentioned that it was unusual that the voice stopped after Callan was killed. Why is that unusual?
Well, I've worked with, compared to other patients that I've treated who have had command auditory hallucinations.
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor. Same objection was raised before.
Counsel, can I see it?
Oh my God. Do you know what? I had to go to Spencer Penny And I'm on my way back and I heard that and I was like, oh my God, what did he saying? What did he saying? And I missed it. All I heard, did I hear right that they said Callum was last? So did I tell you the order that she done them in? And I'm fuming being here for 3 weeks and missed that. Oh my God. I thought he said Callum was the last one. That's all I heard. I don't know. I could be wrong. Oh God. I'll have to go back to that. Hang on. He says after she where's that gone? He says after she killed the first Callum. He did. We heard different, so I don't know what I've heard. I wanted to know everything he said about that. Can anyone tell me? Ah, the baby was last. Can anyone tell me what he said in that? Like he was talking about going upstairs or something. I could hear a little bit. Would anyone be so kind as to write it and tell me? Oh, I did hear them saying about Dawson, yeah. Oh, yeah, if someone could be so kind and tell us exactly what was said then. Oh, I'm sitting doing thumbnails for the channel. Yeah, please hit the like, guys, and if you haven't already, sub up to the channel. We'll be absolutely delighted if you've done that. It'd mean the world to us. He said that he said that the voice stopped after she killed Callum.
Doctor, based on your training and experience in dealing with diagnosing and treating people who have psychosis, and what you've learned in all your training and schooling, is it typical for someone in psychosis to hear a voice only one time, never before, never after?
No.
And again, based on your training and experience, is it typical for someone in psychosis to hear a voice that's constant rather than intermittent?
No, that is not typical.
And what does it mean, the difference between a constant voice and an intermittent voice?
Well, an intermittent voice would come and go. It wouldn't necessarily just keep playing over and over again as if it were on a tape, which Ms. Clancy told me that it was a voice. It's the same thing in the same tone, repeated over and over and over until she had strangled Callum.
And is it typical, based on your training and experience, for someone to hear command hallucinations and then for them to stop abruptly?
No. Committing the act is not curative of the voice. I've not ever seen that.
And doctor, based on your training and experience, someone in psychosis hearing a voice without accompanying delusions, is that typical?
That would be pretty rare. It's absolutely not typical.
And in talking to Ms. Clancy, did you speak to her about the concerns she had that if she had voiced thoughts of harming her children to providers, medical providers, that her children would have been taken away?
Yes.
And did you see that as a delusional thought?
No. Certainly with the requirements that healthcare professionals have to report any issues that could cause harm to children, for example, as required reporters, it's very rational for her to be concerned that by voicing her thoughts of harm could cause her children, certainly an assessment and a rapid assessment and a determination about how best to keep the children safe. So I didn't see that as irrational, but rather rational, just understanding the healthcare system.
And when reviewing the records and speaking to Ms. Clancy, did you see or notice any delusional statements or beliefs surrounding the hearing of that voice on the 24th?
No, I didn't.
Now, based on your training experience, is it typical for someone in psychosis to hear a voice and immediately act on it?
No.
And why is that?
I'd like to have a Dobia hearing at this point, Judge, on this. I'd like to test his qualifications to this.
I'm going to, same objection, same ruling.
So your opinion is it's not typical, correct?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned the defendant told you that when she received the call from her husband at 5:33 and called him back at 5:34, that she was getting dinner ready for her children, correct?
Yes.
And did she tell you what she was about to get out of the refrigerator?
Yes, she said she was at the refrigerator and that the refrigerator door was open and that she was getting chicken nuggets out of the refrigerator section for her children.
Now, in your collateral interview with Patrick Clancy, did you learn from him that when he left the residence, the children were already eating chicken nuggets on the couch?
Yes.
And did Patrick Clancy tell you that Dawson in particular was eating chicken nuggets and green beans out of a bowl on the couch?
Yes, that's what he told me.
And is it fair to say that there are crime scene photographs showing a bowl on the couch?
Yes.
And so is there any significance to you in the defendant telling you that when she got the phone call from Patrick, when he's at CVS, that she's making chicken nuggets versus Patrick and telling you that that had already happened and the crime scene photos showing you the bowl was already on the couch?
Well, it's inconsistent.
And are inconsistencies like that important in your evaluations in cases like this?
Yes.
And how so?
Well, looking at someone's mental status at the time of an offense, it's important to understand what was going on in their mind at the time. And in this case, the widely divergent reports from Lindsay Clancy versus her husband Patrick raise questions about what she is telling me and how things are happening. So certainly that's a cause for significant concern. One of them is not correct in their statement.
And in terms of what you testified about earlier about the defendant giving you one version of what the voice told her and giving Dr. Spinelli a different version of what the voice told her, is there any significance in your evaluation to that?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, again, it's markedly inconsistent. Ms. Clancy was very clear with me about the time that the voice started and that it was constant for a period of time until the children were killed, and then it stopped. And according to Dr. Spinelli's report, Ms. Clancy stated that the voice started much, much earlier, actually, when Patrick Clancy left And so we're talking about a significant difference in time, and those two just they don't match. So it's hard to which version is the one that I should consider.
Now, further along in your analysis, you talk about Ms. Clancy's outward portrayals misleading her family and providers. What do you mean by that, and what did you see in the records and in your interview of her?
Yes. Well, in looking back at her history, for example, with Patrick, she dated Patrick when she was in nursing school, and that was at a time that she was experiencing fairly significant anxiety, according to her, such that she went to a psychiatrist and was treated for her anxiety with Prozac and Wellbutrin, and also propranolol. And this was for a fairly significant period of time during their dating, approximately a year. And when I spoke with Mr. Clancy, and also in other testimony and collateral information, he was completely unaware that she was experiencing mental health symptoms at that time that they were dating, or that she was taking medication. And he said he did not learn that she had taken medication, mental health medication, Prozac, Wellbutrin. Those are both antidepressants, as well as propranolol, which helps with anxiety, particularly with the kind of presentations that she was doing. But he was unaware until during this time that she was having, great difficulty, November, December time period.
And that's of 2022?
Yes. But there are other aspects too, where her portrayal misled others in terms of how she was doing.
Can you give us an example of that?
Yes. Well, in the numerous text messages, which really varied, there were times when she stated that she was doing very well. And for example, even in the days leading up to the 24th of January 2023, the photographs that she was sending on Instagram and the like really portrayed something very different than what she later stated was going on inside. With regard to providers, Ms. Clancy told me that during this period that she was having such difficulty, and that was really starting in October. She started taking medication in October. Ms. Clancy told me that she was having a real difficulty
I complete with this month.
with some symptoms and anxiety and the like. Her mother-in-law suggested to her that there was a doctor that she knew named Rose, who was willing to talk with her just on an informal basis. And so, as I understand, this doctor made time for her to be seen, not in an official way, not as in a doctor-patient relationship, but just to get an understanding about Ms. Clancy's problems, and that this doctor recommended Lamictal or lamotrigine as a medication that could be very helpful, with regard to the depression she was experiencing, the issues with mood and the like. And so, in looking at Dr. Tuff's notes, there is a note, I believe, on December 1st of 2022, in which they discuss Lamictal as a real possible medication. And then by mid-December, it was really a very, very difficult time. The whole month of December, in many ways, was very difficult. But after this experience.
Oh my God, I bet you people think he's going to take his last breath.
About the defendant seeing the provider name Rose and getting the recommendation for Lamictal, the defendant talking to Dr. Tufts about the Lamictal. Was there another provider that she talked to about Lamictal?
Yes.
And who was that?
That was nurse practitioner Gelada. And
eventually was Lamictal prescribed by one of these providers?
Well, really by both. And when you say talking, it was a written communication and not a verbal one.
And so could you tell from the records whether or not Ms. Clancy filled the prescription for Lamictal?
Yes.
What is Lamictal?
Lamotrigine is actually, Lamictal is an anticonvulsant that was approved for bipolar disorder back in the early 2000s, I think 2003, for bipolar disorder. Now it's used for epilepsy, but also been found by the FDA to be extremely helpful in depression related to bipolar disorder.
And after receiving the 3 recommendations to try Lamictal and the prescription from Dr. Tufts, which she filled, did the defendant tell you whether or not she took the Lamictal?
She told me that she had decided not to take the Lamictal because she was concerned about the potential for a rash, a serious rash.
And the fact that 3 providers recommended this medication to help her and the defendant chose not to take it because of the potential of this rash, was that significant to you in any way in your evaluation?
Yes.
And how so?
Well, Dr. Tufts had written a prescription and it had been filled. Actually, Nurse Gelada also wrote a prescription for the Lamictal, and Ms. Clancy told her, well, you can cancel that because I already have a prescription of Lamictal from Dr. Tufts. What was concerning was that I don't see evidence that Dr. Tufts was notified that she had decided against the Lamictal. And so that would have given a provider an opportunity to think about something else that also could help in this domain. But yet Ms. Clancy had decided not to take it, but also not to tell the doctor that she had decided not to take it.
Well, doctor, was there also something that you noticed in the way she described, Ms. Clancy described to you, how she was feeling at McLean Hospital when she was there versus the description of her feelings in the McLean records?
Yes.
And what was the difference between the two, and how was it significant in your evaluation?
I recall that she told me that she felt like a zombie. Very, very significantly affected. And certainly, while the records at McLean demonstrate that she was not doing well, there were differences in terms of how she characterized that.
And when a patient is characterizing how she felt at a certain time in different ways, one to you and in a different way to her actual provider at the time, is that concerning in any way?
Well, yes.
And why is that?
Well, the more candid a patient can be with the symptoms that they're experiencing, the better able the prescriber is to make a determination about how best to treat those symptoms. And also, it can be very helpful in diagnosis as well.
And did you also take note of the appointment Dr. Tufts had with the defendant on January 23rd, 2023 in the records, and the fact that the defendant denied experiencing suicidal or homicidal ideation in that meeting?
Yes.
And how was that significant, if it was?
Well, Ms. Clancy had been looking into alternative treatments and had discussed with Dr. Tufts earlier the potential for esketamine. This is an FDA-approved medication that has to be administered by a doctor within a facility, but it can have rapid positive effects in treating depression. And so in that note, Dr. Tufts wrote that the potential for esketamine treatment or transcranial magnetic stimulation were ones that they were exploring.
Now, Doctor, did you discuss with Ms. Clancy, or did she describe to you in any detail her ability to suppress her feelings and kind of mold her behavior into what she wanted people to see?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
Well, I believe it was a Christmas time with her family, a morning breakfast, in which she stated she was not feeling well, not doing well, but yet felt the need to act like she was cooking and helping her husband cook. And she questioned why she would do that or engage in that behavior when her family knew that she was struggling and having difficulty. So she used the word fake with regard to just how she was attempting to present to her family. So this was on reflection in talking to me about that behavior at that time.
And did she also tell you about an incident at Spalding Hospital when she was interacting with a friend of hers who was visiting there after she went to Spalding Hospital for rehabilitation?
Yes.
And what did she tell you about that?
She told me that this friend who visited was a longtime friend from when they were both really quite young. And that when this friend visited, Ms. Clancy engaged in, trying to remember how she characterized it, gossip, really talking about kind of the old times and catching up basically on news that this friend, I believe her name was Amy Bevins, they had similar or shared experiences. And so Ms. Clancy told me she was upset at Spalding Hospital because this superficial conversation that she had without discussion of the incident of 24 January 2023, that gave an impression, maybe a false impression of Ms. Clancy, and that it hurt the friendship as a result. And she felt that Spalding Hospital had they provided better psychiatric care, better mental health care, she would not have been so superficial in talking with her friend.
Did she also express anger to you that the staff at Spalding had prioritized her spinal cord injury needs over her mental health needs?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Did Ms. Clancy tell you or express anger to you that the staff at Spalding Hospital had prioritized her spinal cord injury needs over her mental health needs?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to put into evidence excerpts from the Spalding records showing the mental health consults and treatment of Ms. Clancy.
They may be admitted.
294. And so, Doctor, did you have an opportunity to review the Spalding records?
Yes.
And did you see in the Spalding records that not only a psychiatrist, but also a psychologist and a social worker met with Ms. Clancy while she was at Spalding multiple times?
Yes.
And is there anything about the inconsistency of Ms. Clancy telling you that she didn't receive that treatment or that focus at Spalding versus the record, what the records show that are significant in your evaluation of her?
Well, it's inconsistent and doesn't match up with that collateral information. So her depiction of the lack of mental health care at Spalding didn't match up with the evidence from Spalding in terms of the documents. Spalding is a rehab hospital, and that is they were really concentrated on the spinal injury, but also did have mental health services available.
And Doctor, moving along in your analysis, did you look into and evaluate the defendant's decision to send Patrick Clancy on errands on January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
And what stood out to you as significant in what you learned from the records and from Ms. Clancy herself in that area?
I asked Ms. Clancy to tell me about that that afternoon, and specifically that decision for takeout. And as I recall, she told me that she texted her husband Patrick basically to say, what would you think about having takeout? It's been a long day. And a fairly broad, open-ended request, and that he responded positively. And from then, she made the arrangements to look up the distance between their home, and 3V restaurant in Plymouth, but also looking at basically making plans to have the food ordered. And she had texted her husband ultimately and asked him about, to tell her what order to make. And so in looking at the record, it was really reversed. Instead of starting with asking her husband, what would you think about takeout? How about getting takeout? The record shows that Ms. Clancy did a lot of searching prior to that in terms of 3V, the distance, and the like. So there were a number, getting information prior to requesting a text, or sending a text to her husband. And in the text, rather than saying, what would you think about getting takeout, she said, how about getting takeout at 3V? I am, it's been a long day, etc. And so this reversal, in terms of what she told me, and what actually we see in the collateral, I thought was significant.
How so?
Well, she told me that the only restaurant that she could remember about getting takeout was 3B. And Patrick told me that they had never gotten takeout from 3B. He named West End Grill and Chestnut Grill as places that were in Duxbury and close by that they liked and that they often got takeout from. They had been to 3V and they liked it. They had gone as a family, but they had never gotten takeout there, takeout from 3V. And so presenting not just the idea of takeout, but how about 3V? And she had already done lots of checking about distance and the like. I thought was inconsistent. What I saw from the record was not what she told me in terms of the order in which she made those decisions, and so I saw that as being significant.
And was there a similar scenario with the request of Patrick from the defendant to also go to CVS?
Yes.
And so what was the difference between what she told you about the plan to go to CVS and or what she told Patrick and what she had done in terms of research?
Well, the research for, I think it was Miralax, which was suggested for Cora's constipation. They had an appointment that morning in pediatrics, and this was suggested that the Miralax and CVS was something that Ms. Clancy looked into sometime after 4 o'clock, but not long after 4 o'clock, and well before she contacted her husband. But that she did not communicate to her husband the importance of picking up Miralax at CVS, who she had called, until really right before he left. So he had planned on going to 3B, driving to 3B, almost 6 miles, to get the takeout. And then she also added on that other errand right before he left.
And so was it significant to you that she had researched the Miralax and looked into CVS an hour before, but just added that that part of the errand on right before her husband left?
Yes.
And why?
Well, it lengthened the trip. It added one extra obligation for Patrick, and that would make for a longer time that he was away.
And moving along in your analysis, you discuss Ms. Clancy's suicide attempt, and you say that it was serious, but required sequential decision-making. Is that correct?
Can you just repeat that?
Sure. In your report, you describe Ms. Clancy's suicide attempt as serious, correct?
Correct.
And you also state that it required sequential decision-making. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about why you found that it was serious and how you found that it required that sequential decision-making?
Well, I think in looking over her records previous to that day, 24 January, she had contacted Aspire twice, the suicide hotline, and spoken to them. And really, as I recall, since early December, had been speaking about suicidal ideation. So this was something that that was significant for her. There was, of course, an assessment that in the emergency department that on the 15th of December. So you look through the record and that you do see that she was concerned about self-harm and suicidal ideation. If we look at the actual day after the children were killed, or after the children were strangled, Callan was still living at the time that EMS arrived. She told me that she got a knife from the butcher block.
Oh my God, this man!
In the kitchen, and then went upstairs and attempted to cut herself. That she also took pills or took an overdose. And I asked her about that, really trying to understand.
Objection as to what he was trying to understand.
No, overall.
Really to try and understand how she accomplished the overdose. Because if you're swallowing lots and lots of pills, that can be difficult. And so how many handfuls of pills did you take or whatever? And then she told me that she had slashed the screen and dove out of the window.
Doctor, if I could ask you a question. In terms of taking the pills, what did Ms. Clancy tell you about how she took the pills?
I'm sorry?
What did Ms. Clancy tell you about how she took the pills?
It wasn't really very clear. I was...
Objection. Requesting what she said is the question.
Do you recall what she said?
I'm sorry?
Do you recall what she said about taking the pills, whether she took handfuls or did something else?
Oh, she did not say that she took handfuls. She did not describe the overdose in any specific terms.
Did she tell you anything about crushing up pills?
Objection. Leading question.
It's already been answered. Next question.
Did she give you any other information about taking the pills?
No.
Now, if you could tell us that portion that I asked you about earlier, what is sequential decision making, and how did you see that in her behavior?
Well, as I mentioned, after strangling the 3 children with the exercise bands. She went up the steps, went to the kitchen. She got a knife and then ascended yet another group of steps to her bedroom, to their bedroom. And described the attempt or cutting her wrists as well as her neck, and also described the overdose in barely. It was just hard for me to get a good idea about how specifically the overdose occurred, what she did, but she omitted some things that I thought were significant.
And what things did she omit that you think were significant?
Well, she omitted the fact that she had actually crushed the pills. And I found that to be, quite significant.
And how did you learn that she had crushed the pills?
I learned after interviewing her husband, Patrick, and he went through that evening and talked about coming to the home and the like, and mentioned that on the bedside table there was a wine tumbler with powdered medication, crushed up medication, that there was still some in the wine tumbler. And I had not heard, she had not told me that she had actually crushed the medication. And I know that in Dr. Resnick's report, and also in what Lindsay Clancy told me, that she had lemonade in that wine tumbler when she took the overdose. And when I asked Patrick Clancy, he told me that they did not have, he didn't think they had any lemonade in the house, that was not typical at all.
And doctor, what is the significance? I'm sorry, were you not finished?
You done with it? Hold on. You
Yes.
done with that answer? All right. Next question.
And so, doctor, what is the significance to you, if anything, of this atypical use of lemonade and the crushed powder in the cup?
You say what is atypical?
Well, I think you just said that Patrick Clancy said it wasn't typical to have lemonade, correct?
Correct.
So is there any significance to you to the fact that there was lemonade in the cup and that there was powder residue in the cup? Or straight that, was there any significance to the fact that Lindsay Clancy told you that there was lemonade in the cup and that Patrick Clancy saw powdered residue in the cup?
Yes, it made sense that lemonade would be in the cup if you're trying to take an overdose of medication that you've crushed, just because of the bitterness that these pills have. So that made sense. I asked her more about the lemonade, and she told me that it had been in the wine tumbler from the night before.
And in terms of the decision-making process, like what types of decisions is she making? Are you referring to, what to take and how to take it and when to take it and when to cut herself, those types of decisions?
Well, crushing pills is really a challenge if you don't have the right equipment, if you don't have like a mortar and a pestle that they might have in a pharmacy. And so what I wondered about was that process of crushing the pills to the point that they were powder, in order then to put them in lemonade, and then drink them. And so that is, to crush pills, significant number of pills into fine powder is not an easy thing to do, particularly if you don't have the right equipment. It's just kind of a laborious process. And she also did not. It was Patrick Clancy who told me about the door being locked, and she told me she did not recall locking the door.
And in terms of Ms. Clancy's ability to execute the strangulation of her children, is there anything about how she did it, what she did, that stood out to you in your evaluation?
Yes.
And what is that?
Ms. Clancy told me that she, after the phone call with her husband, she returned the call, that was when she took Dawson down the steps into her husband's office to strangle him. And I asked Ms. Clancy about what she remembered about what she said to Dawson to get him to go down the steps and leave, his sister and brother upstairs. And was there resistance, verbalization, et cetera, crying? And she said she could not recall that. She could only recall bringing him down the steps and then strangling him. And then she repeated that. The next child was Cora, that she went back upstairs and did not recall how she got Cora down the steps, how Cora came down the steps, but then brought her into a different area, the kind of a living room area in the basement, and strangled Cora. And then lastly, that she went up to get Callan. And I asked her, I said, where was Callan? Upstairs. And she said, well, maybe in a playpen, often, she said she couldn't really remember, but then bringing Callan down. And he was the last child to be strangled, all during this time where this voice is over and over again saying, this is your last chance. You have to kill the children before you kill yourself.
Doctor, is there any significance to the fact that this voice is telling her to kill the children, but not telling her how to kill the children?
Yes.
And what is that?
Just like adults, children have a will to survive, strong will to survive. I think it's just part of being human. And so I know that Dr. Resnick described Ms. Clancy as acting as if she were a puppet. But the children are not puppets. And just in looking at the Cape Codder video where Ms. Clancy is holding Callan and Dawson and Cora are there, I mean, they both are active. They can walk, they can run. And so to make the determination about
I'm going to object to this.
All right, can I see counsel at sidebar?
Guys, how many times does he have to go on about the way them kids died and what she did? I think that should have been stopped. He's already gone through it. I mean, I'm glad because I missed it the first time. I wanted to know, but I thought, is there any need to be going through what these kids went through? It's just sickening. But I'm that man. I couldn't enjoy that because, not enjoy, that's the wrong word. I couldn't sit and listen to that man without worrying for his next breath, because when he was holding his breath, like that, he looked like his eyes was fearful, like he wasn't going to ever breathe again. He looks like he's going to drop dead. I thought, oh my God, loads of times. Oh, it's got my nerves gone. If you'd have come to question me and carried on like that, I'd have had to ask for someone else. I'd have been a nervous wreck. I'd have been on more drugs. But I think Lindsay is just totally numb now. Totally numb. I don't know how everyone feels. I'm going all croaky, aren't I, because I'm tired. Misty says, I really don't see what the point is bringing him back. Bringing who back, Misty? This man? Has he been here before? Oh, I haven't recognised him. Yeah, someone said to shut her up. She was sobbing in the court, and the prosecution shouted, shut her up. Isn't that terrible? And it was heard on the mic. So now Red has got to cross-examine him, so that's going to be tomorrow, isn't it? And that's where it's going to end, which is good. So they're all talking about tablets taken with lemonade. Makes it hit harder and faster. I never knew that. I think flat lemonade has the same solution as a diarrhea. If your child has diarrhea, they drink it for the salt, sugar and potassium, Susan says. Lisa said the prosecution are getting in their last punches. Well, do you know what's going to happen now, don't you? Get ready for it. They're going to say, they're going to cut it now for today. They'll be back at 9 tomorrow morning. And don't look at your phones, don't research anything, don't talk about the case with anyone, blah, blah, blah. And we'll see you at 9 in the morning. That's what's going to happen. And if it doesn't, I'll be shocked, because it's happened on every one of them. And it's normally finished around about 20 to 9 my time. And it's now 20:52. So what about pain meds? If you take pain meds with lemonade, it gets to it quicker. Is that right? God, let's all meet up and go to the pub. Rice water for diarrhea. God, learning all kinds. Learning all kinds on here. Oh, Roxanne, it'd be lovely if you join in. Stay with us. Subscribe and hit the like, please.
All right, Doc, you may step down if you like. You may step down this time.
Yeah.
Step down?
Yeah, please.
Here we go. Good night.
All right, well, members of the jury, we're going to break for today, all right? And in talking to counsel over here, it is anticipated that the evidence will close tomorrow, all right? So I just kind of wanted to give you a little bit of a heads up in regards to that. Now, the way it works in a case like this is it requires, after the evidence closes, I have to meet with the attorneys and go over some of the instructions. So it's probably, and you've all seen how good I am in my predictions about the schedule, but it's probable that we will be doing closing arguments not tomorrow, but the day after. All right.
Oh,
So the anticipation is the evidence will wrap up, finish tomorrow, and then we'll start arguments and charge the next day with deliberations that day. All right, so I just kind of wanted to give you as much heads up as I can. This is one, well, I don't even want to go where I think about this.
We're together for the rest of the week, guys.
So I just kind of wanted to give you some idea of where we are in regards to this. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow morning. You've heard a lot of evidence, but you haven't heard all of it. All right, and like I've said before, you haven't heard the closing arguments of the attorneys. You haven't heard the law that you're going to have to apply to this. So you still have to keep an open mind. You still have to follow those instructions. Don't read anything about this. Don't listen to anything about this. Don't watch anything about this. And don't talk about it with anyone. You've been so good at following those instructions for all these weeks. I'm just going to ask you to kind of hang with those instructions a little bit longer. And so with that, I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow morning. We will continue with the witness who's on the stand. And like I said, I anticipate that we will, the close of evidence will be tomorrow. Okay? So with all my thanks, as I've done it all the time, thank you so much. And I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Okay?
Court, all right.
All right.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Get a flashlight for you. It's a flashlight of that video.
Mrs. Bald Eagle, thanks for coming in. Please hit the like, and if you would subscribe, I'll be made up. If there's any new people that would kindly subscribe to us, please. Oh. Upstate New York sounds so exciting. Mary Jane's out.
Anything that we need to address before tomorrow morning?
No.
All right, Ms. Reddington?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you, counsel. Thank you, everyone. We'll be in recess until tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
What? All right.
Oh, okay. That's it, guys, for tonight. So, oh, thanks, Mrs. Bald Eagle. Thanks very much. That's a kind of you, Mrs. Bald Eagle. Oh, Ups, it's been lovely to have your knowledge. Thank you. And we'd love it if you came back. Indigo Doll. That's a nice name. Yeah, it does. I hope to see you as well too. All the newbies, please sign up and stay with us. We've got a lovely little chat. Everyone gets on. We all debate. Leanie's gone to her granddaughter's dinner. They're having a dinner. She's 18 today. So she wants to go out and do stuff, so they've got to go early. So she had to leave to get a shower and get out. But she said she'd be listening. Oh, Laurie, it's lovely to have you. See you tomorrow. You take care. Right, guys, wherever you are in the world, have a lovely morning. Well, it won't be morning again now, will it? It won't be morning now. Have a lovely afternoon, day, evening, wherever you are in the world. And we'll see you tomorrow. Take it easy. Thank you to each and every one of you for coming in. Honestly, I'm made up.
Chicks Life is hard and life is wild. It can be sad or full of smiles. And every once in a while, you need a break from the mundane. So come back to see your friend, or she'll wonder where you've been. According to Leanie, she appreciates you and all that you do. You need her, but she needs you, and that's the beauty of according to Leanie. So thank you for your time. You are a friend of mine. I'll be happy to see you again on the next According to Leanie. Be good or be good at it. Until next time, love Leanie, love Leanie, love Leanie. Next time, love Leanie, love Leanie. Life is hard and life is wild. It can be sad or full of smiles. And every once in a while, you need a break from the mundane. So come back to see your friend, or she'll wonder where you've been. According to Leanie, she appreciates you and all that you do. You need her, she needs you, and that's the beauty of According to Leanie. Be good or be good at it. Until next time, love Leanie, love Leanie, love Leanie.